I wouldn't have imagined it, you know, a few weeks or months ago, but now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
You know, I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, you know, meet these teams, you know, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, you know, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong Siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day. We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We just kind of have to, we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
It's like we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team. We're just gonna take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe cafe? Probably Oregon now.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon? Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so probably Oregon kids.
I think pool. I think it would be pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon, Junkyard.
The only place I've seen Chibis is when I do tea hunt on house in the kids' room.
Would be house, the playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine.
The wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon, laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids.
Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room, cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're in there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
That's a hard one, bro. It's a hard one. Wait, I mean, there's two obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough. I remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like he's just really late in general.
He's usually the first one in, so he just has he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious entry, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches, like he was the person who clutched the most at a side. He gets some good ones. Or almost.
Yeah, shot. Okay, almost. The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do. Like, the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know?
I know.
Sleeps like 11 hours.
Yeah,
right?
he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's probably the easy one. Bro, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice on the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro. Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into his crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one type of my
Just flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, iconic, is just, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
We always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. They took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
It's gonna feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are 2 key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are gonna be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial entry points, so it'll be Visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the opposite would work really well in concert. Dope could be Jacko line, so basically be going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
The Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out. But win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Six straight playdays of nothing but best of ones are finally behind us. As a couple of players said in interviews yesterday, today is where the real North American League actually begins. We've already knocked a couple of teams off the chopping block, and now it's time to add a couple of more to the drawing room floor. Welcome back to the North American League. Playoffs starts right now. Let's break this down. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, joined by, you already know who these guys are, but I'll give them their props anyway, North American aficionado Jesse J. Chick and former Xbox World Champion Gabriel Axing Miralez. Gentlemen, we're finally into playoffs where the real work actually begins. 9 teams went down to 6, and Jesse, by the end of today, it's going to be only 4.
Yeah, Jacob, we're starting to whittle down the teams. And you know, I'm a simple man, okay? I wake up in the morning. I know that I get to watch North American League best of threes. That makes me happy. So today I woke up with a smile on my face.
And these are the most exciting storylines right here because these are the make it or break it games that either you're going to Atlanta or you're going to have a long road to even try to get there in the beginning.
Laxton, you don't sound excited enough. You say that this is exciting, but you got to get more amped. We're in best of threes finally.
I feel like chat right now.
Give me some energy.
Enough with the yapping and let's get into game.
Let's get this sucker underway in about a half hour before the games themselves actually begin. Let's just give you a reminder when we're not delirious at 4 in the morning trying to figure out what the standings look like of what they do look like after the conclusion of groups. Here we go. M80 and Dark Zero start us off. They will not be playing today. They get first round buys. OXG through Soniqs still have an opportunity to play at some point later in the bracket if they win today. And Mirage, LG, and Beast Coast, see you bye. We'll see you later.
Yeah, I think you'll go back to the beginning of the stage, maybe what people were expecting. We got pretty much where we were expecting for who's making the top 6. Wildcard maybe a little higher than some people thought. Soniqs, I think, a little lower than some people thought. But all in all, this is kind of matching with our expectations before the stage started.
Yeah, when you look at it, Wildcard was at the front runner from the get-go, and then to see them in 4th now, not that that's a bad drop, but everyone was very well surprised to see that they were first. But again, they're still in 4th. They're still in a good spot here. They still can make Atlanta, so that's, you know, a feat in its own. I'm just excited for that SSG wildcard game. I don't know about you guys, which one you're looking forward to the most, but for me, I'm looking forward to that one.
We'll get to that in just a second. As a reminder of how the bracket itself shakes out, if you were the 1st and the 2nd seed, you do not play until next week. You get a bye. The number 3 and the number 6 seeds play each other, which in this case is Soniqs and OXG, and Space Station and Wildcard are the 4th and 5th seeds, so they automatically get seeded against one another. And then from here, all you have to do is win, in the case of the 2 teams or the 4 teams playing today, 2 BO3s, and suddenly you're in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard as well. Keep in mind, yesterday, they were 1 game away of getting that first round bye, of starting in that 2nd round of the playoffs. Unfortunately, they didn't show up to that game. So instead, they've got to play today in another best of 3, well, their first best of 3 against Space Station Gaming. So that'll be a fun one for them later today.
This is a beautiful thing that Fish said. It doesn't matter where you get placed, where you are. Exactly. You have to win no matter what. So sure, DZ and M80 are sitting pretty, get to wait a little bit. But it doesn't matter. You got competition coming up. You got to win it if you want to make Atlanta, and that's plain and simple.
It's like we can keep on hyping them up with storylines all we want, but the big thing is winning solves everything. So as long as you do that, you're fine. And if you don't, then you let the pressure get to you. But you can't let that happen today because the games on deck are lose and you go home. There's not an opportunity for you to still fight from this playoff bracket to get to Atlanta if you lose today. It's a huge deal. So we start with OXG and Soniqs, already a phenomenal game on paper that I'm already super interested in. But Lax, you are rearing for that 2nd game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it goes in with Merc playing his old team. They did play against each other in the regular group stage, lost 7-4 to Space Station. But again, now we're at a point where win or lose, this is where it really matters here. You're going home if you don't get that W.
That last chance qualifier is calling, and it's going to claim 2 more teams today.
You certainly hope not. That thing sucks. You know, playing that thing is the worst.
I told you from the get-go, I hate playing qualifiers, so now I get to watch these qualifiers unfold. Way easier, way more enjoyable because I get to just watch it all unfold.
Yep, the bottom 3 teams don't even go to LCQs. They have to play the top 6 teams from the open quals. So those guys are, bottom 2 teams from here have to do that. Then they get seeded against the guys from LCQ, and then they have to win the LCQ to even want to get there. So the best chance you've got to make the Atlanta Major and actually play on home soil is right now. So don't screw it up, boys, because this is genuinely the best chance that you're going to get. In the long term, there's a couple things we should go over. We saw what the bracket itself looks like just by itself. But I was curious what you guys thought going into this thing. After we got everybody seated appropriately, I wanted to know who you guys thought was going to win. So Jesse, walk me through what your predictions look like.
Well, Jacob, I have predicted that we will see a pretty convincing bracket from the upper bracket teams. You know, Dark Zero and M80, they get those buys. I think they're going to use them well. I expect to see them take those games, qualify to the major, go straight to phase 2, securing those top 2 spots. I think M80 will win the league. I think they're just a little bit up and up right now. And then when it comes to everybody else at the bottom, you know, I think that really Wildcard and Oxygen, whilst they are good teams, and I think particularly that Auction Soniqs game could go either direction, I just think Space Station are playing a lot better recently, and I think Soniqs have a better matchup against OXG.
Okay, so an M80 win a DZ runner-up, Space Station going in that third spot, which is kind of a bold prediction considering they, again, were 0-4 to start their stage out. I'm going to keep all that in mind, just kind of as a base top 3. Lax, how different is your bracket?
It's not too different. It kind of just swaps a little bit with these first games.
Okay.
I see Oxygen taking it over Soniqs. The game work was close. That's why this was really hard for one to choose between the two. But I do see Oxygen going against Dark Zero. But again, Dark Zero is looking extremely strong, and especially after that performance last night against Wildcard, they're looking great. But like how Jesse just said, M80 does look well above and beyond some of these other teams, so I do see them running away with that. Then you look at the Space Station Wildcard. I see Wildcard taking that Space Station game for one sole reason is Space Station jumped up from the bottom because their backs were against the wall, and this is kind of where Wildcard is. They fell from first, now to fourth, and that's why I see them going against M80, and again, M80 taking it there, and so on and so forth.
All right, so in the event that for some reason we see Soniqs or Wildcard blow past everybody, I'm going to make fun of both of you because you didn't have any faith that they were going to be getting any of those top 3 spots.
Well,
so
we'll see. We didn't get to see where your prediction was, so
Yeah, Jacob.
I'm no
You can't
longer
really
an
make
analyst. I
fun
no
of
longer
those
have to
stakes in the
predict
game.
anything. I'm good. I'm off the hook. We're all good. Before we got into the meat and bones of what this stage was like, there were 3 rookies that we also wanted to talk about, and we gave them grades. We'll just go one by one real fast and see if the grades you gave them at the start actually hold up. We started with Ashen. Jesse and Lax both gave him a C to start. Real quick, do you stick by that, or is he going up or down?
I think he's improved a bit. I still want to see more. I think I stick C.
Stick C?
That's kind of crazy. I'm going to have to give him at least a B-. I think he's improved enough that it's definitely jumped up a whole letter grade, but still at the bottom of that letter grade.
So B- as opposed to like a full B is what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Definitely like nice improvement for Space Station to get that kind of start. Next we had Rice. Jesse gave him a B+. Laxing still didn't go above a C for this bad boy. Lax, you're moving up or down?
I'm still going to keep him at a C. I haven't seen anything crazy impressive that I've seen from Ashen in terms of Ashen starting out strong. They maybe had a fumble of a game, but then immediately bouncing back and having really strong rounds to put SSG on the map.
Laxing just hates the rookies, Jesse.
I just gave Ashen an improvement.
Barely.
I'll maybe claw back just to a B. I don't think that my thoughts have changed really on Rice, but we haven't seen as many pop-up performances like we did early in the stage on that Chalet game from him. So yeah, I don't think he's played poorly by any stretch of the imaginations, but still looking for a few more pop-off games, perhaps.
All right, so maybe a little bit lower from Rice, because you initially had him in a B+, now he's just at a solid B.
Small change.
Definitely a small change for sure. Last guy we talked about, a little bit more divisive, I think, and I think because you had him at an A-, you had him at a B-, it's Adam. Is he still up here, Jesse?
No. I'm gonna go down to where Lax was, and I'm probably gonna match the B-.
I'm gonna have to go to a C+.
Hey.
Yesterday's game was, I think, by far his worst performance, but when you're having that performance, the things that I was seeing in those rounds, he really looked clueless, like didn't know what was going on. Those games happen, but there still is room. He still has to play this out. He could easily go back up to a B. He could go to an A. Yep. We got to see.
And again, it's only been the rookie so far. First stage, things can absolutely change from here on out. It's just first impressions, folks. Maybe they'll do better. Maybe they'll suck. We'll figure it out as their careers go on. And speaking of something going on, if you hadn't been following the Twitterverse, I think something got announced today.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
The 8th iteration of the 6th Invitational is heading to Ginásio de Ibirapuera, Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's going to be there from February the 13th to the 25th. It's open to the public from the 23rd to the 25th. And Blacks, just from me, every time I hear that music, it genuinely gives me chills. I'm so excited SI's coming back.
I literally just said that while we were watching that. Seeing SI in any regard just sends the chills down your spine. Being in that environment, being just from a player standpoint, I'm telling you right now, it is high octane. The second you get off that plane, the second you get to that hotel, the second you get to that venue, it is so high octane. Everything matters. Everything's on. I'm getting the chills just even talking about it.
I know, right?
Crazy. I love Invite. We all love Invite. It's the community gathering, the player gathering. Just everyone is a family at the biggest event and the best event of the world, in my opinion.
And going to Brazil, too. I mean, how long has it been since Brazil held their last event?
5 years.
BR fans have been wanting this. 2018 Season 8 finals, the last time we went to Brazil in Rainbow Six Siege. So,
long ago.
The Brazilian fans deserve it, and I'm so excited to see what the crowd looks like in Brazil.
Last time we were supposed to be there was when Sao Paulo was supposed to have the Season 11 Pro League finals, and it didn't happen because something called a pandemic got in the freaking way. Now it's actually happening. We're going to Sao Paulo again. Tickets are on sale right now, or they're not, because I think the early bird packages are already starting to sell out. So make sure you get your tickets, pay attention to socials, and you'll figure out exactly when and where you'll be able to go. For us, we have to figure out who's going to Atlanta in order to get to the Invitational in the first place. So let's start off with our first game of the day, and it's one that I love because it's got tons of historical precedent. It's Oxygen and Soniqs, and it's because these guys have been playing each other. The core rosters for both these teams have been playing each other since 2019. Laxing, how's it shaking out?
I mean, it was an interesting statistic that we were looking last night that they are 9-9 with wins and losses against each other. So it being this match right here where whoever wins is sending that person down low.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's bragging rights at that point. That's like, hey, we broke the chain here. We're leading the pack. See ya. Goodbye. Gone.
So tied on maps, this is going to decide who is the best team historically. Obviously, rosters have changed a lot. You go back to 2019, the only person still on both of those squads is going to be Fox from way back then to now. But still, I think the fans care about this. I think the legacy matters. I'm excited to see who comes out on top in the end.
Coming into today, both teams relatively even on both attack and defensive statistics, but obviously OXG being the higher seed is a little bit better. They're above 50% in both metrics, whereas for Soniqs, their attacking metric is around 45%. They got a little bit more work to do, and I think we've been talking about the mid-round specifically for them that they can hopefully try and fix things up on, but they've both got a highlight player, both got a standout dude that's carrying them across the finish line right now, just like who we talking about.
Well, Jacob, I want to talk about the number 1 and number 2 fraggers in North America. I want to talk about Yaga coming through, and I want to talk about Rexen. These two players hold the records. 93 is the most frags in North American League. 91 is second place from Rexen. And it's so crazy how similar these players are when you look at some of their roles. Looking at attack, both of these players love to play these kind of roam clearing flank watch type operators. We see Yaga playing a lot of this Dokkaebi, Gridlock, Nomad. On Rexen's side, you see a lot more kind of coming through with Jackal, Lion, two of his most popular operators. And then both will bring up the soft breach every now and again. Both these players loving some Sledge, a little bit of Ash in there. So it's interesting to see kind of how they match up with one another. On the entry side of things, there is a bit of a difference. Rexen definitely getting involved a little bit more, whereas Yaga kind of leaves that to Fish and Noors a little bit when it comes to the opening picks. But all in all, these two players, it'll be really interesting to see how they go up against one another. And when they played each other, when they played in their best of one through the group stage, Rexen was the MVP of that game, the highest rated player in the lobby. Yaga, the lowest rated player in the lobby. He struggled in that matchup.
It's very interesting to look at these two players, especially from my personal experience playing against both these players or with one of those players. They do play a same type role, but in terms of their playstyle, it's hard to explain unless you've played against both of them. They just do many different things. Different, obviously. I just said different things. It's just unique, though, to see the different play styles between two people that play the exact same role. And then to talk about Yaga in terms of the roles, or even both of them, they're both versatile players, and I've talked about 100%. This before. Being a versatile player in Siege on any team, you allow your team to slot you into so many different roles, create so many different strats, and it is an important piece of the puzzle for any player to be able to slot into, a smoke role. For Yog, for example, seeing him play smoke is very interesting. He's played mute, kind of the same thing, but again, being able to just slot yourself in a smoke role or a hard breach role or an entry role or a flex role. You need that on a team because, again, it allows you so much versatility in your strats, in your gameplay, everything as a whole, and those two players are extremely versatile.
Any players in particular you guys want to see us go to in this best of 3? Any place you want to go, Jesse?
I am expecting, based on how the initial bans may turn out, I am expecting maybe a Clubhouse pick from Oxygen.
I'm actually seeing a Soniqs pick Chalet.
Okay.
How close do we get? Wow, look at that.
That is the exact
We've mixed things up a bit.
That's interesting. That is extremely interesting.
So I think the first 3 bans all make a ton of sense. Those are the exact bans I predicted from these two teams, and then, or for those 2 teams. And then the Skyscraper ban from Oxygen. They've played this map a lot, but I think with how much they struggled yesterday, even in a win, they choose to take it off the board. And then Soniqs picking Club, Oxygen picking Chalet, we kind of have this flipped.
Yeah.
This means to me that like both of these teams are going to be very comfortable on the first 2 maps.
Yeah, I'd say it goes into the prep that they clearly have taken. I'm a little taken back that Oxygen actually banned Consulate because that game was so close where I could see them just fixing a few things and having that be the decider because they would have had the pick overall on that. So that catches me off guard that it now being Oregon, but again, that is a very default map. But seeing these two flip, it goes into what you were saying. They are clearly very comfortable in terms of picking both these maps because this is where we thought, again, Soniqs was going to be picking Chalet and Oxygen was going to be picking Club.
So if both teams are already super comfortable on both Club and Shao, I don't want to ask the generic question, who do you think wins map 1? Do you think we're going to a map 3?
I think it's very likely we go to a map 3.
We should be. With how close these teams are, I think this is the hardest game to predict in all of playoffs. I expect to see a map 3.
All right, sounds good. Game number 1 of playoffs is about to start. It's Clubhouse, then Shao, and if for some reason we need Oregon, we'll get that sucker right at the very end. It's time to go to ringside. Let's go to Nicholas Moritzen and Parker Mackay.
Well, the path to the Atlanta Major began a couple weeks ago, but I think it's safe to say today is where it really picks up steam. It's do or die for these teams. Soniqs and OXG going to Clubhouse first. The winner has a date with Destiny, and Destiny's name?
Stark Zero. Yep. And not just is a do or die, but we're getting to the great scenario of we're going from best of 1s into best of 3s. Teams are allowed more freedom in the drafting phase when it comes to what maps they want to play. They can take more risk there, but also in the server itself, the risk assessment a little bit easier now for players. You can lose a map, you know, and still have more to go. The comebacks are possible, etc. And you gotta pace yourself for the long term. You can't just fully commit to one map, get tilted or tied by the second, then you lose anyway. So best of 3s, that's what the best team to go to play. And of course, it's both Soniqs and OXG who made it this far.
It's an absolute dogfight in the North America League this stage. There's been, I think, flashes of brilliance from most of these teams. But if you look at the standings, if you look at the way these teams have played each other, and you've looked at the unexpected results that we had, last night's matchup between DZ and Wildcard was a shocker to me. I don't know if you will say the same.
Yes. I mean, overall across the board, there's been some, I wouldn't say inconsistency issues, but more like it was really hard to predict where the teams were going to end up at in some sort of standings at the very end of this entire group stage. And I feel like where things ended up at was pretty reasonable across the board. I think, you know, Wildcard being the big surprise factor, but the rest, I guess we can go like, yeah, I guess that was supposed to happen.
Wildcard started off really strong, sat atop the NA League standings for quite a while. Eventually getting surpassed by M80 and then Dark Zero too. And obviously Dark Zero's matchup last night only helped propel DZ into that position. The reason why I said it was a surprise was because while I thought that DZ and Wildcard, which was the very last game played yesterday, the last game of our group stages, I expected it to be a nail biter. DZ as a team is never able to comfortably win games. It seems like every single game needs to be an absolute headache. For the fans, I'm sure it's a headache for the teams. But a 7-1 victory over Wildcard as the very final matchup of the group stage was not a result I expected in the slightest. No. And again, the Beast Coast versus LG game. That was the very first game of the day yesterday. That was quite a stunning scoreline as well. So if you're a fan of Soniqs, you are looking at a lot of very close games. And the one thing that would come to mind for Soniqs is that while they have an immense amount of potential and on paper one of the best rosters in the North America League, they always seem to have small struggles or rather big struggles, with small things. They actually finished 6th and were the last team to make it in. That's why they're playing OXG, though only 2 points separated the two of them. We'll get underway with round number 1. Operator bans are in. Feel free to pick apart anything that you see right now that needs to be picked apart.
I mean, I think this is a good old stable, right? I love the Soniqs opting for the Dokuri ban. Actually, I love to bring out the Operator. Then you got the Kai, the Hibana, the Asami. Very much expected Operator bans on Clubhouse, right? The Hibana affects the basement bomb side with all those hatch openings that she can create with the X-Kairos. Asami just makes attacking a complete nightmare. And OXG, they start an attack. So, of course, you're going to move one of the strongest defenders in the game to start things off. That just makes too much sense not to do that. And then, again, Kai, we tend to see this Operator being banned more and more often, simply because it gives you more freedom on the attack and operator lineup. You don't gotta bring the Thatcher necessarily or secondary MPs unless you want to, where OXG, they bring it anyway. So they don't care about the kite ban necessarily for this particular round. And OXG just, playing their fundamentals, their basics. They want to ensure they can get to the bomb side in due time, break them all the hot walls that they need. And we saw actually in their game yesterday, they were kind of struggling in the open and kill department. So I think the focus for XG is going to have to be to support Newers and support Fish. Just help them accomplish those entry goals of the team and just take it nice and slow to start things off.
Newers had a rough game yesterday, and in terms of consistency, it's been Yaga as the star of OXG so far this stage. Passes the eye test as well as passing stats test too. Cheeky little run out from Gunner from that garage door. Very first pick is on to Dream. Goodbye to the ace, and now Yaga drops as well. All for naught. A Citizen is bleeding out and could be retrievable, but not before it's Newers to finish things off. 1 minute left in the round. Soniqs with the advantage, being able to take out what I would usually say is the lone hard breach, but there is a Maverick on the board, though, as every time we see that operator, we always have to say, he doesn't really inhabit that traditional role of being a hard breacher. OXG will find themselves down some very important tools that they'll need to attack this gym bomb site.
I mean, I guess it's worth noting that Citizen should have just outright died, but he got like a one-tap hipfire trade essentially where he got injured, but he also took down York at the same time, and that's going to put OXG in a really poor position now because they would have loved to have one more member alive. Let's execute 3 attackers against 4 defenders. You only have a couple of ways into this bomb site, and now because of the numbers, the defenders can be watching every single entrance that there is.
Nades prepped and ready from Newers as he finds that bedroom is now open as he gets the pick and continues to soldier on. But what have OXG not done? Figure out what to do with Gunner down below, who has information, tries to stop them in the process, manages to get the defuse plant, and now it's Fish's attempt, but a bit of sloppiness upstairs on the bed. No amount of play between the two can get the job done. Foxay survives the round, but doesn't really matter as Soniqs win the whole thing.
Such a stable round by Soniqs too, they got the 4 versus 3, and you can just say, okay, let's just all play side, play super passive, don't risk anything, but you also have a Solace, and by playing downstairs and bar, one of 2 things can happen. Either you force one of the 3 attackers to go downstairs to deal with that issue, to then maybe get a plant off, or you say, okay, we need the 3 attackers on the bomb side, but now the Solace can do plant deny from downstairs. So while OXG got in the bomb side successfully, they couldn't get the bomb down because the Solace was left unchecked inside a bar, and one single impact grenade just creates that nice line of sight towards the master bedroom bed. If you're curious, you can't just shoot through the bed itself. The mattress, it is bulletproof, but by creating a soft, destroying the floor, I guess, next to the bed, you can therefore see the planter and kill them that way instead. So a really good checklist there being accomplished by Soniqs is saying, we got the guns covered, we got the strategical elements covered, we can deny the plant as well, but not in an obvious way to the attackers. It's not going to be a C4 rip or a toxic bait being, tossed around. No, it'll be a Solace below. OXG, they didn't really get the start they wanted. They lost the opening kill. The run out, simply too punishing from Gunner. It's a very proactive play from him. Just checking for cameras, walking through garage, running out a door that was absolutely free because if you're Solace, you know there's no Claymore, and you know there's no drone watching you either. OXG, they were very slow on the timer last round, but Fish is sprinting down the main staircase right now, trying to get an off-pace play and catch somebody on the rotation. The only issue is the mirror window from Citizen. Well, he'll see it. The gig's kind of up. but OXG have secured themselves pretty much the full map in control. The only thing that could be an issue for them is the blue staircase. Foxy and Dream, they're narrowing into that area as well.
They don't know. Okay.
Oh, Fish. Not even a minute into the round. Gunner was playing in the hallway. He's gone. The bandit batteries are still on church wall. So there will be at least some salvage of his operator there, though I don't know how long they'll last for with a Thatcher on the board. One of the panels opened up as well.
I mean, if you see a drone down the main staircase that quickly, that was Citizen who even shot it, you would probably assume that the entry from the attack is relatively quick. But I mean, then again, it's not supposed to be that quick. I mean, that was literally just OXG with a phenomenal drone work and Fish saying, I'm gonna follow that drone all the way down that main staircase and catch somebody off guard. The patience, well, it paid off. They played that 4 versus 5 now in their favor, and they have a great lineup for the attack. Sure, there's no Ying or any like brute force side operator, but with a combination of Thatchery and Peace and clever usage, together with some grenades or those Grim Mines being shot out with the bees, you can figure out the player locations and hit those executes. And this was phenomenal Thatcher EMP usage, using it on the floor buff in blue to deny the area near that AK shield position, and then the nade follows. From Newers, all of a sudden, those strong positions from the defenders are slowly being, pushed apart essentially, allowing for an easier attack later in this round.
As the attack onto this church wall, as there's been very limited action in the minute after that very first pick. Citizen and Geo side by side, now seeking to retreat inside a church and avoid the crosshairs of OXG. Geo on the board, down goes Yaga. Geo still in this position. That was by bottom of main stairs. Now it's Dream next one lined up, and Geo just can't control his recoil, but had the lineup playing with just a small portion of that reinforced wall still in place. Only 15 seconds left. OXG have to pressure the bomb site. They have to get in. Fish will drop. He has the cross from blue into church, but confronts the mirror window, staring right at him as Foxy walks up through dirt. A big pick, but it's all up to Grixter to save the round as OXG have swept everybody else out of the bomb site. Down he goes to Fish. OXG answer back.
That's the payoff. It might have looked like OXG were very low on time, and technically they were, but they had spent all that time earlier in the round to clear out the deployable shields, the magnets, etc. And you saw the payoff. When they actually went for the bomb site execute, it went relatively smooth for them because there simply aren't any really strong positions left for the defending team. Blue was completely cleared out, the church mirror was destroyed, Geo was stuck in the corner, and Asami didn't, or not the Asami, the AK's player rather, didn't have that deployable shield to play behind. And then Foxy, with a last second flank through dirt, there was 5 seconds left when he got there. Little bit risky, right? But it works out. OXG, they hit them from multiple directions at the same time, and they kept Soniqs guessing as to where the actual execute was coming from. And the answer, well, everywhere. And you can't simply hold that, especially since Fish got that early kill onto Bandit. That's one of the big reasons why they had such a big leverage point in that late stage of that round.
And I was going to ask you, did you happen to see what Gunner was doing in the hallway? The only thing that I could suspect is that he had a nitro cell and was hoping to go fishing over towards maybe kitchen or the hallway that's usually sledged or bucked by the attackers. Other than that, seems very odd that there would be a bandit actively playing in the hallway between the bomb sites downstairs with 45 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, so I actually believe that Fish swung off the C4 rip noise from Gunner. So I think like he was just waiting there, heard the C4 rip, and then swung the hallway. And that's why it was curious that happened, because Citizen saw the drone earlier. So you'd think that he's gonna be like, okay, there might be a guy main stairs, guys, watch out. And then, 5 seconds later, 10 seconds later, Gunner just comes sprinting around trying to prep a C4 on the ceiling, which would have been a good play if Fish hadn't already been there.
This Maverick's been favored by OXG quite a lot. You can see exactly why as it pays dividends on that CCTV wall. First cut open by the Maverick, and then soft panel that remained destroyed by Fish. Entry from OXG to go scouting over towards logistics, and now it's Jacuzzi wall being watched by Yaga as it's been completely ripped open as well. 1 minute in, and OXG have already opened up several avenues to begin map control. That is good timing for them. And imagine that the next step is going to be that construction wall And sure enough, as I say that, the Selmas from Dream tearing away and opening up an entry point for Oxygen. Yet another. That's the third way in to begin taking control of this top floor.
Soniqs, they gotta lash out somewhere and try and find a pick. And Gunnar is your man to do it. C4 downstairs in kitchen. Because if you don't, you're simply gonna get choked out of this CCTV bomb site relatively soon. This is one of those sites that it's very weak to hold the site itself. And it's also kind of hard to extend anywhere that's not the catwalk garage. So we see a very natural kind of round play out, but there it is, the man of the hour. It's Gunnar downstairs with no real intel to hit that blind C4. It hits Yogg on the box, so it's not the highest value kill. You could have killed Newers with 2 grenades and maybe the Hobbies or Dream or Foxay, but still, you get that kill, you get a small advantage, and you also buy time for your team because Geo on the smoke, well, he has 2 toxic waves remaining. There's only going to be about 45 seconds left in the round here, so if he plays his cards correctly, he could force OXG to go for a very late round execute.
Citizen's still down below as well in that lurk role. He is so well known, usually so strong on. Fish lighting up the brick wall, but there's nobody there to receive the bullets. Gunnar the only player who's taken any damage at all. Newer's on the board, but Geo has his teammates back. That was Citizen flushed out from below. Now Dream walking up ever so slowly to this cache bomb site. OXG just reduced to the 2 hard breachers. It's all up to Dream as Gunnar swings the opening, and Dream has many angles to cover and doesn't know which one to look at first. Soniqs won their very first bomb site upstairs. They repeated on the other bomb site on the same floor. They take the lead.
And again, Gunnar really is the man to do it right now. And I'm curious what will happen if OXG can either simply not die to those kind of opening kills, the run out in the first round and the C4 in that round that we just witnessed, or if OXG can simply just kind of shut it down. Because if you tend to pick up that Gunnar will be off on his own, you know, far away from the bomb site, looking to make a play, you can start picking up on that. Put your drones in those kinds of positions, maybe even play a Jackal, try to hunt him down. And there are ways for OXG to kind of take advantage of that and force those 5v4s, assuming they can get the opening kill. But that's easier said than done. It is Clubhouse, and if you're up against the Solas, it's very hard to get your drones in those correct positions to figure out, is there actually a roam happening here? Because this is a classic basement roam from Soniqs, right? You get the mute, you put the jammers upstairs, master bedroom, office construction. That means no drones can really go in. Then you also play the Solas. You can now figure out if there are any drones who had already gotten past those jammers in the first place and shut them down if they have. The typical attack and approach in these kinds of rounds for a basement clear is 1 drone in master bedroom and 1 drone in garage that can see the staircase to walk up to the server top floor portion of the map. And if Solas says that there's no drones in those locations, now you know the attackers have no clue about top floor, you've jammed it up, you've broken the soft floor, you've opened up the hatches, and the attackers, they have to guess or gamble whether you're roaming or not. So they're gonna go in partially blind in this round, gonna slow them down or force them to rush the bomb side, and just simply spend more time in the first, you know, minute and a half of this round for OXG.
Solas far removed over on Strip. I always smile when I see Geo playing in this particular point in the map because I go back to the SI that we had in Sweden where he was playing Castle on TSM in that particular spot, and it was an innovative strategy at the time. I have not really seen teams be that keen to repeat it, and well, I don't know if I can blame them. It seemed to go well for TSM now and then, but I think teams play a little bit more structured and maybe don't extend over to that point of the map. All the while, though, OXG walking in, claiming bar stage, but Geo is there and ready. Couldn't tell if he was actually playing on billiards or was still inside a strip, but Newers and Fish were prime targets for him.
A lack of intel here, you know, you see it in action. They don't know about the top floor, they don't know about Strip, and I like this double roam, Gunnar inside of office and Geo inside of Strip, because now there are 2 fronts the defenders can work with, and neither has been droned out. So even if Gunnar gets picked off here, they're not going to expect Geo to be roaming as well. And look at how much time Foxay and OXG are spending on this roam, and Soniqs even have intel. Gunnar could easily get 1 kill here and trade 1 for 1.
Ooh, drone out Gunnar. Has some challenges as a nade goes in, but he ends up winning his fight. Newers has no support. Yaga seems to be a bit too slow. Gunnar has an opportunity for a second pick. Shotgun out now. Push from the stairs. All this time continuing to go down, but Gunner backs up a little bit too much, and through the soft wall, Yaga claims his kill. Geo is still downstairs, though. OXG might have suffered a Pyrrhic victory on that one. Yes, you take care of Gunner upstairs, but you've now taken 2 minutes off the clock, and there's Geo to strike. Fish, totally exposed. There he goes, and this is going to throw OXG into a tailspin. As with 30 seconds to go, they have to find Geo while also pulling off an execute. There goes Fox as SQ's anchors get the job done. Dream finds himself in an unwinnable position again. And Yaga on main floor, still fighting shadows, still boxing against Geo. Lands quite the uppercut. But now, how do you recover with diffuser surrendered? You have to walk through double doors with 3 separate angles being held. Nobody wants to engage. They know that the clock will ultimately win them the round, and Soniqs take 2 in a row.
Beautifully played by Soniqs. I mean, I want to say like perfectly played. In fact, the Valkyrie got the intel, the jammers as well, like everything just played into that perfect order there. And Geo and Gunner very clearly communicated what was happening because they figured out, okay, it was Gunner who got droned out first. So Geo played it passive and slowly made his way towards Billiard Bar. And then if it was, roles reversed, I bet you that it's Gunner who's going to be walking down the main staircase trying to get a kill, and Geo's going to be on the fire. And yeah, Soniqs, they're playing this very proactive style of Siege right now where they're forcing their opponent to have to deal with all these problems, but they're also hiding what those problems actually are. The mute jammers upstairs playing the Solace. OXG didn't know what was clear and what wasn't clear in that round until it was way too late, both in terms of time, manpower, and simply they're being boxed in the middle section of the map. And OXG off to a rough start, 1-3 score count, and already called their tactical timeout as well.
Well, it is a defender-sided Clubhouse, not to be reductive.
Sure.
I will say that Soniqs have now won on every single bomb site.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It looked mighty good on Church that time. Information from our wonderful analysts. Jesse Chick gets the tip of the hat for this, saying Soniqs and Oxygen have played Clubhouse against each other 3 times this season, not stage, season. That means that it goes back all the way to our spring games in stage 1 as well. First time was in stage 1 groups, where Soniqs prevailed 7-2, a very definitive scoreline. OXG had their revenge in the second matchup, which was in the stage 1 playoffs, but it was a nail-biter with OXG winning 8-6.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Soniqs would then ultimately take the series in the last chance qualifiers, also in stage 1 by a score of 7-4. A fun fact, that 8-6 game they lost to OXG in the stage 1 of the playoffs is Soniqs' only loss on Clubhouse this entire season through a total of 7 plays. It's a 6-1 score line, or record rather, for SQ on this map. So right now, yeah, it might be a defender favored Clubhouse, but the numbers on the board seemingly going the way that we know and expect for SQ.
Yeah. I mean, they also picked the map, so I guess you can kind of say, what gives. Because they're supposed to be doing well on this. Well, the analyst did point out that they should be a map 3 kind of banger best of 3 series, given it's going to be Clubhouse into Chalet and then Oregon as the decider. And I will say, OXG, they haven't looked poor. I mean, they're playing the right operators with the right utility, and they got good ideas. Now, it might be a side rush here because APs and nades are flying through. There are 4 members on the balcony. Yep.
There it is, Gunner again, having an extraordinarily good game. It's not just him as he picks up 3, the sidearm out. The whole team seemingly getting in on this, but Gunner credited with 3 of those kills. Yaga's last man standing. He picks up a kill, and there's a team kill as well from Soniqs, maybe a bit too eager on their end, but they ultimately come out ahead. OXG, they don't seem to have an answer. The stalwart defense from Soniqs. 4-1 the scoreline, 1 more round to go in the first half.
I mean, Gunner just finds himself, or puts himself maybe rather, in the right positions at the right time every single round. Whatever OXG are doing, a full roam clear, he's an issue. Rushing the bomb side, he's an issue. And it's either a testament to how well prepared Soniqs they are and kind of expecting these things to happen, or just Gunner as an individual having such a good read. Why would he sprint towards the chancy position here, looking for a rush, looking for a summer charge on the mirror window? Any player could have done it, but it's Gunner every single time. Double kill, deagle swap, 9-2. He's unstoppable right now. An absolute thorn in the side of OXG. And I will commend OXG. They're trying again so many different things. The quick, the slow, the side rush, the roam clear. And when you keep running into, trying to use different solutions, but the result is the same, that's incredibly frustrating because you're supposed to find success eventually. The only thing they've not really done so far is utilizing some quote-unquote key operators like the Monty, the Ying, that can kind of simplify the process of Clubhouse, especially for a CCTV attack. You pick the Monty, you go into garage, you walk up the catwalk stairs, easy peasy. One of the few counters to the the catwalk setup essentially. But they're still going with this very stable situation where they really want the Thatcher. Despite the Kite being banned, despite them being comfortable Maverick, they keep bringing the Thatcher, which kind of limits how aggressive you can play, because all of a sudden you have 2 Heart Breachers, a nade operator, and a Thatcher. The only person who can actually die early in these rounds is Fish. And Fish had some major issues yesterday where he would die first every single round, so he probably does want to go in first because of those issues as well. So OXG kind of boxed himself out here, I feel like, a little bit. Well, that's a counter.
That's an unfortunate position for Gunnar.
And he's gone.
A reward for your previous efforts. A nade gets rolled in through the drone hole over towards Jim. And Gunnar blows sky high. OXG are going to very quickly reveal, or rather learn, that they've cleared out the entirety of the gym and bedroom side of the map. They need to translate that over to cache CCTV. Soniqs have obviously one fewer player than they started with. Citizen is lurking down below on that Valkyrie. Again, that lurk roll, something that he knows very, very well. He can make you pay for it. But I will say, I think OXG has done a very good job of isolating him so far in this match. Yeah, he's had some kills, but I don't think he's taken OXG by surprise. This is actually something that a lot of teams used to talk about with laxing. And I remember having a conversation with Fabian at one point where he said, as long as you're constantly aware that laxing will flank you and come from an unpredictable angle, you can put somebody really strong on flank watch and defang the entirety of that flank. Nice play by OXG as they've swept through the bomb site so far, done so flawlessly. The numbers will continue to go in their favor, and then the man we were just speaking of, Citizen, returning to the bomb site, getting one pick onto Newers as the diffuser goes down. But Citizen is in a very precarious position upstairs on rafters. He'll be vulnerable as he has to get back into the site, or maybe go down below. An act of desperation as he picks up a single kill, but ultimately it's impactless. OXG bailed themselves out of what could have been a particularly disastrous first half by grabbing a second round to close things out. Sonic still with the lead. These teams will swap sides.
I know that Sonics, they lost that round, but you can tell that Citizen was completely and utterly feeling himself in that 1v4. He was hitting most of those shots as well. The Deagle one-taps were hitting just the shoulder, not the head. What a beautiful, out of nowhere push from OXG. They recognized that you could just go right then and there. Nothing was stopping them. And it's actually Dream, who both times in the CCTV attack has been the person to kind of lead things off. And it's one of the great things about Clubhouse, being a hot breacher yourself. One of the first things you do in most rounds is, you breach those exterior walls, leading to the bomb site, and that's it. All of a sudden, the support player of a Thermite or an Ace or an Hibana, whatever hot breacher you're playing, can become like an injured player because you've already spent your utility. Unfortunately for OXG, you only find 2 attacking rounds. The way that I personally see Clubhouse is, if you're a phenomenal attacking team, you should win vast majority of attacking rounds on Clubhouse, because it is one of those maps that are very strategical, very much the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s. There are so many small, tiny details you can change around, and I would say that you can actually play so many different attackers and defenders as well. Just a very dynamic map. Getting only 2 attacking rounds is not going to be the most confidence-inspiring position for OXG, but they won their very last attacking round, so they will at least go into side swap with some success on their shoulders.
I'd be happy with that end result, but
yeah,
still, OXG had some opportunities that they ultimately came up short on. 1 to 2 rounds, and we could have ourselves a very tight game. You hear the ram going off, that boogie upstairs making an ungodly amount of noise. There's Citizen to die as OXG strike first on their very first defense. Nitro Cell works. I guess an IQ didn't see that coming.
Ironic. One thing speaking of dynamic on Clubhouse is the attacking operator lineup and even defense as well, very different from one team to another. The Ram being brought out in Ying in the very first round for Soniqs. Oshi did not bring these operators whatsoever. Then we see Echo being brought by OXG, clearly favoring Intel, but not the IQ. I guess they want more plant deny-oriented information, the Yokai that can stun out the planter that is, more so than the Valkyrie cameras for the roam to play off of. And I don't think they're entirely wrong. We know Dream loves to bring a good old Maestro, one of the few Maestro players left in T1 play right now. But again, the issue is the cameras can't move if you're playing Maestro, so they'll just die because, you know, they'll be droned out, pinged, and then destroyed. So I really like the Yokai pick here, and the fact that it's IQ who dies first as well, at least one Yokai should be up for that bomb site execute, and it's going to be a problem for the attack.
It's an exceptionally quiet round, especially with a ram on the board. You'd think it'd be a little bit louder. Neither of these teams very intent on making noise. Common position now assumed by Soniqs as they hit the do or die part of this round. And Candelas will herald their entrance going in towards Church. Maybe a bit of friendly fire onto Geo with those flashbangs going off. Gunner waiting for the roll, but a swing from OXG punishing them. Suddenly, Soniqs have completely toppled Oxygen. Fish is the only member left, and he's inside a dirt tunnel. Swinging out in a bit of sloppiness as Grixer gets the final pick. It's devastating for OXG. They seem to be so poised. The swing onto Moto Door. They had a 2 numbers advantage, and then it just disappeared. Yeah, and I mean, we can't capture every single kill because they happen at the same time, but it's hard to actually see what went wrong for OXG. They had, as you said, numbers advantage. They had good operator selection. They had Yokai drones alive for Intel. They must have just lost their individual gunfights, being caught, I guess, off guard somehow. And if you're Gunner in that previous round, you know, you had a great job, right? You throw out a couple of Candelas, you die. But then your team just wins 5 seconds later. And I really like the fact that Dream said, okay, I'm gonna get Candela. I can't really do much in this scenario. I'll just swing the motor door with a shotgun. And he kills gun off the Ying. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, surely that's going to stop or pause the execute here coming from Soniqs. But no. Because every single member who wasn't in Motor Door, they executed elsewhere. We see here, Blue Hatch, Kitchen Hatch, dropping down, getting kills. And Fish is just the last guy alive, stuck in Dirt Tunnel. And it's always a very big question mark for players, for support staff, for talent when you watch a player inside of Dirt in that basement defense. Because it's one of those scenarios where if the attackers, they go into Dirt, okay, now you're trading one player for one player because the defender in Dirt cannot leave. And the attacker in Dirt is going to have a very hard time killing that defender in Dirt. So they're both stuck in there effectively. But if you have a defender inside of Dirt and no attacker comes there, well, you're still stuck. And that's what happened. The second Fish entered Dirt and Kitchen exits opened up, he cannot leave. The only way out would be an Asami that would throw a keeper barrier to cover the hatch, but Asami's banned by Oxygen, so they're limiting themselves a lot in those kinds of bomb site positions, and I guess Soniqs took great advantage to that because, yeah, it was 5 versus 4 technically, but Fish wasn't in the fight, so it's kind of a 4 versus 4. Well, speaking of Fish,
that's not good.
It appears that he got shot through the doorway over by Kitchen, and now just inch his way up. The observers saying that it was the drone hole that was the culprit.
No. That's rough.
And Fish is secured by Rexon.
Oh, that's a tilter. That is a tilter. One of the worst ways to die in Siege, period, has always been standing too close to a drone hole that faces the outside of the building. And attackers are not supposed to really look through those, you know, they're meant for drones. But hey, right place, the right time, and you might find yourself an entirely free kill. Just there, you see the bullet tracers on the wall. So yeah, it is indeed from the drone hole outside. The worst way to die in the game. Unlucky Fish.
It's not the start that OXG wanted whatsoever. Soniqs' record on Clubhouse speaks for itself. 6-1 over the last 7 times played this season, as we highlighted just a few rounds ago. And an opening pick to take out the Legion and also potentially wrestle away first floor control from Oxygen means Soniqs could be very close to a 6-2 scoreline, in which case, given how close these teams are, yeah, Oxygen's never a team that you can count out, but I don't know if Oxygen's a good enough team to win 4 rounds in a row and send us to overtime, especially when you're going up against the competition like SQ, who are themselves quite good. We know OXG are capable of it, but the likelihood, very slim. Final 30 seconds, and Dream goes for broke. Swinging onto the Logi hatch, down goes Citizen. Rexon drops 2. The kill feed is OXG's, as Grixer will drop to his death. Dream still in this position. Things have gone from good to bad in a hurry for SQ, and it continues to go in that direction. At this point, Soniqs might only get the pick on the fish, and that's exactly what happens. OXG gets every single kill after that. And if I'm OXG, I'll sacrifice 1 player to win the round every single time. A 3rd round goes on the board for Oxygen, and it's their first successful defense.
These rounds are incredibly difficult to actually predict because you would think with how Fish died early and how Soniqs were progressing through the map, it's gonna be a slaughter of a round when it comes to OXG on the defense, right? They're gonna fall apart surely, but no. I mean, a mixture of individual swings at the right times from OXG, they win their gunfights, pays off, yeah. But also, Soniqs very much playing far from one another for the first time so far in this entire game on both their attack and their defense. Not a single member of the attack was in a tradable position. So if you lose your individual gunfight, that's it. You lose that part of the map, no one can kill the opponent back, and you give the defense time to reload, to reposition, etc. And the intel that you gathered when you died to them, like, oh, he's in this corner, well, that all of a sudden is outdated immediately because no one can act upon it. The good thing if you're Soniqs, though, you have time to work with. You're ahead, it's 5-3. You can lose the next 2 rounds and then you're tied up. So you can kind of go through this and figure out, okay, what kind of defending team and what kind of defending playstyle is OXG going to be actually bringing? Will they actually start swinging us or not? Because we saw in the first round on basement, OXG were very passive. They didn't really fight a whole lot off the bomb side. And all of a sudden they go gym and they're swinging the hatches, they're swinging the windows, they're swinging the main breach and jacuzzi as well. So a bit of recalibration perhaps needed here for Soniqs, but again, they got time to work with. It should not be an issue for them. Jammer though, proving to be a little bit too difficult given that you have Maverick on the board, but it's work in progress here. Yeah, exactly. Now, I mean, fun fact, you could just repel and put the thermal charge a little bit higher and the jammer doesn't get it, but oh, wait a second, they're in and they're out.
Well, they were in. Their bodies are still in, but they are not alive. 2 very quick kills for OXG, only sacrificing a small bit of Yaga's HP in the process. Again, I think OXG is very happy with this trade. And honestly, if you're Soniqs, you attempt something that we saw from OXG. OXG, on the other part of the map, over on the side of Jim, tried that go for broke strategy, but fell short. Same thing happened for Soniqs. You lost your Finca, which honestly I would have liked to have seen what the overall idea is for them. And you lost the Maverick, whose job admittedly seems to be done. Soniqs do get on the board. They pick off Yaga. That's the smoke. Out of all the operators that OXG has available, smoke is probably one of the worst to lose with half of the round to go, but you can still see the gas lingering. So it's not like Yaga died without using some of his gadgetry.
I think the theory here was that they're gonna throw in flashbangs from the breach and then jump in the window. And when you pop the Finca stim, you basically remove all negative flash effects on your teammates, which means that the person jumping the window isn't flashed, but the defenders are supposed to be. You do that while caps are firing the catwalk rafters like we also saw to limit the catwalk guy from swinging that window jumping player. It just didn't work out, but look at this. Maybe there is still life left in this round for Soniqs. They get that crucial catwalk rafters in control. That's going to give them a chance in this round. But a C4 from Dream, Valkyrie cameras, Fenrir's sketch is still up. It's going to be a hard one for them.
That's such a frightening spot to be in on the bottom of the stairs for Grixer, but he manages to aggress. And now needs to find a vault in, and he's the last one left. So while he looks for an opening into the bomb site, and he's found it. He's lost his only ally of Geo.
15 seconds to go.
Diffuser's there, but he's under watch with 10 seconds to go. In the moment that he tries the plant, I'm certain OXG will be compelled to act. But Grixer just going for picks. If there's anybody that could have bailed himself out of a 1v3, it's certainly Grixer. We've seen that time and time again. But it does not end up happening. To no avail is Soniqs' early push, as it's shut down quite swiftly by OXG, who then ride out the remainder of the round. 2 in a row for Oxygen. This game is tightening up very quickly. Might have spoken too soon all the way back in round number 8. Soniqs will call a timeout and try to right this ship.
I think this is like the perfect time to call for a tactical timeout because you're still in the lead. You've been trying out a couple different things on the first 3 rounds, and you've also recognized that Oxygen themselves have been changing their defense style too. So now this is where the support staff can come in and say, okay, these are the issues that we recognize. These are the things that the opponent is doing to us, and then talk about whether you want to change something up, go back to your basics, or if somebody has maybe perhaps found a weakness to them. For example, if there's a person always roaming solo, try and get the kill. If the side seems to be relatively weak, like we just saw that bomb site rush that Soniqs attempted in the previous round, it wasn't done randomly because they're like, oh, let's just try it, guys. Usually there's a plan and a thought behind it. There's some drone intel. And of course, you're trying to catch your opponent by surprise by doing what I like to call an off-pace play. And that's when you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing it, like attacking the bomb site with only a minute into the round and you've only really breached one area of the map. No defender is realistically going to think you're going to make that play. That's why we call it off-pace. And it's a great play to make, but it doesn't always work out because they're also heavily relying on getting that initial opening kill, winning your individual gunfights, and again, the defender is having a gap in their defense. OXG looking very strong when it comes to bomb site itself, but what I wonder about them is, how good is their roam going to be? Because if you put yourself in a box every single round, where you're only playing on the bomb side, I mean, surely the attacker should figure out a way to break that the second time they attack it. So you can almost argue that the more rounds OXG they win in a row, to have to go back to those same bomb sites they've won previously, Soniqs should have a solution for those if OXG cannot change around their playstyle.
A technical pause at the moment. So we get a tactical timeout called, and then a tech pause to just delay the return back to the game. All 3 bomb sites now played, well, there's 4, but Bar Stage does really not show up that much. It had a moment in the sun around the Copenhagen Major where it was showing up semi-frequently, often supplanting that CCTV cache bomb site upstairs. In private conversations, the reason for that is, well, a Maverick renders that bomb site pretty much unusable because there's just nothing you can do once that wall gets opened up. Jacuzzi could potentially be the wall that you want to structure around the most, or maybe even construction. But again, a Maverick still deals with those quite well. So we saw Bar in stage quite a lot. Its pick rate as a bomb site in stage 2, really not where it could be. So CCTV cache has become the tertiary site. OXG prevailing on the 2 top floor bomb sites, but struggling with Church. That's exactly what happened when Soniqs did their first site rotation, but they managed to fix it and win their second defense on Church quite decisively. OXG hoping to accomplish the same thing, as they will now go back downstairs to that Church bomb site.
Oh, this is a classic. I mean, I spoke earlier about the small, intricate details of this map. All of a sudden, we're shipping out a bandit on Yacht who's roaming top floor and just bandit trick the CCTV wall because it's typically the first all the attackers are going to breach, or they'll breach that and Jacuzzi at the same time to take top floor and control for the roam clear. So now Gunner, he just walks up to the wall, puts down that secondary hard breach on the bug, and well, you know, it gets zapped. It's gone. And that's gonna force us to go, aha, okay, we need to find a new entry point inside the map. Let's try and go Jacuzzi maybe. Look where Yogg is. He's now on Jacuzzi side. Soniqs, they aren't actually going for Jacuzzi. They're going downstairs inside a strip room and stock, etc. Just go for that first floor attack. But now the issue is, much like OXG when they were attacking that basement bomb site, when Soniqs were roaming, you don't know what's above you. Where the roamers are going to be, the soft destruction. I mean, Yogg has a C4. He can easily open up a line of sight, walk down the staircase and flank. So Soniqs are fighting above them and below them and horizontally all at once. That's not where you want to be on the attack. You gotta stabilize.
First pick goes to Soniqs, as he talked about. Fish dying again. a similar spot. Now it's Newers' time to say goodbye. Half the round gone. OXG will fight back. Down goes Gunner. He was so strong at the beginning of this matchup. He was like 9-3, I believe, the scoreline. He's gone 1-5 since. And dying early again is something that we've seen from Gunner before. Playing on that entry role, you expect him to be one of the first people in action. You don't want to gamble on him too often. Yaga taking down Rex and re-engaging. Here's another inside of construction. He's being hunted down on this top floor part of the map. Soniqs finding themselves almost stuck in the mud. Doesn't look like any of the silhouettes are even close to the basement at the moment. With only 30 seconds left, that's not ideal. So what do? They ignore Yaga. Leave him be. Hope that you can kill him on the way back. There's the nearsighted effect that Fox A is looking to capitalize off of, as now the execute comes in for Soniqs with only 15 seconds on the clock. Fox A well prepared to meet these players from Soniqs inside of blue. Where's Dream? Where's Yaga? They're the real question marks. Yaga's got the cross into blue. He'll try to soften them up. It's Yaga and Dream against Citizen, who has the diffuser in hand, but he's in a hopeless position. And there are the spam pings. He falls off. He will not give them the glory. Citizen survives, but his team does not survive the round. OXG win 3 in a row, and we've got a tie game.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, Foxy and York are both looking so good right now. Yeah, they've had everyone has good and bad games, etc. But they are just such stable players, like the foundation of this team right now. And it really has been a matter of when OHG first picked up Newers, they were such a lethal team on the front line. Newers would walk in and just like mow down the opponent. But nowadays, especially the last like 3 or 4 games from OXG in this stage, it's been Yogg, Dream, and Foxy doing most of that heavy lifting. And there can be many reasons for it, right? Fish falls early in the injury fights. Newers hasn't been as successful this stage either, but you can always count on Fox. You can always count on Yogg. And I think Soniqs had a bit of a misstep in that round because, yeah, they rushed the bomb site when they recognized Yogg was upstairs, but they lost 2 members before that decision was made. The moment Yogg kills the first attacker on that room clear on construction, I say you take the 4 attackers and you run straight down to basement 4 versus 2. Instead, they sent a second player to solo look for Yogg. He dies as well, and now it's 3 versus 2 instead on the bomb site. So I think Soniqs made the right conclusion at the end, but I think they got to that conclusion a little bit too late, because they could have had more manpower with the exact same goal if they had acted sooner in the round. And now, indeed, we do have that game on our hands, that good 5-5 scoreline. Your favorite round, Parker. And this time it's in a best of 3 format. No, it's a good thing. I agree with you. I also love the 5-5 scoreline, okay? And
how convenient it is. You cast with links. You think I'm not listening.
Yeah.
You take advantage of me in a moment of medical crisis and mock me on the broadcast. Now that you're here with me, it's all sunshine and rainbows. I love this round. It's my favorite.
I said it was my favorite too when I did it with links. I know it's not an emergency. You had like a cold or something, okay?
My eye was swollen.
Okay, your eye was itchy, okay? It wasn't actually swollen. Don't dramatize it.
It was genuinely quite serious, but I appreciate the concern.
You told me you're fine, so it's all good, okay? It's done and done.
I will be fine. I have medication. That's all that matters.
But will OHG be fine?
Modern medicine. Modern medicine. And how do you diagnose the problems that Soniqs are going through right now? Is they've lost every bomb site that they've gone to over the last 3 rounds. Soniqs just cannot tackle these defenses by OXG.
Oh, it's been 3 rounds in a row.
What do you prescribe?
Right now, I prescribe you a good amount of clutch better, play better right now for Soniqs, because they're simply just not stepping up individually right now. Those opening kills, not happening. The follow-up, not happening. And you pointed out last round, Gunner, you said it was like 9-3. Now he's 10-8. He's severely cooled off. And I will say Soniqs were a little bit dependent on him earlier on. And I was saying, what if Gunner gets picked off on defense? Well, that didn't really happen. But what if Gunner can't find those same openings on the attacking side? He's playing Maverick, he's a bit more restricted, and you're up against a very, I would say, passive OXG for the most part, playing close in the bomb site, not giving any of the openings. But look at this timer. It's ticking down and nobody's acting. But right now the dose is, it's time to go, Soniqs.
Nobody losing any HP? Well, I mean, you didn't lose any HP, you just lost your life. The nade claiming Newers. And now the march for Soniqs as they are in.
The attacker's bomb
Gio
diffuser has
thought
been
he had a
dropped.
window of opportunity, but Fish says no thank you. Numbers favoring OXG. They just continue to get better. Rexen has one. Here's the Vector. Gunner drops. Caught in the corner, but there's Yaga firing back. Suddenly Rexen has to pivot and an about face is in order as his eyes are set on construction. Might he get one? No, he doesn't. 4 in a row from OXG. This is quite an impressive streak. The beginning didn't look that great, but over the last 6 rounds, OXG have taken 5, forcing Soniqs to take their timeout, forcing Soniqs to run the gamut of bomb sites, swapping up operators, and ultimately, every single attempt to gain map control, to gain site control, and get the diffuser down has ultimately failed for SQ. They have one more opportunity to win this map. This is Soniqs' map. They are 6-1 since the beginning of this season, all the way back in the spring. That number is teetering on 6-2, which would move us to OXG's map of Chalet with OXG up 1-0.
Yeah, and mentally speaking, right? Soniqs were all smiles. They were super happy when they're on defense, when they're up in that round count. They don't really look the same right now. And I will say, thank God for them that it's a best of 3 series, because you need to just be able to go next map at this. I'm not saying you should surrender this round, but if you end up losing like 5 rounds in a row, or she goes 7-5 in terms of round count, you can say, okay, it's not a best of 1. We just gotta play Orca now, and then of course win Chalet first. So they have that to look forward to, that long game that they gotta prepare themselves for, because you can count yourself out. And I want to see Soniqs keep on fighting and keep on trying, but I want to see more life from them. They tried to make those quick-paced rounds, the first couple of attacks. It was then shut down, and all of a sudden they look much more passive now. They hit the side very late. Again, the trades aren't there from them on the previous stream attack. It's one by one they fall on the round. A little bit too easy for OXG when you do it that way. We saw them try and make for that semi-rush last time on CCTV. The Captains of Fire, the flashbangs, the think above, jump on in, get shut down. I imagine we're going to see a more methodical approach here from Soniqs. A good old get the breach first on CCTV wall, then get the garage breach, and then either choose to go construction or to simply try and clear out the catwalk rafters. Typically, we'll look at the upper lineup and go, what do we think they're going to do in this round? Well, when an attacker team is playing Capital, 9 out of 10 times they're going to go for that garage attack, because the Capital firebolts on the catwalk rafters combined with grenades are the 2 only ways to really clear the catwalk rafters position. That's where Newers is going to sit on Wamai. So it's kind of all up to Newers to try and save this round, or, I mean, he can die. It'll be a harder round for his teammate, but if Newers is successful at holding the catwalk rafters, that's basically the round over in favor of OXG.
There's a bit of struggle, if you recall, to capture this part of the map. There's Grixer and then Citizen to go through catwalk. How quickly can SQ flush out these players from OXG that are playing on catwalk? Well, there's only one, and it's Newers. He's been the first to die for OXG a worrying amount of time, and despite the way that this half has gone for them, Soniqs have struck gold 4 of the 6 rounds well before OXG's been able to answer back. Still, they haven't won a single round that they have drawn first blood. Yeah, I'll repeat that again. Soniqs have not won a single round where they have gotten the first pick in this second half. And that's 4 of the 6 rounds. Now, they might not have gotten first blood, but OXG are able to equalize. They lose 1 and 2, in fact. Grixer, this incredible position upstairs on rafters, managing to just punish and push these players from OXG back. Dream will stand against the hordes as Yaga is down below. Nitro Cell goes out. It's perfectly thrown. Now they just need to wait. As Yaga assumes the position at top of red. This is a very powerful spot. Rafters still in control of Soniqs, but suddenly it's a 2v2 with Rexen being injured as well. Gio walking in, nearsighted, but he doesn't care at all. He'll attempt the plant. Rexen can't see either. This gives an opportunity for OXG to get real aggressive. Yaga punished, Dream around the corner, and it's a scare, but Soniqs finally win a round after the last 4 went in favor of their opponents. A look of relief on their faces as now we go to overtime.
Oh yeah, I think they realized just how close and how sloppy and messy that was. They were getting nearsighted by the Fenrir, yellow ping by the Valkyrie cameras. They were getting, you're dying to see C4s that were tossed out of nowhere, and they built up that nice lead. Grixer with a phenomenal 2K to open things up, but the plan is never really stable on this CCTV attack. Unless there is no C4s and no vertical play, and you got everything covered basically, planting is just very difficult. I like what the Soniqs are trying to do that round by sending Gunner in to kind of just like create chaos, but he literally ran into a C4 that wasn't even meant to go in towards his direction, or rather, it was aimed for the planter, who's in the same position rather. So he died early, but a clutch of a round, taking them all the way to this 6-6 point that they're in. It's back and forth, and it's really anyone's first map here. I don't know how to predict who's gonna win, because try as you might, you're not gonna get it right.
Well, the numbers don't lie. This should be a cakewalk for Soniqs based on where they've been as of late, but OXG's been the better team in this stage and in this game. I mean, as close as it is, I can't tell you which team I think ought to be ahead. I think we are right where the scoreline should be. These two teams are evenly matched. The desk said that they expect all 3 maps. I would not disagree with that assertion whatsoever. Which means that we would end on Oregon, which what a spectacular map that would be for these two teams to send the series away. But I do worry a little bit about Soniqs. I worry that this is one of their strongest maps over the last year. I worry that this was the map that they picked, and I worry that OXG has kept it very competitive. And not just competitive, but OXG looked like the better team through most of that second half.
I would agree with you on that one. But as you mentioned, Soniqs, they get defense twice. So looking at the numbers, they are in the more favorable position. It can be hard to kind of, change things off. You go into OT, you just played like 6 attacking rounds. All of a sudden you're defending. It's a different kind of play style and mindset you got to put yourself into as a player. Your win conditions change. You got to figure out, okay, what were our good bomb sets again? Where did we win? What attacks did they do? What did we do? And just kind of fine-tune in those things for overtime. Make it perfect. No OXG, they're going for the same exact clear. The EMP above clears out the protection around the AKs. The nade follows through, destroys the shield. There again, they're setting up for what's gonna happen in about 30-45 seconds from now. That bombs that execute. And OXG want to ensure they get all those boxes checked off. The vertical play, the hatch openings, the utility clear. So that when they get that situation happening, they're in the best position possible. But to be in the best position possible, you need everybody alive. And Dream, he doesn't make the cut. He gets picked off early in this round. He sees Soniqs trying to play proactive, but he gets punished immediately by Foxy.
Soniqs strike first, but it's not an advantage that they gained for very long. OXG with 45 seconds left are actually ahead of the timer in regards to what we see out of these executes. It's not really amounting to much though, because Foxy finds himself in a 1v3. Possibly impactless kills incoming, or the clutch of Foxy's career, dare I say it? None of it transpires. OXG stitched 2 in a row, now they sit on match point.
Back and forth and back and forth. And now, well, yeah, you win a defense. You gotta go attack now, and you gotta really prove that you're the real deal, or you gotta go all the way to that very final round. Because Soniqs, they are in that fortunate position. They get the defense twice in overtime. But of course, if you can, you wanna close it out on your following round on attack. Just end it there. Reserve some energy for next map. Because the longer these games go, well, the more your energy reserves, your stamina, your endurance, your best of 3 potential gets tested, right? If you win 7-0 the first map, you can easily go the distance on the following 2 because you only played, basically half a map in the first one, only playing 7 rounds. If you go overtime the first map and overtime the second map, there is going to be a possibility of fatigue in that third map. Can impact your decision making. Of course, you're not going to be playing at 110%. So sure, you want to come out swinging. But just like playing, just like commentating and everything else, you need to pace yourself correctly for a long day. And for these teams playing today, it very well could be a long day because you don't know how many rounds you're gonna play.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential 45 rounds on the board. We are an hour into action at this point. Maybe not exactly an hour, but we're very quickly closing in on that. For all intents and purposes, we will round up. I know that I have never competed at this level, but you have. And I know that players will talk about how even just playing a single best of one can be very mentally taxing. A best of three, I'd imagine, is even more so. OXG strikes first in a very crucial round on Soniqs map. Down goes Citizen, down goes the Ash, down goes the breaches that come with it. Soniqs are gonna burst into the bomb site through Dirt Tunnel. Geo doesn't survive, neither does Rexon. This is a third rush strat that we've seen so far in this matchup. None of them have worked. Gunner's in a 1v5 and there hasn't been a single scratch to OXG. Can he assert himself down blue? Position given away by one of those proximity alarms. He takes down Newers, looking for another. He'll find it onto Fish, but his exit sent home by Yaga. All 15 rounds needed. Soniqs very quick to get back to defense.
Yep, another off-pace play, another lost round as well. And I really respect these kind of quick rushes in overtime because we tend to see teams when they reach that overtime scenario, they play slower. There's more stress, there's more pressure. Well, Soniqs said, maybe you can just send this one home even quicker and go for that bomb site rush. It didn't pay off, of course, we saw that. But yeah, going back to the energy level that we spoke of earlier, you said, Parker, some players say even playing a best of one is like exhausting. And it really is, because when you're playing a best of one, you're pouring every single inch of yourself into it, right? You want to use 110% of your energy levels so that you know that when the game is over, you did as much as you possibly could. Most teams, you know, in domestic leagues, well, every team, they play best of ones until they get to these playoff scenarios. So sure, you scrim 3 to 4 maps, so maybe sometimes 5 in a row, but that's scrims. You're comfortable, you're just there to learn, to practice, etc. The outcome of that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Right now it does. You lose, well, not great. You win, well, you got more games to play. 5 seconds to go. So it's gonna be a long, you know, week and a half, 2 weeks for these teams, so the amount of games they gotta play and prepare for.
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
And again, not everyone is equally experienced in these scenarios either. I would say for this particular lobby, quite the experienced players. Fish, of course, the least experienced right now. But there are some teams who will see play later on where they don't have that many players who's done this many times before.
I mean, if you look at 2 players in this lobby who've basically been playing since the beginning. Foxay, if I remember correctly, actually played in the closed alpha all the way back. Geo's been around for eternity. He played on Xbox. I mean, Xbox didn't even exist as a supported pro league for an overwhelming majority of people who've played this game. I mean, I think when the Xbox Pro League ended up being closed down, the player numbers on Steam charts, which are always an imperfect measurement, I think the game was only at like 20 or 30,000 people at absolute most. Most people, most new fans would probably be surprised to know that there was even a console Pro League. Obviously, it's nice to see console players getting their time in the sun. Jinxie playing on console is inarguably brought this game back to a level on Twitch that we hadn't seen for quite some time, which is excellent. But the point remains, the fact that Geo played on Xbox way back in the day, well, he's a dinosaur by Rainbow Six terms. 1 kill for each, but Soniqs ultimately come out ahead as we hit the exact halfway point of the round and the defense holding true. This is a defender-sided map so far. Does not surprise me one bit to see them doing the damage they've done, and it's the Thatcher Thermite combo off of the board for OXG.
This is like a very tough place to be as a player. You have 1 grenade left on Yogg. Neurus has no health left. You're 3 versus 4, a minute left. It's a final round, so you have to win it. And there's no easy way to problem solve this. You have to kind of hope that the enemy makes a mistake or two. You win your individual gunfights. This nade, for example, had that killed Citizen. You're in the 3 versus 3, but instead, no, it doesn't do a single point of damage. Urshi are forced to walk up a staircase, jump in a window, walk through a Naruni gate, and do these really unsexy gunfights and somehow try and win them as well.
It's not just unsexy gunfights. It's not even about gunfights at all. Sometimes it's about the utility and gadgetry work. Foxay's attempt to poke a hole into the defense of that bathroom wall, thwarted by the nade tossed out. No impacts remaining. No Selmas remaining either. This is just going to be pure bloodshed. Blood sport for these teams. But Geo is just taking a break. He used to go by the name Sleepy Geo, and lying prone by the bed, that's as accurate as ever. A pick for OXG. They keep walking in. They're under watch from the Evil Eye. Gunner has so many bullets. He doesn't need to be involved. It's the rest of Soniqs who do. What a nail biter of a matchup. 8-7 the scoreline as Soniqs win on their map, but OXG did not make it easy. And there was a time where it looked like OXG would have been able to walk away with it. A lot of gumption from those SQ folks. And they go up 1-0. Chalet awaits us as our second map. We got a break for you. We'll come back with more of Soniqs versus Oxygen.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost, 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a peek there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have the time.
What's so funny, Rare?
Well, because I already know the answer is. I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're going to pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
He is. What do you mean, me?
I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud and at least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as the operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And
that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is.
all gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
Oh. What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake up
You're
that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah. Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm the, I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
they hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like steak.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game.
Aw,
When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
It's genetics. It's born with it.
Genuinely no better way to start playoffs than to do it with a max overtime game. Just like that, OXG drops Clubhouse 8-7 after looking like they maybe had a comeback in map, or like somewhere in that second half they were looking pretty good, but it's the Soniqs claiming their own map pick. Took a long time to get there, but they finally did.
It was a tale of two halves, Jacob. We saw both teams really struggling on attack. And for me, it comes all down to pacing. We have talked on and on about how Soniqs struggle in the late game and how Oxygen have sometimes struggled in the early game. And that's exactly what we saw here. That first half, who was it but Gunnar? Constantly getting aggressive, finding those early picks, bringing it to Oxygen early in the round, which is where Soniqs are strongest. Then when the sides swapped and Oxygen were better able to control the pace, we saw the executes fumble from Soniqs time and time again. So many early deaths before they could actually get into the site. The beginning of all their pushes really just didn't start off well for them. So yeah, disappointing attacks I'd say from both squads here on Clubhouse, but we got an interesting game out of it, 15 rounds.
Yeah, it was an interesting half, and like you were saying, the attack half on, I mean, well, just not the halves, but in terms of both teams, SQ having a very hard time with their mid to late round, then Oxygen having a good time on their mid to late round. It was like this back and forth of seeing who, could try to figure out who was messing up here or who was playing there. And again, the attacks were sloppy on both ends, but then you switch the defense on both sides and they looked very strong. And I think Parker said it, or maybe Pengu said it, Oxygen looked better in my opinion, and it was like going into yesterday with SQ. SQ looked better in that M80 game. Ultimately, M80 closed it out. SQ closes out here, even with Oxygen doing well. A player that stuck out to me the most was Gunnar, like you were saying. He had, I don't know if it was 5 or 6 entries on that first defensive half,
like that, yeah.
But that is massive. He has put up huge numbers. Yeah, this first play, I'm genuinely surprised that he was able to do that. And one thing that really stuck out to me with Oxygen here is when I was at least on the team, we cleared very heavy to stop those roams, and now you didn't really see that here, and they got punished very heavily because of it.
Look at Fish on the right-hand side there. 2 Claymores in pocket. That happened multiple times, and I get it. There's a Solus on the board. A Claymore is going to get cleared anyways, but still, even having that sound cue of an impact nade going out to clear a Claymore or something would have been nice to see that coming forward from Oxygen, because really Gunnar was running havoc against this team. He played so well in that first half, the 1.27 KD ratio, and the vast majority of those frags came in those early rounds on defense. He quieted up on attack just like everybody did on Soniqs, but he's the main reason why Soniqs won this game, because of how much work he put in to give them that first lead.
Considering how close that game was, the fact that he has a performance like that, it means Soniqs basically need him to do that every game if it's going to be this close. close because, again, this is 3 seed against 6 seed. Soniqs are the 6. They were struggling a lot heavily, especially when it came to attacks. They were only 45% win rate back in groups. So for Gunnar to be doing this, obviously fantastic. They just needed to continue. And that's them winning their own pick. We go to Chalet next as map number 2. But I think now that we've seen the way map number 1 win, I'm a little bit concerned this is going to be a 2-0, Jesse.
Well, both these teams like Chalet. Auction obviously picked it, but for Soniqs, they should feel pretty confident about coming here. It's one of their favorite maps historically. They've played it once this stage. It was a 7-4 game against Mirage. I think that Soniqs are going to be feeling very confident. They obviously want to roll this into a quick 2-0 to send Auction down to the LCQ, but it's going to be a tough one still.
Well, even with that being the first game, and we both thought both maps were going to be picked by the other team.
Yeah.
Didn't work out that way, but I still see this map going into Chalet. Obviously, Oxygen is very confident in playing this map, just as Soniqs was very confident playing in the Clubhouse. So as much as I think Soniqs want this 2-0, I think it's still going to be a barn burner, just like we saw Clubhouse.
So just on the face of things, the fact that OXG having defense first on Chalet, I mean, I don't know. It feels like both of the teams that picked the maps got a better side to start off with. It just OXG couldn't capitalize when they had attack first on Club. So I'm hoping they have a much better first half here because it's all about pace setting for OXG.
Well, I'll say this, especially on Clubhouse, Oxygen, when I was on it, and maybe they're still doing it now, obviously seeing the last game, is they pick attack to really get the fundamentals going. That's the nice thing about starting on attack is you can get the comms flowing, you can get the synergy going, because when you start on defense, you're waiting for the other team to make the move, to see what's going to happen. Then the communication starts. But again, when you're on attack, you have to pretty much be perfect throughout, thick and thin, throughout that entire round.
Right, but OXG starting on defense here.
Right.
So,
but this is where I was talking about. That starts the first game off. Now they're in the second game. Everything's warmed up. So now it doesn't really matter maybe in some sides where you start. Defense on some maps are better than others. I personally think even seeing Clubhouse, I think it's a very attacker-sided, even though, again, it was very sloppy on both ends.
Yeah.
But in terms of it being the first game, I think it's just good to get the, you know, the momentum going, the comms going, just getting everything perfect. And now going into the second game, everyone should be warm.
Well, Game 1 was really close, but that kind of doesn't matter because the only thing the record book is going to show is that Soniqs are now up 1-0 and OXG are only one map away from getting knocked out of this playoff bracket and having to go through the LCQs if they want to make Atlanta. Can Soniqs do it in 2, or do OXG still have some fight left in them? It's Parker and Pengu with the call.
Well, I mean, the first map was as close as could humanly be, which to me seems like that's troubling signs for Soniqs, who, given their record again, which is now 7-1 on that map since the start of this season, and given that they picked the map, probably should have been a faster affair. In my eyes, I think OXG are going to take Chalet and probably kick themselves for how close Clubhouse got, which then, of course, goes back to the initial prediction by the desk, which is that all 3 maps will be needed. Let's see, though, Nick. I don't know if you agree with me on those points. I'd be interested if you don't. But let's vamp a little bit over it as the operator bands come in.
No, I very much agree. And let's say OXG, you know, they win this map of Chalet, their map pick, and then you go back and say, okay, 1 round was the difference maker on Clubhouse to win 2-0. You're gonna kick yourself over that. You know, like, oh, we're so close. You should have, could have, would have done it, but we didn't. And I actually think, I think Laxing really hit the nail on its head, both with, he also believes that Clubhouse is an attacker favorite map if you don't attack it in a sloppy way. So that's something to note for the first map between these 2 teams. And secondly, I like that he kind of shared the tidbit about OXG in the best of 3, like to start attack to get like the fundamentals down, get all that creative juice flowing. And second map, you can start defense, you're already warmed up, and to argue on top of it, Soniqs' attacks looked kind of sloppy. So now OXG, they're warmed up for fundamentals, they get defense side first, Soniqs have to attack. I think this sets up OXG great for Chalet, and I think the eyes are really gonna be on Soniqs' side, whether they can be a good enough of a team to actually win on the second map, or at the very least, make it competitive.
I want to say, I'm going to say it.
Okay.
No matter who wins, you, the viewer, wins too.
He's severe that way, Parker, yeah?
I like to go on the record with this. Not to rebut the people who like to cry that we are biased casters, because frankly, most of the time, I don't give a good goddamn as to who wins these matches. I'm in it for the storyline. I'm in it for the spectacle. the more electric these teams are, the more competitive these teams are, the better. And then, yeah, there are some times where you hope a team wins for a storyline, sure. But ultimately, I don't really care. In this particular matchup, I think there's very compelling reasons for both SQ and OXG to win these matches. And I think it will lead to a good storyline no matter what. But in this instance, all I want is as close of a match as we got on Clubhouse, which means, well, in order to hit that mark, we need to go all 15 rounds. How many of you watching, whether you're watching right now or watching later back in the VOD at another time, you don't really have much to do today, right? You're just going to be along for the ride with us.
Surely. And if so, we'll welcome you with open arms. The Arbiter ban phase went a little bit different this time. Dokkaebi is still a stable ban, but I mean, this is intel galore. Dokkaebi, Solid, Brava, Valkyrie, intel, all across the board from both these two teams. And it's gonna mean that on defense, the only intel you can bring is a Echo and Yokai drones, or just good actual drone work from the attacking side. If you're an attacker, that is. It's gonna be tough. And I think it's also a perfectly good reason as to why Gio's playing the Monty, because that's going to give you really nice intel on the attacking side at least. And defense, they don't got any way to substitute that in this current round. So OXG, they're running around somewhat blind on this map. You can already see Fish and Yogg taking a ton of damage early in this round.
I feel like you haven't paid enough attention to the Monty. I'm eagerly anticipating a blitz at some point today, just for you to completely lose your mind.
I would love that. But I mean, that's for Oregon, right? We're saving that for the final map. This can be a Monty round, Monty game. I love it. Gio is, you know, there's those and those Monty players, right? There are the passive ones that give intel, they always extend out. And then the ones that will ADS, drop shot you, 360 no scope, whichever, just get kills. Gio is very much sleepy Gio. Walks around, gets some intel, yellow pings, and the young boys behind him will do the work.
Was very accurate. Grixer, the very first pick, losing a lot of his HP in the process. Citizen still following up with Gio above as these players from OXG roaming on the top floor. Holding vital map control. Being pushed back ever so slightly. Down goes Citizen. So even though Gio is there, he might be a bullet magnet, but not necessarily a nitro magnet. Now he will toil over in Trophy. And he gives some pings as he sees OXG maneuvering through this A-bomb site over by Kitchen, into Trophy, into the hallway. There's a smorgasbord of OXG players within reach. 30 seconds to go, and there's Gio gone from the board. Very well played by Fox A. Surrenders to Fuser 2. Fox A gets siege timinged on the stairs inside a Trophy. SQ clamping down on the peripheries of this bomb site. Dream still playing from above, looking for a potential retake. Yaga's up there as well. If these kill holes don't line up, they're in serious trouble. Grixer picking off one. OXG just with the two above. Precarious position to drop on down Yaga and Dream. Now going for the stairs. Dream over by the hatch. Yaga was magnificent in game number 1. There goes Dream, and the lockout from SQ is perfect. The post plan goes as you'd expect it to. Soniqs get all 3 picks once the diffuser goes down, and they take round number 1.
A very puzzling outcome of that round, because it looked like OXG were very comfortable on the bomb site itself. West main control, they had base main control, they had kitchen dining control, of course. And they opted for the play that no one really seems to do a lot. A 3-man retake up through the blue staircase and fireplace staircase to try and regain control of the top floor. And it would have worked if they had had better intel. They had a couple of yellow pings from a bulletproof camera, but they couldn't find the planter, and they couldn't really get any real value with the verticality. So what happens is that Soniqs just get the bomb down, and then they have the post plant. And because they don't have any intel to work with, they have to walk down the staircase now straight into the arms of the attacking team, who's now defending the bomb site essentially. So I felt like the OXG could have done what they did on Clubhouse, hold the bomb site, play with their lives intact because they have that early advantage. And even more importantly, Foxay killed Gio on Monty about halfway through that round. That was the only real way Soniqs had intel on what was actually going on near the bomb site itself. They didn't have a lot of drone work because it wasn't needed. They had Gio. So when Gio dies, surely you stick around a bit longer, but no. Gio was teasing a second multi-round for a short bit, but unfortunately, he went on to Capital instead. It's still a fun operator to watch, you know. I always love to see utility play. And the Capital Fire is very crucial for this bar bomb set attack. You can easily clear out library with that in that default corner next to the, between the double and single window. And that's a problem. You don't want to burn a ton of flashbangs or grenades always. Sometimes just try and get a single fire in there. Guaranteed clear it. Don't need, you know, pinpoint accuracy like with a grenade. But we know, and so does Soniqs now, that OXG, they're not playing that corner. Because they too fear, perhaps, a Capital.
Capital's pick rate's been quite steady so far. He hasn't been dominating games, and he's only been present on specific sites, but I like the application, the way teams use him, especially on this site in particular. Very common for those fire arrows to go into the corner, as you talked about. That's what the magnets are there for, and some teams, despite it being what should be a simple lineup, still struggle to get those arrows in the right place. Now, there's nobody from OXG in that particular spot, as you mentioned. We're going to play a little bit farther back.
Keep it deployed.
We call this a full court press, as there's two separate players from OXG sitting by that library doorway, watching the window. That Kiba barrier was thrown out by Yaga, which will prevent vision for Soniqs. If they go to vault in, there's a kill hole beneath them. Unsure of at the moment whether somebody from OXG is actively holding that, but it will give some trepidation to Soniqs. Either way, another nade will now go in as Dream gets hit by an air jab, knocked over. Citizen dies first, and then, well, it's an answer back. Both teams drawing blood at this moment. A 3v3, but might as well be less as Gio is bleeding out. Looks retrievable. All it will take is Gunnar getting him back up from the dead. There's a trail of blood leading into that bar back that is spotted by Dream, but he's patient for now. 50 seconds. Action could happen at a moment's notice, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, the issue's diffused, right? Gotta pick it up somehow, but Vert is now working against you, and Gunnar just risks it all. What a madman. And now, Soniqs, they can effectively plant at a bar.
Great start to the second map by Gunnar. He had a strong start in map number 1 before cooling off. Now amidst the smoke, not in terms of kills, but in terms of objective play, that case looking to get planted. Grixer holding from above, just cutting right through OXG. But their X Factor, Yaga, has been sensational round through round. Will hop on to the case. Grixer following up, engaging, and Grixer's spray wins out. Soniqs, 2 in a row. Perfect through these 2 rounds on attack. They've gotten the diffuser down both times as well.
I know it's early to say because we've literally only watched 2 rounds, but I almost want to say that the rounds we've seen so far from Soniqs on attack on Chalet looks a lot better than the, 7 rounds we saw from them on Clubhouse. Like, they look decisive, they have good pace, they're also controlling the pace. Sure, XG, they're doing the classic, we're playing relatively passive, we're playing safe, we want you to make the first move, etc. And it did look like it was going to be a struggle for Soniqs in the previous round, but then out of nowhere, it just hit the side. A good follow-up from the basement staircase in towards the bar door, and just jumping in the double window, and then they pause. One member gets injured, diffused on the ground. They needed Grixer to rotate on that nomad like we saw, and they just said, okay, we're gonna wait for you, I'll give you 20 seconds. Once that 20 seconds had passed, when Grixer was in the right position for the execute, they were like, how do we plan? What do we do here? Well, you smoke twice just in the doorway to block off the hatch angles. You fire the passable door entry point. Grixer was on the library balcony covering the library hatch, and there was no actual way for Oshi to counter that plant spot because the warden was above and Grixer killed him earlier in the round, right before the hatch drop. So beautiful problem solving from Soniqs right now, and in my opinion, just again, showing they have a better understanding of Chalet, or more comfortability perhaps, than that of Clubhouse.
Kind of balked when Jacob on the desk was like, it feels like we're going to get a 2-0 here, because my thought process was the opposite. Well, OXG kept it really, really close on map number 1. And now we're going to their map. There should be favorable conditions for OXG to prevail and then send us to a third map. We even talked about it in the preamble. But with the way that Soniqs have been playing so far, lends a lot of credibility to the things that Jacob said. I don't want anybody thinking that this is me smack talking Jacob. Not at all. People also need to realize that there are lots of times where I will say something pretending to be oblivious so that you can step up and fill everybody in. Do I know the answer to the question? A lot of times, yes. You, the viewer, might not. And it allows you to be the expert. Jacob can take a conflicting viewpoint so that Jesse and Laxing can riff off of it. That's the signs of a good desk host, is to get the most out of your analysts. Speaking of analysts, when I was talking about Geo in the previous round, I got a message from Laxing that said, and I quote, Geo played with me, and this part is in all caps, and I would like to stress this was in all caps, and he was a little cutie pie. Now, this could also apply to Foxay, I guess, because technically he was also Laxing's teammate, but either way, I'm choosing it to be Geo, because that's who we spent the most time talking about.
That's fair.
We've flown through this round, and here's the action. Fish gressing up the stairs. Oxygen, in fact, trying to rip away this control of the top floor that Soniqs thought they had. Gunner and Citizen are doomed. OXG with an advantage with just a minute to go.
Really good play there, having two flankers work together, and it was a bit of a surprise from Gunner. He killed the first member of Fish, sure, but the second member of Foxay shut him down for a 1-for-1 trade. Surprised that Munchie's not in these gunfights, so that's like a very passive Munchie from Geo here in these rounds.
Grixer's just sitting in the sight. What?
He's that good?
Spinning around, what a shot! Excellently done by Grixer. Foxay backing away as the Nitro Cell tears some of the life away from Geo. Grixer wanting more. It's going to leave Geo in a 1v3. Not a spot that you as a Monty want to find yourself in, especially with the diffuser still on your person. Yaga seals the deal. OXG win their first round in this match.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of Monty being the last player alive. And again, like it's a 2 versus 3, and it's Grixer who's aggressing forward, looking for those engagements, when it should realistically be Monty trying to either distract the enemy or try and get down that diffuser instead. Okay, sure, the first 2 devs were happened because of a flank that happened, so a lack of drone work perhaps from the side of Soniqs. But then what happens in the aftermath, now 3 versus 4, it's just Monty being in last instead of kind of being in first. We see here it's Grixer just pushing the way forward, paving it forward, and then dying in the midst of a toxic babe. Well done by OXG though. Again, playing proactively around the map. They don't have those intel operators on defense, right? Don't have the Valkyrie, don't have the Solus. So going for a fight like they did on Blue Staircase is very risky, but it also at the same time it really paid off and gave them a good way into that round, because the bomb set itself wasn't necessarily that strong. Monty could have just walked in and planted, possibly if that would be the case, but they stopped it before that could happen.
Side rotation so far for OXG has followed a very similar pattern that we see on Chalet, and this second attempt at Kitchen does not complete all 4 bomb sites showing up. Kitchen on the main floor, bar on the main floor as well, and then garage in the basement. What garage? Just bedroom.
I was gonna say you're the.
I had the wrong floor. I had bottom floor when it was top floor. That was my brain not working.
Yeah, we get to see the basement.
That's correct. That's what I meant to say.
What's surely, bro?
I think so. The overarching point was that upstairs bomb site is seen with frequency. We go through a weird flow with Chalet where there was a period of time, and I like to reference it because when this map first came out, the bottom floor bomb site was seen quite extensively alongside Bar Gaming, and then there was a period of time, it was about a year ago, but things all tend to blur together, where teams were allergic to going downstairs. And again, as we try to talk to these teams about, the reasoning for it was, well, once you get garage open, which is relatively easy, it becomes almost impossible to defend. Speaking of defending, there's a lot of success from OXG. 1 minute and 15 seconds have gone by in this round, and SQ have lost 3 players. OXG have lost none. They're still defending upstairs, similarly as we saw before inside a library. Soniqs had a lot of tools at their disposal last time to tackle this problem. Now they just have what is brought by an Ash and a Thermite. Not exactly the 2 operators that you want to push out in a zombie and deal with those Kiba barriers. And what else may be in front of you?
Yeah, that's a tough task. And I mean, the issue here is it's so hard to clear library against the Asami, and they kind of relied on Gunnar walk up the fireplace staircase, just getting that initial kill, but he lost the individual gunfight, and that puts his teammates in this awkward position. They finally clear out York on the Asami, but that's as far off the bomb site as humanly possible, That's library on a kitchen defense. You still got office and master bedroom, solarium above, and the bomb site itself beneath all of that to deal with. And you have 2 members, 45 seconds, and as you can tell here, they don't know what is and what isn't clear. They're gonna have to dry peek their way through the top floor and somehow find the bomb site afterwards.
We talked about office being one of the focal points. That's Grixer attempting to get through as Geo by piano finds a goo mine, slowing him down. Goo mines might be easier to spot, but if you're preoccupied with where your opponents might be and you're worried about the time, you're not exactly going to be looking down. There goes Geo. Grixer now in a 1v4, and it's finished off by Fox. A round that was effectively over well over a minute ago. OXG tie up the game, 2-2.
2-2 indeed. I'm curious to see, you know, what Soniqs will do on the attack inside, because especially on Chalet, you definitely have more tools to work with on the attacking side than that of defense. Especially with like the introduction of Ram, if people want to go on that downstairs basement bomb side. And yeah, sure, the Dogebi is banned away from you, and the Brava, and yeah, they're pretty pivotal on Chalet, but you still got the Twitch that can kind of substitute the Brava ban, for example, just like we see Dream playing Maestro because Valkyrie is banned or Solus is banned, and Grix is on Twitch right now. So there are solutions around these problems. Personally, whenever I play Chalet, I didn't play the rework in pro play all that much, but even playing it in ranked and scrims, etc., I actually think this bar bomb site that we're seeing currently is one of the hardest bomb sites, in my personal opinion, to attack as a former IGL myself. It's just like, it seems like the solution is to do like a 3-2-1. Okay, I hope you win your gunfights. Good luck. Because breaking the library hold from the library balcony is difficult, especially against Asami. Breaking it from the master bedroom side, dealing with that classic double shield setup on mezzanine and top blue staircase is also going to be difficult. And I feel like there's no easy way around it, really. And we did see Sonic struggle with that exact same thing last round. Yeah, it wasn't a bar defense, but it was set up on the library portion of the map in a similar fashion. The Asami playing there, more mine magnets, the soft floor broken below the windows, the hatch being open inside a bar. So, again, same similar setup from OXG, and Soniqs currently are looking to make it a similar approach from the same direction at least, but they have to change up their approach. This time they got the floor insurance to deal with keeper barriers. They got Gunnar on the game to really initiate a push here, but it comes down to your entries. Are you going to win out and be successful in your gunfights and synergy together, or will you just simply fall?
Great questions. And the way these two teams have played, I mean, we've had a variety of questions. Saw that nade go in. It appeared to be grabbed by a magnet, but Citizen ultimately getting that first pick. That's tremendous for Soniqs, though. First Blood has not been as pivotal in this matchup between the teams as you would come to expect. It's bucking the trend that we know when the team that gets that first pick almost certainly goes on to win the round. Action looks like it might break out at any point, so I'll stop myself from going too deep into the numbers, especially referencing that first map. Soniqs might have gotten a pick inside a library, but there's hesitation as to what they want to do next. Citizen waiting, Gunner waiting. Do they not have drones to follow up on it?
Plenty of drones, but there it is. It's gonna stop things off.
Citizen marching on in. He gets flashed, but still a pick. All these OXG players are getting slaughtered at the hands of Soniqs. Fish backing up ever so slightly, playing that small angle on the top of library stairs. Viewers down below surveying the hatch. Rexon's been damaged, but other than that, Soniqs doing relatively okay. That is until Citizen dies. The hands of Newers will vacate the premises. He doesn't want to be too deep in the bomb site. He knows that with the final 40 seconds to go, SQ will translate and likely drop through those hatches. Newers has positioned himself to greet them. And while the focus from Soniqs might be on that part of the map, there is a flank coming in. Fish has dropped, so flanking a flanker even. Grixer is ready for it. At 417 hits like a truck. Newers will need to clutch out. Diffuser going down. Geo will have 3 of his teammates watching for him. Newers picks the main lobby as his first entry point. He can't get the pick. Soniqs finish him off. The streak from OXG ends at 2 rounds as SQ regains the lead.
And it really did come down to a 3-2-1, let's go. And again, you hope your entries win out in their gunfights. It did look like Soniqs were a bit slow, a little bit confused, you might say. But I think they were just simply setting up every single aspect of the map, because once you jump into library and you start initiating that top floor attack, you're basically all in. You can't jump in, take a couple of swings and necessarily jump out. And it's, you gotta use your candelas and your smoke grenades to actually get in. And we see Citizen, as he gets blinded, finds the first kill. Lion of Rexen finds the second, and that's top floor control to the side of Soniqs. But now imagine that flipped. Let's say Citizen had lost his gunfight and so did Rexen. That entire round plays out heavily in OXG's favor and leaves little to no room for Soniqs to actually win it out. So it really is just a make sure everybody's ready, primed in the right positions. 3-2-1, utility goes out, the players follow, and you full commit, because it is literally you win on that top floor clear or you lose that top floor clear. OXG could have ran away and sacrificed the top portion of the map. But they actually thought, and I agree with them, that fighting for that space is going to be more valuable for you, because the bomb site itself, well, there's verticality literally all above it, so if you surrender library, you kind of lose the bomb site shortly after. They get punished though. Soniqs were very much successful in their attack, almost didn't lose a single member in that round. And now, on the final defense, OXG will take us that fourth and final bomb site, the downstairs basement. It's a more, let's say, Clubhouse-like bomb site where it's all about utility. Open the right walls in the right order with the right utility, because you gotta worry about a possible bandit, a possible Al-Qaid. And this is also where the newest operator of Brava really gets to shine. Just that drone will drive on in from outside the building, you're safe and sound, the floor is broken in 4 seconds, that's it. For a while that's happened. Defenders, they got the opening kill onto Rex.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Wow. First pick, and then a trade. OXG in the lead with 1 minute off of the clock. Gunner will come to blows. Wins his duel. Continues to march forward. Looks like OXG is going to want to retake blue. Gunner's toiling in that area. Diffuser is down by Connector. Need to be retrieved by Soniqs, but they're worried about where these OXG players are going to come from. OXG's been boxed out of the bomb site. This is going to be a retake setup. One of the players looking to retake, gunned down, is Yaga inside a big garage, eliminated by Citizen. There's the drop from OXG. Now it's Fish on stairs to march down, tussling with Connector, but simply overpowered. Excellently done by Soniqs once they had control of the bomb site. First half is a 4-2 in favor of Soniqs on OXG's map on attack for SQ. First half in the books.
We gotta talk about Gunner for a second, because he is playing out of his goddamn mind right now. The defensive side on Clubhouse, complete masterclass for him on the defense, right? And now we're seeing him just, it looks like he's IGLing, entering, taking side control, and coordinating that entire push. Because, yeah, the round kind of fell apart for Soniqs, and then we flip to Gunner. He's just walked in the bomb site into Wine Cellar, gets the kill in blue, and then establishes who gets in where. Okay, we wait for Citizen. He's gonna go in car garage and come and shut down that Wispin flank staircase, okay? Brixer, he's locked down fireplace stairs and blue from Connector as well. He's also in the bomb site. Then Gunner runs around, takes up the diffuser, goes to bait plant, immediately hops off and flicks the member, dropping down the hatch. And again, he just reads that situation perfectly, just like he did previously on Clubhouse. He's 6-3, he's leading in the entry stats again, and just really doing a lot for his team. And he was playing solos on Clubhouse a lot, disrupting that entry from OXG. And the desk spoke about it, we spoke about it. OXG struggle in the early start of their round. Now they don't have Dogebi again to work with. But sure enough, Soniqs, they banned Solus themselves. So what does Gunner do? He goes from Solus onto Vigil, and it serves that same exact purpose. He's disrupting OXG's early round. He's hard to fight now when the Vigil gets active. He's gonna try and kill drones, try and find players, do some damage. He's got 2 impacts on target to work with for rotations. He's going to be difficult to catch for OXG, and there's no real direct operator right now that screams, oh, we want to find Gunner. There's no Jackal, for example. There's no Blitz on Monty. Dogebi's banned. OXG's going for a relatively conventional utility lineup, which is going to have a hard time to deal with Gunner if he's allowed that freedom.
There's the stats for the first half. It's honestly a mixed bag for those opening duels. There was an abundance of trades as these teams kept it close. There is not a direct correlation necessarily to getting first blood and winning the round, though I will say that if Soniqs got first blood or traded back within about 10 seconds, they won the round. That was the exception, was round number 3. So if Soniqs can get on the board first, things tend to look quite good. And I mean, this round is not what they want. They do not get on the board first. OXG does. They nade Rexen.
You see OXG playing from outside the building right now, and that's not allowing Gunnar to be proactive because he can't do anything about this. Big window repel, bathroom balcony, office balcony, solarium repel. Gunnar can't kill anybody. As I say that, Citizen does it at step. It's a trade once again going in both ways.
Might not have been a draw on the very first pick, but it follows up shortly thereafter. Citizen still lurking over top of this bomb site. Lurking might be the wrong word for Citizen right now because he's just roaming and he's supported by Gunnar. This is a more restrained style of offsite play from Citizen as he's extended upwards over the kitchen site, now inside a bathroom. Vigil is not an operator you see all the time. If he needs to pop to the aid of Citizen, Gunnar can do just that. But Citizen seems to have it handled on his own. Yaga walking in, dispatched. Now it's Foxay's turn. You saw he threw out those boogies. 30 seconds remaining, still 1 to go. Lots of noise, lots of destruction, but emphasis on the noise. It is really overwhelming playing around one of those things going off. Gives you good covering fire. Pardon the pun, as Fish jumps in, gets a kill on Trophy, but then is thwarted by a frost mat. Fox watching his Dream gets Diffuser down. Fish still caught. Ensnared, unable to do much. Dream gets Diffuser down, but not before you can hear the telltale sounds of the K1A of Vigil. Gunnar will actively drop. Cannot secure Fish, but that's not the focus. Instead, Gunner's just gonna hop on the Diffuse. Falls off, Fox A pre-fire around the corner. Nicely placed by OXG. It's now up to Citizen. Drops in the lobby. Looking one direction. Stopped by Dream at main door. OXG successful on their first defense.
A little bit of blunder there from Soniqs is a very small detail and it's easy to miss, but Gunnar went immediately for the defuse, which makes perfect sense because the walls were in breach from Fireplace and there was a jammer still on the wall. So the idea that OXG had there was that they were going to go outside the bomb site like we saw. They exited dining immediately. They were going to Hibana breach the dining walls so they could see the diffuser from outside the building, setting themselves up for a perfect post that is so hard to beat. The issue is, they didn't kill the jammer, so they both left the bomb site, and what actually could have been a ninja defuse by Gunnar had Citizen actually covered it. But miscommunication from Soniqs, you see here, Gunnar was waiting for the cover, Citizen was going for Fireplace instead, so they had 2 different reads in that same situation. Had they committed to just one of them, they were likely going to be successful in that retake of the diffuser. But small mistakes, they can lead to massive up or downsides depending on what outcome you get. And in that particular instance, if the cover from Citizen had been there on the dining door, Gunnar could have definitely stuck the diffuser. We have the top-down view, we see everything, we don't have the pressure and the spam of communication of callouts happening in those players' ears. It's easy for us to say and see. And it also speaks to the lack of intel and defense. Soniqs, they have top floor control, and much like OXG, they don't know how to, they can't stop the plant on the site because they don't know where it's happening. That's the downside of playing vertically. You think you're so good above because you can surely find the planter, except sometimes you don't know where they are.
I'd like to correct the record and say that OXG is on attack. These colors are really throwing me for a loop here.
Well, I'm saying when they were in defense.
No, I said OXG on defense because they are the color orange, which is usually the color of defense. But
oh, they're gonna go fast.
This is going to be a fast take. OXG sprinting on in. Rex didn't seem to be ready for that. Newers dies, but it's a trade right back. Fish not engaging that EE1D in the latter part of the push. If it was off cooldown, it would be unknown to us. Now to a 3v3 as they want to keep up this same tempo. Yaga removing one player from blue. Citizen the last one standing for Soniqs. There's only a minute that's been played out in this round. Citizen throwing the nitro cell, gets the pick. That's also Diffuser too. Citizen could easily win this one, but his luck runs out on the thermite. Foxay the final kill. OXG win 2 of their own on attack. They tie the game.
We have seen a handful of rushes now from both teams with a mixed bag, but outcome-wise, it's usually very clear. When you rush the bomb side, either when Soniqs or OXG do it, they tend to lose those rounds. And it started off negatively for OXG because they lost the opening duel. Newers literally sprinted into a gunfight and died, but the backup was there. The trade happened that time, and that opened things up successfully for them. Fish got the first one, and then, you know, they just walk on in. Yogg has been so good on the, I want to say entry. He doesn't play the entry role, but whenever he walks in to take those gunfights, as an entry player would, he just always wins them. He's so good in the DMR. We saw it yesterday on Skyscraper. We've seen it right here as well. So Newers goes in, he dies. Fish trades. Yogg get bang, 1 easy. Flicks fireplace. He doesn't get the kill, but he almost does. He takes you down to like 1 HP when he gets backstabbed by Foxay. What could have been a great touch from Citizen didn't come to life, unfortunately for him and the side of Soniqs. And this is again going to be much like Clubhouse. Round by round, anybody's game, and tied up 4-4.
Well, if the timeout can hopefully settle this team down. Oh, the dog!
Oh.
I get distracted by the animals in the background. Just as yesterday, I was losing my mind at, what was it, Hot and Cold's cat? And not just Vertical's dog, but dogs. I was informed that apparently he has 2 dogs. Oh. They're gorgeous. I don't know if you saw his tweet or his zeet or whatever the hell they call it.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you saw his tweet about the dog. There's the dog again. Look at how sleepy that dog is. What a beautiful dog. What a nice pup.
It's like a proper like family dog looking dog, you know?
All dogs are puppies. Always puppos. Anyway. Capitao on the board. Given that this is a Bard Gaming execute for OXG, it stands to reason that you bring a Capitao. Again, as we saw from Soniqs, we will talk about it for OXG. Your main application of that Capitao is likely going to be upstairs clearing out library. That's the assumption. Instinctively, SQ brings Wamai, who is a good operator in almost every single circumstance, but especially good when you're trying to hold Chimney and when you're trying to hold that corner of library, which can very easily be naded or flushed out by a fire arrow. If you don't have a magnet in there, Geo, who is playing in that particular part of the map, might not be long for this earth.
Yeah, it's a fine balance. Stick around for long enough to burn utility, but don't stick around until they die. He drops, takes a time, okay, about half his health bar. Not the end of the world. He burned out 2 smokes and a fire. That's really it. Honestly, pretty good utility used by OXG. They don't have to burn out their flashbangs, all their smokes to follow it up, so they get the corner cleared. They do damage to the Citizen as well. The question now is, are they going to continue their attack on library or kind of rotate around? Because right now they are indeed rotating. They're gonna go towards that master bedroom office side perhaps. They know the library corner is clear, but unless somebody's on the balcony of library, they could just retake that position from the side of Soniqs. Half-down has been burned away already in terms of the timer, so the attack's gotta be relatively quick here. Geo did burn the T4 earlier on, so can't do any vertical destruction onto office now. That's gonna favor the attack, of course, as it'll be a little bit safer in this round.
Look at the spread by OXG. They're all over the map, and none of them seemingly inside for the moment. It's a good lockout from Soniqs, who've seen Citizen reduce to ash at this point. And I don't mean the operator. I mean, he might as well be completely gone. Still got a gun in hand. First couple shots leading up towards OXG. That's Newers shrugging them off. Fish dies. Soniqs pick number 1, pick number 2 as well as they secure the remainder of Newers. And now Geo on above takes down the Hibana. There goes Diffuser on the ground. Yaga and Foxay to work together. Yaga was in a similar position with Dream once before. Foxay sees one on library stairs, decides, you know what, I'll wait. Good trigger discipline, but then walks right into Grixer as Yaga drops. And it might as well be suicide. OXG ultimately surrender the round. The timeout works. 5 on the board for Soniqs. They are 2 rounds away from a 2-0 victory.
Yeah. I mean, this is again where it's you go back to that Clubhouse game as Oxygen and you go, one round could have made the difference between, you know, Chalet being the end if they were to lose it out, or them even taking it 2-0 if they were to win. And yeah, you know, it sucks, and you can't really think too much about it as a player because you gotta focus on the present right now, the issues and the complications of Chalet and the reasons why you are not winning in those rounds. And Bar, I said it, I think it's very hard to attack that bomb site, period. And it looked very much the same way for OXG. They were spending most of that time outside the building. They went through the trouble of clearing out the corner with the capital firebolts and smoke bolts to burn out the Wamai discs, but then they rotate away. So they either made a mistake, or maybe they got some intel that elsewhere was easier to approach, where it's like they spend so much time and effort, and then, you know, we literally see a defender in the corner at the end of the round, where it's like you cleared it out, you go master bedroom, defenders, they go back to the corner, and now you achieved nothing? It's a little bit puzzling. Maybe indecisiveness. We saw the player cans of York and Foxy kind of talking. I don't want to say in frustration, but obviously it sounds like they're talking game plan stuff, right? Not really sure what's going on. Foxy's hand gesture, so he's told me that it's like, don't exactly know what was the issue there. Of course, when Soniqs took their tactical timeout, OXG can also talk to their support staff amongst each other about what they want to do going forward. The good thing is, we're in the second half. So this is it for a side change unless we go into overtime. So both teams can just look at the long-term gameplay right here saying, okay, what do we want for the remaining, you know, 3, 4, 5 rounds on just defense or just attack, and not worry too much about the side swap if you were to take a timeout in, for example, the first half.
It's a technical issue right now with real information as to why we're taking a tech issue. Citizen is on his second beverage. He started off by drinking what I believe was a cherry Coke and is now drinking some sort of orange beverage. This might have been the culprit, by the way. It might have been a rehost because there was a tactical timeout likely called by OXG. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
2 timeouts back to back. Both of these teams obviously feeling the heat at the moment. As you pointed out, when a timeout is called, both teams get to speak. And that also is part of the calculus that coaches use when deciding when to call the timeout. I remember there was one time, a very pivotal game for SSG a couple stages ago, and it was 6-5. SSG trailed. They were the 5 of the 6-5. They still had their timeout. They didn't call it. They ended up losing 7-5. And just afterwards, obviously in no interview capacity, I messaged Lycan off, I think it was on Discord, Twitter, I can't remember which platform. And I basically just said, why didn't you call it? And he said, because I thought what we needed to do was relatively obvious. I thought the team knew what needed to be done that round. We were ultimately unsuccessful, but I figured calling the timeout to tell them what they already knew just presented an opportunity for our opponents to also figure out what to do should they not have known. Yeah. And as you can see from that timeout that was just called, Citizen was very vocal throughout all of it. So Soniqs, even though it's not their timeout, are still taking advantage of those 45 seconds to strategize and try to keep pace with their opponents.
It's a very good point, and I can't read lips, you know, that's a real thing really, but I played with Citizen before, right? We played in G2 back in the early days when we made that big change initially. I could pretty much hear his voice, okay? Saying like, guys, these guys' attacks are, bad word, just sit in corners and make them come to us and just let one guy do his thing. The one guy, of course, being Gunner, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a very utility play close together situation from the side of Soniqs here, with just Gunner going absolutely crazy. Because OXG, they do look like they're having some troubles problem solving on the early rounds. If we don't surrender those early kills, Rex will be injured. Soniqs might be good for wear in these rounds. Because OXG, like we keep saying, their early game is relatively weak. They struggle getting opening first picks. But in this round, it's pretty much guaranteed unless good old Rexon can crawl very far away very quickly. But he cannot. Oh, man.
The Twitch drone kill is about as rare in the year 2023 As you can expect, there was a period of time where they used to do 10 damage, and you used to have a relatively unlimited amount, and you could easily tase somebody in the prep phase and kill them if you really had enough patience.
Yep.
Not the case anymore with changes to the Twitch drone. The fact that Rexon was downed early and then finished off by Foxay's drone is quite the callback. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Twitch to one of the attackers has been changed a ton over the years. I mean, throwback here, right? Twitch's drone back in the day couldn't jump. That was a patch that was added later, like year 2 of the game or something like that, or late year 1 maybe, that allowed it to jump. So you would get stuck, especially in Chalet, on these stupid areas where there's just like a little lip on the street outside, and you had to run outside the building, pick up the drone. It was frustrating.
You remember there was a pro named Dave who used to play on that Bittersweet roster way back in the day. Played on SSG for a brief period of time as well. He actually did, I think it was the SI Quals casting earlier this year. And when we were spectating somebody on the Twitch and the Twitch drone jumped, all you hear is, wait, it can jump now? Just underscores the surprise of somebody who hasn't been around for a while. Yeah. Well, we were talking about the jumping capabilities of Twitch's favorite little pest. Oxygen have been wiping the floor with SQ. Gio is in a 1v5. He takes down Dream. That's it. Soniqs ultimately suffering at the hands of OXG, who break into the map and take no prisoners. 5-5.
I mean, it seems pretty straightforward how to win these rounds. Just call your tactical timeout, win the following round, and then profit. I guess there is one problem. You only really get one each per map, so who's going to win the following round? That's the big question mark that's up in the air right now. Because OXG, the one round number 8, Soniqs took a timeout, then they win the following round. OXG got a timeout, then they win the following round after, leaving us to this good old, just like before, the 5-5. And when you're on the defense right now, you got a couple decisions to make. Which bomb site do you think you can find success on? The only locked bomb site right now for Soniqs is that bar defense. That's because they won it previously, of course. Then they lost kitchen, so they can go upstairs in master bedroom, first floor kitchen, or downstairs inside a basement. Last time they went basement, they were not successful. It was that quick push from OXG that was very successful from them, and it's also the round that after Soniqs lost it, that's when they took the tactical timeout to figure out the problems. Some stylistic changes here for sure. Information on Geo on the Maestro, for example, taking a page out of Dream's book from OXG. Citizen on Mossy now to help, capture some drones, deny intel, and get intel. And then Bandit from Gunner. And that's going to mean that Gunner's going to be the side player now instead, because he's going to bandit trick the wall, and he does so successfully. And it's going to put Citizen instead on that active roam player. And, good news. Citizen used to play that exact role early on in his career, so he's very familiar with that and can probably replace Gunner one-to-one in that position. What in the... Oh, that's the C4 that goes all the way outside to the garage door, and it actually almost killed... Look at this! It almost killed Newers. That's beautiful.
You'll love to see these lineups. Correct me if I'm wrong, but after talking about the site rotation all the way back, the first 3 rounds, and I was incorrect, I was looking down instead of up. Bedroom's only been played 1 time, at least by my notes.
Yes.
So far it's been kitchen, garage, bar, kitchen, garage. This half at least. That's not talking about the first half. That's just so far what we've seen out of Soniqs, which again, lends credibility to when you said only that bar bomb site was still locked. If they're unsuccessful here and OXG moves to match point, every single site will be available for Soniqs, at which point, you have the attacker repick for OXG to tailor their setup and approach it the right way. God, remember the days when you only could swap a single operator? Remember the days when you couldn't even do that?
Oh yeah, we've gone through that a couple of times, yeah. Good old days. I mean, attackers right now can guarantee the perfect operator lineup, granted they get intel and predators, right? So it's this kind of trade-off. Yeah. Use your drones, get intel, pick the right position. OXG, with a very slow round here, can break it despite having the attacker repick, right? They get what they want for operator picks, but now they need the map control to follow up. I like that vertical using Foxay. You take top floor to get access to the first floor, forcing those roamers back. It's going to be Gunner, and he swings! No need for that.
Need to do that, son.
Nope.
Could have waited. Fish, first pick. Newer's also on the board. OXG again just gunning down Soniqs. Things falling apart very quickly for the other team in teal, and now it could be flawlessly done. It is indeed flawless for OXG. They were a single kill away from flawlessing the previous round as there was an unimpactful exit kill from Geo. What a showing on this second half for OXG. They now find themselves on match point.
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, Bar's probably going to be up next for Soniqs. It would be the only logical conclusion here. It's where they found their only round victory on defense so far. And yeah, it's always awkward with starting sides and ending sides because some maps will be attacker favorite, some will be defender or attacker favorite, etc. But you should never be in a position where you're only winning a single round on either side, unless you're playing, you know, Theme Park when it first came out, Villa when it first came out, maps that were like ridiculously one-sided, usually favoring defense. On Shelling, 4-2 favoring attack is the usual outcome. So if Soniqs were to win this bar defense, well, then they get that 4-2 half. You know, we go into overtime instead, and all things are right in the world. Or OXG, if they can, find success, which they haven't on this bomb site so far. They take the map 7-5. They go to that good old side of Oregon. A map that I would say for most teams is very even and quite neutral. See if they can do it. They've used their attacker repicks and they've come to the conclusion that Yogg really likes to play Twitch and he really likes playing that DMR as well. And I don't blame the guy. He is putting up some serious numbers the last couple of playdays in the NAL. 13 kills to his name currently right now. And the big aspect of Twitch is that you're throwing those switch codes early on, and you kill the default cameras in Fireplace and Blue Staircase and West Main, the ones that you can't always get to that quickly. And the defenders, you see it right here, they're going to be running blind. If somebody's sitting on default cams, they're going to go, oh, can't see this area, can't see this area. I guess we don't know what's going on. Oh, Citizen. It's shut down. Almost gets the kill.
Not at all.
It's not
Defenders Gadgets will continue, Nick, but yeah, Soniqs being on the wrong side. Again. Things going from bad to worse. OXG picking up the pieces on what is one of the rare attacker-sided maps that you and I have casted so far this stage. It seems like every single map we go to is always decided 4-2 or 5-1 by the defense. Now and then you'll have the rare 3-3. But attacker-sided? I don't see that all that often. Yaga might have missed a golden opportunity to eliminate Geo and give the advantage to OXG, an even greater opening. Snowball towards inevitable victory. Fox a shot away at the window, though. There's still some life in Soniqs as they equalize with half the round to go.
Yeah, that kill that Yogg just missed on Geo definitely sucks now when you lose Fox and Fish is 1 health as well. Because what looks like OXG being in a very strong position, well, it's kind of been neutralized and reset. They're in a decent position, but they haven't even dealt with the hardest part about this entire attack yet. That hold upstairs, the top blue mezzanine library position, that's the most difficult part of the round. That's where their dreams will either, you know, come to fruition, or they will straight up just die. Because if you don't get top floor control, you won't get bomb site control. They still got 4 players upright. Geo and the Vigil could look for a flank or try and go back and help the bomb site. By the way, it's OXG who's got to strike first. Oh, again.
Yogg is just missing out on these chances to help give his team enough gas to get to the finish line. Not that OXG's really needed those opportunities, but there we go. Soniqs taking down Dream. There's another to follow. SQ might have surrendered that first pick. But missed opportunities by Yaga might come back to haunt him. To salvage the round is Newers, but Gunner is so good in that spot. All of Soniqs so strong upstairs on Library. And again, we are going to need overtime between these teams.
Oh, yeah. And now this is the thing. If it ends up being OXG who takes it, we go to that third map playing a ton of rounds. Fatigue's gonna be a thing. I mean, if you're Soniqs, obviously, you're gonna close it out 2-0. Very obviously so. But the thing is, I actually don't know the exact starting size here for OT. I've not noted that down before the game started, so I don't really know who's gonna go where. Because teams can pick whatever side they want based on preference and what they think might happen. Some teams are going to go, we don't need overtime. It doesn't matter where we go, right? It's got to throw it away. So I'm curious to see Well, there it is. Soniqs, they might have gotten double defense on Clubhouse and liked that outcome. But they also get double defense on Chalet, which I don't think they're too happy about. I mean, sure, you go back to bar straight off the overtime reset, so to speak, because everything gets opened up again for bomb set rotations. But then you go and attack, and then you go back to defense. So I guess the good news is they can start on the strongest statistical bomb site, the only site they've won so far. The bad news is if you lose out on bar now, doesn't put you up for the best position. OHT, it's still kind of up to them to figure this out. If they can't break bar, they put themselves down around an OT, and if they can figure it out, well, they're flying.
Oxygen get to attack twice in OT, which if the numbers hold is excellent. We often look at the way that OT can vary from the actual ebb and flow of the map. Prior to that, regulation on the first map of Clubhouse was very defender-sided. Overtime followed the exact same pattern. Nothing that we have seen over the previous 12 rounds would lead me to believe that the defense have any upper hand whatsoever, but hey, as good a time as ever for Soniqs to start things off well. Newers is removed. Newers has been an afterthought for OXG in this best of 3 so far. It's a terrible time for somebody who's been heralded as an incredibly good, mechanically skilled player. Not having his ability as a Yana for 2 minutes, not having his gun skill available for multiple maps, it's not going to help OXG's chances at all.
No. One small note here that Soniqs have done the last couple rounds, they're putting Gio on the Vigil roam instead to give Gunner a quote-unquote anchor position, but it's the Asami. They're putting Gunner in the front lines by making him that library holder. So instead of running around and not finding gunfights because OXG are going for direct attacks, they're putting Gunner in the middle of those direct attacks, making the direct attacks more difficult. It's actually genius from them, and it shows the depth and the versatility from this roster. Being able to flex around the various roles. One of the benefits of Gio being an old dog, so to speak, is that he can play probably any role in the game to decent success. He'll just go Vigil, he'll roam, he'll get the job done, and OXG, they're completely boxed out. Gun on the Asami, cannot be cleaned off this position.
Oh, might have spoken too soon here. Boxed out, sure, but Yaga's ability to aim around those Kiba barriers was not very good on the previous round. He seems to have corrected some of those inadequacies. Corrected some of those errors. Taking off Gio, the Vigil that you said was roaming, taking Gunner's place. That's Yaga looking inside a lobby. Hate to sing the praises of one player over and over and over, often to the detriment of the rest of his team, but Yaga has really been very strong. But Fish also assembling a deceptively good record so far on this map and quietly doing so. Dream goes down. This is a player that you know can take over a game, but speak of his name and now he's gone. Fish removed. It's Yaga and Foxe in a 2v3, but Yaga's got the kills so far for OXG. Got a lineup on Library Stairs, but also a target inside a bar. Cannot seem to get it done. Soniqs will go on a series point with the final kill on to Foxe. This one could be a 2-0.
Well, could. They're so close to it now. And again, the small adaptations really, I mean, it's really working out. And it's mostly been Soniqs to make those adaptations, like the role change between, well, it's like a triangle effect, right? It's been Citizen, Gio, and Gunner trying to figure out who should be in the exact role. And, you know, they've had mixed success, but I think the current iteration that they come up with Gunner being the frontline holder and Asami, with Gio being the roam and Citizen playing the middle ground, I think it kind of favors everybody else. When you statistically look at a team like Soniqs, you're not gonna go, oh, Gio's gonna carry and kills, he's gonna do this and that, he's gonna entry. That's not really his job or his role. I would argue that the simplest way to describe Gio's role in Soniqs is to let everybody else shine around him. He'll play the half reach, he'll drone, he'll play the Monty, and if it strengthens these teammates, that's good enough. So if you put, technically speaking, the worst player of Gio and Vigil to roam around, but you strengthen the overall hold of the round by putting Gunner or Citizen in a stronger position, that's an overall net positive for Soniqs. And yeah, sure, Gio died early, didn't find any kill, didn't really necessarily disrupt the enemy that much in Vigil, like you're supposed to, but it also guaranteed really strong players in very crucial positions because of that.
I like the Monty here on Soniqs' attack. It didn't really work out last time necessarily because Gio was playing rather passive, and also Soniqs died to the opening kill. They did not find any success there. But now it gives Soniqs some stability in this round. They still got a drone. They gotta get those flank drones set up to get the network going. But Gio can walk in with confidence and again just lead his teammates forward and allow them to shine.
Monty experiment, as you've just talked about, is not something that we have seen huge success on. No blitz for you. We have to wait to Oregon. If it shows up, Oxygen will need to win 2 rounds in a row. They have the unfavorable side statistically on defense, but will be in a relatively comfortable position for the 15th and final round. Well, we need 15 rounds across these 2 maps. These have not been short affairs so far. We started map number 1 over 2 hours ago at this point, and there still might be another whole map to go.
A bomb has been located.
This billing has definitely lived up to what the desk had talked about. 2 very evenly matched teams on the razor's edge of most rounds. Oh no. Oh no.
Crucial kill here. Who gets it?
Oh, Citizen missing out. Yaga on the board first. Goodbye to Gunner. Tied with Grixer for most kills on the team. Citizen gets away without that pick, but now he could close in on Foxay through lobby. They both miss each other. No. They're like 2 ships in the night. Neither see. Foxay so lucky on that one. Will now confront the Monty. Gio looking the wrong way there, Citizen. Finally finishing off Fish, as he'd looked for that kill much earlier on. Now it's Citizen being guided in by the Monty. Foxay trying his best, gunning down Gio. Who's next in line? There's Grixer getting on the board. Citizen still in the same position. Tussling with Foxay, who's now dropped, so Citizen will need to reassess that position. A nade goes in, but we'll soon find that there's nobody there. So Foxay wants a second serving, swinging into his demise. Soniqs with the advantage with 30 seconds left to go. Yaga and Newers. If there's ever a time for Newers to heat up, get on the board, prove his worth in this particular matchup, it's now, especially with Yaga in the ground. But Newers can't get it done. A 2-0 victory for Soniqs as they steal OXG's map away from them. Takes OT, and it was a close one again, but ultimately in this contest, Soniqs, the better team, they move on. Dark Zero awaits them.
Oh, absolute chaos in that round. I can't believe it.
That's it for this matchup. We'll see you in a few.
I do think we can technically call this an upset because the Soniqs came in as the 6th seed, OXG were 3rd. I think there were plenty of people that thought they were at least going to make Atlanta, not through the LCQ. In fact, which one of you had Oxygen going to? Did one of you do that?
Was it?
Right.
Yikes, Gabe.
Make mistakes, but
first day of playoffs and you're already getting stuff wrong.
Listen, dog, for groups, I was 5-1, so, you know.
Oh, yeah, groups, best of 1. It's basically coin flips every game.
Hey, those guys are close. Those guys are close.
Yikes, yeah. Unfortunate stuff for Oxygen. I think the fact that they had 2 overtime maps there's some saving grace to be found from that, but if you look at the highlights just from this game, there's a lot of things that you're going to need to clean up going into LCQs already, just based on how Chalet went.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Fox with his head in his hands right at the end there after the game ends. 2 tough games. We said it before this match started. This was, in my opinion at least, the hardest game to predict. It could have gone either way. I really do think coming to Chalet was a bit of a mistake from Auction overall. Yeah. Soniqs are so good at this map, and I think we saw that, particularly with Soniqs going for some of those clears. They just look so comfortable here.
No, I mean, looking at this map entirely, the second map, still, I got to give credit to OXG. It was a barn burner both maps. They both fought neck and neck. Granted, they both played into each other's strengths of one team starting out strong in the first half and the other team being bad maybe on the mid to late rounds. It was all back and forth nonetheless, so I can't really take anything away from both teams here. But the only thing going with SQ is they really need to be fixing these mid to late rounds if they want to push to Atlanta.
That was the biggest thing that Gunner talked about in interviews already so far. So I think if anybody is aware of that problem, it's absolutely them. we're touted Gunner in map number 1 as being a bit of a savior, and that was something that we also wanted to ask him or just talk about specifically for Chalet, and we can talk to him right now about exactly how Chalet went. So, dude, congrats first off. That's got to feel good to knock off OXG in 2 maps and just get it the done lickety split. But talk to me about that ban phase. You guys take Club, and it kind of flip reverses on itself. It's like the Chalet pick was weird. You guys taking Club was interesting. What was the ban phase? What was the setup like for this game?
I mean, it's OXG, so we know what the maps are going to be like immediately. We have the same map pool, or not necessarily the same map pool, but like our bans go straight to the same maps every time. It's always that Club, that Oregon. Chalet was kind of newish, but we didn't mind if they went. We knew they wanted Chalet. We just didn't care if they took it. But yeah, I mean, we knew what maps they were going to go to. We were comfortable in every single one, so it's just more of a fight for our life. We played each other a million times on this map. We scrimmed each other a million times on this map. It's just fighting for your life.
Well, you got the 11-9 record now.
True.
Yeah, you guys lead them in the overall history. But Gunner, this was kind of a long series despite it being a 2-0. I want to take you all the way back to that first half on Clubhouse. You were having so much impact out on the roam, getting super aggressive, causing so many problems. What was your mindset like when you were on defense on Clubhouse? And was there anything about OXG's play or about your teammates helping you out that made that half go so successful for you?
I mean, for me, it's just being a pest. I do it at every game. I'll do it against any team. Sometimes it works better than others. Against these guys, it works every time. I'm not sure why. I couldn't tell you, but things just work for me. Like, I'm getting lucky nitros against them and Logi. I mean, they're roam clearing me, and I'm pumping a kid. Like, it just works. And, some teams it works against, and some teams it's just they shut that down, and that's just how it goes. But so, I mean, I'm really confident on the roam every single time I go. I'm going to be everywhere. I'm going to be shooting drones. I'm going to be flying. Just what I do.
Nice.
Which, to go with what you're saying, you have to be confident playing that roam role. But my question to you is, you guys are still struggling on the mid to late rounds. What's going on with that? Like, you guys need to make Atlanta.
I mean, simply put, positioning and peeking. We're at our own fault. Every person's held accountable. It's just, if we want to make the push, you got to fix that crap. And, I mean, it's a well-known issue. We talk about it every single day.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of actually implementing it.
For sure.
But, I mean, I will give us credit today with the comms. Like, our comms have gone a lot better. It's just more so, like, people getting caught out. And we fix that, and we're golden. But, yeah.
No, without a doubt.
It's a work in progress, and
I think you guys fixing that, you'll look like how you guys were looking at Copenhagen, because you guys are finishing. You guys are starting really strong for sure. It's just, again, the mid to late rounds is what's really holding you back. And I think once you guys obviously fix that, you guys are going to be super dominant.
Yeah, I agree.
Last question before we let you go. We already know who you're playing next week. It's Dark Zero. That's your first date on the cards. And if you win that game, suddenly phase 2 of Atlanta is staring you guys in the face. Is that something that you think about? What exactly will you be thinking about when you go to face Dark Zero? And is there anything you'd like to say to them before that game next week?
I have nothing to say. I just don't want to play in the LCQ. That's all I have to say. I'm not, nothing.
Dude, that tournament sucks, right?
It's terrible. I will do everything in my power to not do that. That's it. We're locked.
Sounds good. Whatever you can do to escape that cruel mistress. Dude, again, congrats again on the win. Hopefully it gets Dark Zero, it goes a little bit better. We'll see you next week.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
Super close, dude. Super close. They were again about 3 rounds away from that thing being an OXG win and us talking to Foxay instead.
Yeah, I mean, I love games like that, though. And as a viewer, I think we all love that, to see those close games. You look at a 2-0 score record, you just think, wow, that team dominated. But again, when you actually watch the game and you see those rounds, they were very, very close.
They certainly were. And I mean, you talk about Soniqs and the way that they've had this stage go for them. Obviously, the #1 team from North America inside of Copenhagen, they struggle in the early round of the group stage. We're seeing that improvement. He talked about the comps getting better. This is so important to see coming through from the Soniqs. And now they've got one last week to iron out all the little details. Dark Zero's coming up next. I can't wait to see what they got in store for us.
The basics of this now for Soniqs is that all they need to do is win one more best of 3, and they qualify for phase 2 of the major in Atlanta. But theoretically, if they win one more best of 3 wherever, even if it means they lose one, they're still going to be going to the major and then don't have to worry about the LCQ. All they have to do now is not lose 2 games, and they're fine for the most part.
Yeah, they've got 2 chances next week. I believe they're both next week.
Yeah.
They'll play the semifinals matchup. If they win that, they're in the major. If they lose that, they go to the 3rd place game. And then if they win that one, they also go to the major. So 75% chance, basically, 3 of the top 4 teams are going to be going to Atlanta.
Which is very doable for Soniqs. They clawed their way back up. You look at them now, they pushed even further. Again, if they just fix that small thing of just the mid to late round, I have no doubt of seeing Soniqs at Atlanta.
Meanwhile, for OXG, not a very pretty picture because they will have to go immediately into the LCQs, which means they don't play next week. They play the week after in what's going to be a slobber knocker of a weekend as we try to figure out who the other team, the 4th team from North America in Atlanta, is going to be. Coming up next, it's our other game that's going to decide who goes to face M80. It'll be between Space Station and Wildcard after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
That's a hard one, bro.
It's a hard one.
Wait, I mean, there's 2 obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough. Remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like, he's just really late in general.
He's usually the first one in, so he just has a better, he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious enter, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches, like he was the person who clutched the most at a side. He gets some good ones. Or almost.
Yeah, shot.
Okay, almost.
The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do. Like, the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know?
How can that do?
Sleeps like 11 hours. Right?
Yeah, he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's not even the easy one. Bro, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice on the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro. Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into his crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one tap of my
just flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy. And he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret. You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like, so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
Opportunity to get in the kitchen unchallenged, if that's where he wants to go, but instead just sprints in. How did they allow him to go like that, Nick? Nobody watching him? That's so puzzling by OXG. You've been doing so much better, but now it's Mirage in the driver's seat. Vertical finding all 3 kills, positioned the wrong way. 4 for him.
يعني سابقينهم شويه كده يعملوش الراوند خلاص قربت تخلص بس هشوم مستني مو يخلص على بعده على طول وتريكسد يقدر يجيب دوفاكين وفجأة الترابيزه تتقلب بالكامل على تريبل وهشوم اعتقد بالتريبل كيل.
Acontece agora entre FaZe Clan e Pijamas, o tempo tá acabando, só sobra o Range vivo, pode tentar fazer o plant, o Psycho, mas ainda tá numa situação complicada, a Solis pode enxergar o jogador, não vai conseguir pegar, será que pode varar? Retalha!
That one does down Shepard, and he was the man with the kit. So suddenly, 10 seconds, 2 versus 1. They gotta see if they can either find the kit, get it planted, or get the player itself. It is just the watch here, the cover, the swing round. He's able to win out the first. He goes for the second. It's a post-plant round, and Ezra gets the clutch on a quad kill. Sit back into their favor. Shaiko wants to get some revenge here, but how he found that, I don't know. He's looking for one more inside the side, and he gets it, Shaiko! 13-3, waiting for the last player to drop. Bride covers up the cover, and there's Shaiko!
Quien tiene a su presa, veamos si la puede conseguir. Ahí está, le quita el sombrero al señor Haas y tiene ahora capacidad de seguir enfrentando a los operadores. Gracias. ¡No! ¡Pero ya! ¿Pero qué estás dibujando tú, mi hermano? Tremenda la triple que se acaba de aventar el francés. Mítica, Iván Gans y el buen Jay de Alpha Tenis. Ay, claro, de regalo. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no? ¡Otro más!
Welcome back to the North American League. I'm Jacob. He's Jesse. He's Lexing. Game 1 of playoffs has already come and gone. It was a 2-0, and it wasn't a fast one, which means we're hoping to see a much closer game, maybe something that actually requires a third map come down in series number 2, which is Space Station against Wildcard. This is a matchup of number 4 versus number 5, and M80 is their date, regardless of who wins. On paper, this match is supposed to be the closest one, but Jesse, there are two completely different stories behind both these teams coming to the playoffs.
There absolutely are, Jacob. Space Station Gaming entered this best of 3, a 4-game win streak, flawless through the second half of their group stage. Wildcard on the other end of that 2-game losing streak at the moment. They started so strong at the very beginning of the stage, and then these last couple maps have just been slipping out of their grasp.
Yeah, complete polar opposites, like you said. You had SSG that came in, poor start, where Wildcard started extremely strong, and now it's flipped on its head. Now you have SSG, like you said, coming on a 4-game hot streak. Wildcard losing their first place spot and finishing 4th.
So because everything is so out of whack, and we had one team that started really well and then ended poorly, and then one team that started really poorly and ended well, I think this is probably the most even game that we're going to have on the day, because I don't know if Space Station's momentum is going to continue into this game. I don't know if Wildcard is suddenly going to end up on a 3-game losing streak, which could extend to 4 straight maps or something like that. I don't really know how this is going to go, and I think that's why I'm most excited about it, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, just like the last game, Gabe and I have alternating predictions, and I'm looking to go up 2-0 in the playoff matchup.
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, I mean, I think for these two squads, right, the real question is going to be, I think we kind of know where Space Station's at, right? They've been slowly improving as the stage has gone on. For me, the question is, are we going to see the Wildcard that started things off with great aggressive moves, right, really surprising plays on offense in the mid-round, or are we going to see the Wildcard that gets absolutely smashed like they have the last few rounds? Or maps.
Well, let's talk about Space Station real quick off the rip. Again, 4 straight losses to start this thing out, and they played double headers all through the group stage, which means there wasn't a single time where they weren't having to play 2 games minimum at some point or another. Yet they go on a 4-game win streak, barely because of a couple overtime finishes, to close out this stage. That's not something you're going to see coming from a team that's got this much experience every day of the week, Lex.
Yeah, and this team, they're all looking relatively close, where in the beginning it was all over the place a little bit. One person was popping off here, maybe 2 were there, but it was not consistent, and now you're seeing everyone relatively close. Ashen sticking out to me the most, and Fultz falling right behind him. And again, we've talked about Fultz and his role and the position he's playing now, doing a phenomenal job, and Ashen being the rookie, kind of paving the way for the rest of the guys. So, you know, you really got to see Hot and Cold, Forest, and J9 really stepping up in these games.
Really impressive to see Ashen with the highest EPS and KD ratio of the team, because he started off the first 4 games, he really was struggling to win some gunfights. And I think particularly when you look at Space Station's matches, when they really were pushing Nighthaven at the start of the stage, Ashen was struggling. I think the combination of a new map combined with him being on a brand new team was maybe a little bit too much for him. He kind of wasn't really able to get his bearing. After we saw SSG run a few default maps, and then after even they went to Consulate, which is another new map, I thought he really started to heat up, started to become his real own player, especially on defense when he can be that individual that they brought him onto the team to be. He's been fantastic. So I've been excited seeing Ashen's improvement. I think yesterday especially, he was playing super well in Oregon and Consulate, working well with the team. If we get more of that today, then...
Are we just ignoring this?
I don't think he knows he's on camera right now.
Listen, whatever he needs to do, I don't care, okay? If he needs to eat his microphone in order to pop off and be the player that SSG brought him onto the team to be, then I'm here for it. I don't care.
I'm going to be honest, that's kind of gross. You talking to that mic, there's saliva that catches onto that mic, and you're putting that in your mouth?
All right.
Not a fan
of that. All right. Don't want to talk about it putting things in mouths anymore for the rest of this pregame. Thank you both very much, gentlemen. On the flip side, Wildcard had a phenomenal start. They were undefeated 4-0 to give off a really, really good vibe for a team that had only been together for a couple of weeks prior to stage start. Then they get to the back half after teams have figured them out, because again, they were 4-0 through just 2 play days. Suddenly a little bit more time passes, and they don't finish the stage with nearly as strong of a finish, Lax, especially because of how that game against Dark Zero went yesterday.
Yeah, that was a night and difference team that we saw. They looked confused. They didn't know what was going on. They looked very discombobulated, in my opinion. You were looking at Adam. I think we talked about this a lot, Jesse. He just did not look like he knew what he was doing that game. He would peek out, die. He'd try to go for a frag, die. I mean, all of these guys, any decisions that they made, they were just immediately shut down. And I want to give it, to DZ saying that they played a great game, but on that back end, it was a very poor performance for Wildcard.
The player that really stuck out to me from that game has to probably be Spirits. I thought there were so many moments where he was in a great position on defense to make the play and make Dark Zero suffer on their pushes, right? There was the round where he was up in Banana and somebody walks through beepers below him and he drops down. There was another round where he was playing upstairs and somebody walked up the spiral staircase, stunned by a yokai. He goes for the swing. In both of those opportunities, Spirits still lost the gunfight, despite having a massive advantage on paper at least to make that play happen. I felt like we just weren't seeing the same Spirits that we saw for the majority of the stage. And, you know, I'm singling out him, but really everybody on Wildcard, nobody stepped up. Nobody was that playmaker for them. And it was kind of a shocking game to see all in all from the whole team.
But as is the case with every new team, life comes at you fast, right? So because they've got a myriad of people from all over the scene. You got a hammer lifter, you got people from tier 2, you got some rookies in the mix. This was going to happen eventually. It's just that we're starting to see a little bit of that happen now. And especially when it comes to maps, I think, like you mentioned for Space Station, maybe they don't try out some new ones. Maybe we see some defaults. Do we see a surprise? What do you think this veto has in store for us?
Well, I think the difficult thing for Wildcard in this map ban phase is they've got a good couple of maps in here that they really have been banning a lot. And in best of ones, you can get away with that. Right. You can ban a lot of maps. Now best of threes are really going to test them. Oregon, Chalet, and Nighthaven have all had a 75% ban rate or higher from Wildcard. And then despite that, this is actually a shock to me. Space Station Gaming go Clubhouse, one that we've seen from Wildcard once before. They got 4 rounds, not the worst showing ever. And Space Station, they haven't officially played this map all year long. They beat Mirage and Breaking Point. But this is a bit of a surprise from Space Station. I thought maybe they'd want to work in something like a Chalet or a Bank, which we saw Wildcard play so poorly on just yesterday.
I love that you say that it surprises you, because it surprises me too, as SSG having all well-rounded players, tons of history in Siege, knowing the ins and outs a little better than maybe some of the other players on Wildcard. But to me, these are very default maps. And given it is a best of 3, you can force your opponent that doesn't really have a strong map pool and give them one of their worst maps. And seeing these maps, in my personal opinion, plays into Wildcard's strengths.
Yeah, and then Cafe as well being kicked by Wildcard. This is where they played Space Station in their group stage game. It was a 7-4 win for SSG. I'm not that shocked to see Wildcard go back to it because they have, again, a pretty limited map pool. You don't want to go back to Bank where you got slaughtered yesterday. You don't want to go to some of these maps like Oregon, Chalet, which obviously you've been banning throughout the entire group stage so far. So Cafe feels like kind of Wildcard, their hand's been forced a little bit, having to go back here despite already losing it once to SSG.
All right, well, because this is basically old Astralis combined with Space Station, seeing Clubhouse is definitely a little bit weird because Callout was typically allergic to this map back on the Astralis days. Not necessarily the same case here. So let's see if they can get a really good start on their own map against Wildcard. Again, loser goes to LCQs. Winner has a date with M80 next week. It's Parker and Pengo on the call for map 1.
Day that I am most curious for, Nick. Wildcard, a team that only has a couple game day reps under their belt, all of which have been best of 1s.
Yep.
Versus a team that has tons of experienced players, but has seemingly had a bit of an identity crisis over the last 2 stages. SSG making it into the top 6, I would say by the skin of their teeth, but then ultimately, I think, overperforming my own expectations. This is the 4th place team of Wildcard versus the 5th place team of SSG. Only separated by a single point. In terms of the round differential, Wildcard a +7, 45 1 rounds to 38 losses. For Space Station, literally 50-50, 51 rounds to 51 rounds. I guess literally 51 to 51.
Nice.
Should have said.
I mean, look at these 2 rosters. I feel like I'm seeing a picture here, and of course this could be completely wrong, but Wildcard is the classic honeymoon phase, right? New team, bit of there, bit in here of players, and they start off strong, surprising everybody. The first half of the stage for them was incredible. The last half, not all that good. Look at SSG, however. They started off with a 1-7 loss to M80, the basically best team in the entire league, period, right? At least now, we know from standings. They have not lost a single game since then in regulation. They have lost 6-8, 7-8, 7-8, and that's it. The rest are victories. So SSG, while they are here, and they're not like number 1 or number 2, a single round in 3 different games could have completely changed their standing. I actually think SSG are quote-unquote underrated because of this, because they're kind of flying under the radar because of how the point system is, where literally one round here and there could make them the top 2 or top 3 team in the region. So I'm actually expecting a lot from SSG, especially going to best of 3s, but I also do want to see Wildcard prove themselves in this different format, showing they're not just a best of 1 map kind of team with this limited experience and the limited map pool. That's going to be difficult, but that's exactly why I want to see them prove to us that they can do it.
I don't think there's going to be an upset in this match, so I want to avoid using that word for the entirety of these 2 to 3 maps, depending on how many we need. But I do think we're in for some surprises. That's the word I would use. I do think there will be some surprises between these teams, whether it be individual player skill, whether it be bomb sites that we see, whether it be the results, ultimately.
5 seconds left.
If you look at the if you look at the SQ versus OXG matchup, and then you look at SSG versus Wildcard, this is the match of the day that I expect to go all 3 maps. Though, I mean, I did agree with the desk. I thought that we would end up seeing Oregon in the earlier match of the day, and we didn't. So who knows? Maybe this will be a quicker day than we expect. We're underway with round number 1. It's a downstairs defense for Space Station. Operator bans are locked in, as are the operators that will be played for the entirety of this round.
Nothing too, striking the operator ban phase. Very normal stuff. We have not seen Togepi being able to be played at all today so far. It was spent in the first 2 maps, and the only 2 maps in OXG Soniqs earlier, and the first map right now between Wildcard and SSG. Asami, of course, Ying, Valkyrie, we know this tale as old as time. They are just incredibly strong on Clubhouse, and most maps to be fair, which is why they're all kind of leading the charges of ban rate, and also pick rate when they're then not banned. SSG in, well, SSG fashion, looks like they have a semi-pseudo roam clear, because like SSG basement roam, right? Classic throwback. But they don't. Sure, Forest is on castle, but all 5 members are actually downstairs. There's no mute mossy shenanigans trying to, deceive the attackers as to, oh, maybe there's a room on top floor. There's not. It's going to be a big bunker style defense, mirroring on that church wall and into blue to lock things out. It's up to Wildcard here. On the opening round, be on the attack. You gotta problem solve and do everything by the book in a good and quick way, because if you take too long, don't have time to work with, do it too quickly, you might lose a member in the process. Playing that fine line. Making good pace so far though, getting hatches, getting self-destruction, and just kind of hitting those ABCs.
It's just a minute to go. Very quiet. He's not really wagering anything just yet until Fultz decides to go for the swing. As you've seen, Adam was attempting to open up that mirror with the Selmas tossed out. Not only is he successful with objective play, but is also successful with that first pick, cracking things open. Fultz, a tremendously skilled player. No smoke for the remaining push. SSG falling by the wayside now. Wildcard's guns just too strong for them. Merc shepherding in the diffuser. The default plant spot in the back of church with the last 2 players from SSG looking like they're boxed into the bomb site, but J90 thinks he's got some magic and it's working. Hacker finds himself in a 1v2. Things were going terribly for Space Station. And now Packer is the last one standing, but they have no intel. One of these 2 players from SSG will need to bait themselves out in order to get Packer to reveal his position. Playing by the door on Moto, J90 is certain it's the other way around. They have no idea. Packer looking out, waiting. He's caught off by the castle barricade. There's a pick. Timer running down the swing, and Packer wins it. Space Station gave you hope, but then Wildcard took it away. An exhilarating first round as they battled back and forth, and Wildcard ended up coming out on top.
What a phenomenal first round. I mean, a back and forth between the 2 teams, and the only thing really is, it started off in like the worst way possible, right? A massive blunder from Fultz. He swings the mirror window, knowing they broke the floor in the hallway above him, so of course he's gonna die. And to make things worse, his teammate, who was relatively close by, the Wamai, actually had impacts in his pocket, 2 to spare, he could have used instead of that swing. And that might have very well changed the outcome of that round entirely if that was played out differently. But what a great clutch attempt by J9O and Forest. And then whenever you see SSG in those kinds of scenarios, the 2v2s, the 2v3s, etc., you can see a lot of like the Astralis fundamentals and how they play out those rounds. They got down to that 2 versus 1, and where most teams would just like kind of run into the bomb site and find the diffuser, they stood still for like 10 solid seconds trying to listen for game sound and forcing the enemy to make the first move. But Packer, so much confidence, was actually castle barricaded inside of Moto. He didn't even realize, but it almost kind of worked to his advantage because it was such a quote-unquote weird place to be in that neither Jana nor Forrest even thought about it. Just talked hot in the door. Well done from them. From Packer, should I say, rather. Wildcard off to a great start. Their execute's very lethal. When you got someone like Mert able to like call the shots in the entries, you know that when you gotta go, well, they're gonna get going very quickly.
Are we gonna see some good old-fashioned bandit tricking?
I love.
I believe in terms of Rainbow Six, this would be referred to as Return to Monkey. Because we are going back in time to the very beginning. Like, I remember when we first learned that we could bandit trick. It was like the first time that primates learned that they could use sticks as tools.
Oh my god.
For those of you that don't know, that is a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey. But it's now bandit tricking seems as primitive as using a stick as a tool, right? We have so many other options at our disposal that bandit tricking can be easily thwarted. You can juggle it with the EMPs. You can use a Maverick. You can get below and bucket. There's a lot of counters that are present in the game now. And I mean, bandit tricking used to be really common years ago, but it's just not something you see anymore.
No, and because of that, some teams might struggle against it because Wildcard's entire push has been put to a quick stop because Forest simply is playing bandit. Hagar tried to get the wall the first time, he got shut down, and then he got tricked. Okay.
See, so when I say it's primitive, because there's the answer for it, right? You fire a Capitao arrow in, it pushes Forest off of his position. There's tools available that stop the bandit from being able to juggle those batteries. Now, not all hope was lost. Eventually the panel gets opened up. That's credit to Wildcard, but they lose Merc in the process. Forest survives the first altercation. And with Wildcard down numbers, need to circle around this garage take. Spirits engaging with the Wamai, hoping for some good RNG with the pistol marching up, and we've all been where hot and cold just was. There's no way out of that circumstance other than winning your gunfight.
Oh, there isn't. No team is going to help them either, but the rest of Wildcard are falling by the wayside. No one else but the Muncie of Spirits is finding success. I say that, Sora's finding the heat-seeking grenade from below, catching Forest mid-movement. Uses down to a single HP as well.
Surf engaging down below, another pick from Space Station. Monty will only have Packer as an escort.
15 seconds left.
Their vision obscured, short-sighted. Packer down, can Spirits pick him up? Yes, he can, but the timer just continuing to run against them. Wasn't much left for Packer to be finished off by that impact. Now the Monty is in the A bomb site, and what would you look at that? No opportunity whatsoever for the Monty to do much. Space Station gave themselves an early advantage, killed some utility, killed Merc, and ultimately rode that out for the remainder of the round. Their first successful defense comes on CCTV Cash.
It's always funny seeing the basics of the game, like you spoke about, like bandit tricking, where we almost never tend to see it. I think Foxsafe and OXG is one of the few NAL players who tend to love and try to bandit trick as much as possible. And it used to be that everyone did it, so every attacking team learned how to deal with it. Nades from below, cabins of fire, play Maverick, whichever. And then we see Wildcard be like, okay, want to take Garrett's Cowl with the Muncie and the Capitao, just gotta get the wall first. And they kind of forget about step one because they're so focused on step number 2, which was Catwalk. So they get bandit tricked and they spend half the round trying to figure out how to deal with that. Ended up being an EMP combined with a cabins of fire, and it worked. But it took so much time and effort, and they lost Merc as well, and they lost the garage entry behind the Muncie after that happened. So SSG, they do that good old, okay, yeah, you can get catwalk rafters, but we'll take more than we lose from that and end up in a positive outcome because we get 2 kills and you get a bit of map control and they're laughing. They had the Echo, they had the Impacts, they had the Bandit. SSG has always been a very good, like, strategical team in terms of how they play their operator lineup on attack and defense and how they set up the map on defense specifically. And it's why SSG historically has been a great team on maps like Clubhouse and like Cafe, because the playstyle on those maps pretty much just plays into the nature of this team's playstyle. Even with the various roster changes, it's always been pretty solid for them.
Lots of gadgetry that you can deal with that Brava. You've got magnets, you've got the dread mines, you've also got the yokais. Ooh. So there will be some targets here for the Brava. Optimal operator, I would go so far as to say. You've also got default cams. If you don't want to shoot them and you want to rob some information from your opponents, you have access to that. There's also the bulletproof camera that was brought by Hot and Cold. First pick comes from Forest. Goodbye to Surf. I don't know if Yana had maybe sent in the clone or not, but losing the fight as Space Station ultimately comes out ahead, but Wildcard wants to keep it close and so far is succeeding. Only 2 remain for Wildcard. Adam and Spirits doubled up. Plenty of time left to work, but you've got a Solus on the board. You've got 2 yokais presumably still in play. And you've got those dread mines strewn about as you try to get into the site, unless you've taken care of them with Bravo, which is entirely possible given the way Spirits is using that Kludge drone. The longer you let this round go on, you might be taking engagements completely blind. That would be a big blunder.
Would. Thankfully, we've got time to work with. Yeah, Intel's hard to come by, but do some self-destruction from Adam. He's got 2 more self-breaching charges in his pocket. That's going to give them a bit of line of sight near the bomb site. But the issue, once again, Solus and Echo with a yokai alive on defense, going to make it a lot more difficult to actually enter the bomb site itself than you'd normally think, because they have that much intel. They know the default cam is hacked now as well. They know that the attacker is that intel on the bomb site, so now they can play far off, play inside a strip, pool table, play at the main staircase, force playing lounge. They actually want Wildcard to go to the bomb site, then figure out where they're planting with either Echo or the Solus, and then again play for retake. Not many it seems like to play this kind of way, but SSG, they definitely do.
There's a drop from Spirits. A DMR can absolutely flatten you. Spirits marching on in. Adam with coverage down goes Fultz. Are they isolating these last 2 players? J9O, position given away, wins the fight.
10 seconds to go.
Adam will need to retrieve the diffuser or get the final 2 picks. That's a heady task. Kill opt for the play as the yokai comes out. Hot and Cold runs in. No real opportunity. Got a feel for Adam in that circumstance. Space Station win 2 in a row.
And again, it's just how smart Space Station are playing it in those rounds. Like, there's no real way for Wildcard to win that unless they somehow find the perfect plant spot where you don't get yellow paint, the yokai can't stun you, and Adam can cover 3 different angles at the same time, because Solo's gonna push you from lounge, the Castle's gonna push you from strip, and Echo's either gonna be on the yokai denying the plant, or just simply go for that wallbang because the red/yellow ping was in action. So it's just strategically such a beautifully played 3 versus 2 that almost guarantees the defenders to win it without any real risk of losing ever. And it's just very nice to watch. Before that happened though, we saw Respected and J9O on top floor holding that pixel angle towards the master bedroom window, and he was constantly moving his mouse like pixel by pixel. And I'm sure people are gonna wonder about, like, what's that about? Why is he like moving? Is it a high sense player? Is he like ADHD, like he has to move constantly? It's actually a very common trait to stay alert and stay focused, where if you hold an angle for a very long time and you don't move your mouse, then when action actually happens, you find yourself a little bit slow. By just doing really micro movements with your mouse, it's very common done in Counter-Strike, Valorant, and Siege as well. You kind of stay on top of your game, you stay alert. Of course, if you're literally going to be a pixel off because you're moving on 1 pixel at a time, yeah, you miss your shot, but your action time-wise can be faster. Just a little fun fact of why J9O most likely was doing that.
What are the benefits of having a former player, a former pro, a former world champion, former 2-time back-to-back world champion is that you can provide insights that other people can't?
about micro movements of the mouse. Yeah.
You know it's a good match when you can really dig into the tiny movements of the device used to aim.
Wrong.
Really get to nerd out.
I mean, I love that aspect of the game. And it's why there are teams that are good to watch and there are teams that are great to watch. And I think when you can really dig into the details, why they matter, how they matter, and the fact that the teams are utilizing those small details, that's what makes watching Siege as a player, as a commentator, as a fan of the game, the best for me. And it's why Clubhouse, unironically, is one of my favorite maps ever in the game. Because it has a lot of those things every single round. There are those micro decisions. And there are so many ways to punish them as well on both attack and on defense. So good players with a good read in the game, and good teams with a good read in the game, they will tend to favor Clubhouse as well for that same reason, because it's fun for the brain. It's a bit of exercise for the mental part of it. Okay, Surf. Or just prone in the hallway, you know?
Are we going to see another swing to protect these mirror windows from Space Station? It did not work out in their favor the first time around. Adam was able to gain serious value off of a single Selma charge as it came at the expense of Fultz's life. Kitchen has been opened up and almost botched flash from Packer as there goes the hatch inside a kitchen. More bucking has been done. Surf pushing from blue. It'll be Hot and Cold that he'll run into first. Houghton playing by dummies just to get the angle onto that opening. First pick goes to Spirits. Say goodbye to Fultz. Uh-oh. Did it possibly happen again? J90 inside a dirt tunnel. He takes down Spirits. Houghton drops to Surf. J90 still in this position, surviving with a tiny bit of HP. Now there's a double drop, a potential triple drop, but Adam doesn't live long enough to see that happen. Space Station against the odds once more, but they were able to pull it off in this position. Almost, until Packer clutched. Do they get closer? Do they change the story on this defense? 3 in a row for them. 10 seconds, you wouldn't know it. There's Forrest playing around. Down goes Merc. Diffuser surrendered 2. Space Station losing it. The double drop from Wildcard. Forrest is going to retake from above. If he gets a read into this, he could stop Packer in his tracks, but he doesn't have information, and the coverage from Surf gets the job done. 2 for 2 on this bomb site for Wildcard. This is not the kind of streak you want to have if you're Space Station. Tie game between these 2 through 4 rounds.
That is such a... I mean, that is just a mess of a round. The execute comes from Wildcard, but the one guy who dies is the guy diffuser in kitchen. So how did it go? The attackers drop, so the defender goes up, then the attackers go through the bomb site, they go back up to kitchen, then they drop and they plant, then the last defender goes back up to kitchen again. It's literally ringing out the rosy 4 separate times. And one of the big reasons why that actually was able to play out was because SSG opted for a double blue wall reinforcement from blue into church. We don't see that very often. Normally it's the middle wall reinforced, and then a rotate, and then a rotate to dummies with the mirror window next to it, like we saw. But by having double reinforcement to church, there's no crossfire that can be established to shut down blue, and it's why it was such a good entry point is initially for Wildcard to start off that execute. And it basically didn't allow SSG to retake from church into blue, which is why we saw the Jaeger go through church into the long hallway or go up to the kitchen hatch. SSG limited their own rotations. Unfortunately, their intention was to limit the attack, but they limited themselves in the process as well. You never know how those rounds are going to play out. But in that particular instance, I bet you SSG, they wish they had a rotate to work with, because they could have secured the injured kill and maybe even shut down the plant with the plant attempt with ease.
Sticks and stones returning onto this clubhouse wall as Forrest will once again harness the tools of Bandit. Where are your tools, man? All just tools. But Forrest looks like he's fallen off the wall a little bit early on. He's preoccupied by that window being shot out. Packer thinks that there's bandit tricking, though. Here's the deal. Forrest is getting a lot of value by doing nothing at this point. There's a single shock wire down on the right panel. Forest doesn't want to attempt one onto the left. So with that CCTV breach opens very early on. Okay. That was a kamikaze mission from Wildcard. They spring into the site. They are out-dueled quite substantially by Space Station. There's a nade tossed up. Hot and Cold knows that one player lays in wait down below. But now the two remaining players from Wildcard, their advance up red stairs, heralded by that proximity alarm. Adam, the first pick. Ashen playing around this panel, and the rodeo works out. 2 tickets for Wildcard. Beautiful play by Ashen around that panel. Wildcard didn't even stand a chance. I don't think either of the players even were engaged in the fight with him. Space Station take their 3rd round.
Well, it could have been a very quick round for Wildcard, which is shut down. I mean, Spirits, middle of the bomb site, wait for the rotator, got that opening pick, and then he got traded. I would say if you rush in like that, getting a 1-for-1 trade, that is a success. The issue is the follow-up from the members on the breach didn't really get anywhere. They both fell immediately to Hot and Cold to pick up a quick double kill. And you said that like Forest just got a lot of value by simply staying alive or simply playing Bandit. And that's actually the whole aspect of why teams these days, they play the Bandit. You pick it up to force the enemy to problem solve around it. You know, nade below, caps on fire, or buck vertically like we saw from Spirits. And you play the Bandit, you force him to do all those moves, and you simply leave the wall. Because you know if you try to penetrate that wall, you'll likely die, and it's not worth the trade. So you pick the Bandit just to cause that problem-solving situation, force some time and utility, then run away, and then sure, Bandit's gadget at this point kind of useless, the wall's open, right? But that's fine, because your value was found elsewhere by forcing that scenario to play out in the first place. The Forest recognized that fine balance. If you overstay your welcome, you'll be met with a grenade or a vertical from box. So a well-read situation by SSG and a good bomb site hold as well.
I'm really struggling to pin down the vibe of this matchup so far because it really does seem like anybody's game. At least through this first half. Space Station chose this map. Conventional wisdom suggests they should have the upper hand in this engagement. So far they do through the 5 rounds, but anything can change. And Space Station is going to go to the bomb site that they have struggled mightily with, which is that church bomb site down below. They're 0 for 2 here. The perfect opportunity for Wildcard to go a flawless 3-3 on this bomb site, and then would be 3-3 in terms of the scoreline too. How convenient.
It's a bit of a surprise because like Clubhouse does offer 4 very playable bomb sites, and trying to force basement 3 times out of 6, it must be SSG believing they're so much stronger than they really are, because the numbers say a different ballgame than the actual philosophy here. What looked like a hot drop on blue hatch has been inverted. Merrick was not gonna drop it, looked like it for a second. Wildcard, they're all very like, they could go if they wanted to. They're outside of dirt, then the blue hatch, kitchen hatch. But they're still looking for what might be the best way through this round. Of course, they want that perfect 3 out of 3 in basement attack, and they want that even half.
Well, you want to close in on even half? How about the first 2 picks? Spirits is in the bomb site. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and Wildcard are just taking to the stockades. Fultz upstairs, Ashen inside a church. Right now, Wildcard have their claws around this B bomb site. Fultz will attempt to drop, but there's one inside a freezer watching him. Ashen, the only kill for SSG so far. I admire his attempts with the sidearm. That Roni's only got a couple bullets in it. He'll run out very quickly on. 15 bullets flies by in a hurry. Wildcard antagonizing him with the drone. Right now at the feet of Ashen, knowing how precious that magazine is for this player. Back up to 16 bullets as he's reloaded. Troubling inside of Moto. That timer continuing to run down. Wildcard just throwing bodies at the problem, but Ashen's not able to get to the diffuser with 1 second left. Even before he can get there, Surf gets the final kill, but the timer was past the point of no return, as we say. 3 for 3 on this bomb site for Wildcard. 3-2-3 the scoreline, and the first half gets us no closer to a conclusion.
I mean, it must be so hard playing against Wildcard's playstyle, because it's not what I would say logical Rainbow Six Siege, and it's very why it's working so well, especially in a map like Clubhouse, where as a defender, normally you can kind of tell, okay, they're not ready yet. They haven't done ABC. They haven't broken the floor in this area. They haven't droned this position, etc. But Wildcard are not only very good at finding opening kills, but they're also just very good at saying, okay, we could just go right now. It's not the most logical, and maybe if we wait like 10 seconds, we're even stronger. But they just have that, okay, goodbye, Ashen Camera. He's done. He's done. 3 rounds lost. Nah, he's sick of it. Get me out of here.
Look at that drip.
Oh yeah,
you see that?
Out.
You see that purple drip? Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Oh wait, pick us back up.
I actually can't tell if it's purple or if it's just because.
Oh, he killed it. We've lost.
The sound his camera would make. We've lost Ashen.
Oh, someone get him back. That's something. But yeah, it must be so hard to play against, to be honest with you, and. Very different pace than what we just saw from Soniqs and OXG on the same Clubhouse map.
One thing is for certain, we go all the way back to our first series of the day, Soniqs versus OXG, which we've already spoiled the results of. And again, this is a live broadcast. We always apologize to the people who watch this after the matches are done, but can't always take that into consideration here. It was a very, very close fight the entire way. Neither of these teams could shake each other. It was a mirror matchup during regulation on both the maps that were played. Soniqs won 4 rounds on defense. OXG did the same on their defense on Clubhouse. Chalet. Soniqs won 4 rounds on attack. OXG won 4 rounds on attack when they changed sides. Now, SSG wins 3 rounds on defense. Wildcard wins 3 rounds on attack. If we end up with that same mirrored scoreline in this second half, we go to overtime for the 3rd map that we've seen. We are at a current point where if you look at the standings of the NA League, overtime should be reasonably expected. But again, there's unpredictability here. Almost every single round has had a different tempo, so it's been hard to pin down these teams. And honestly, I like that. You know, one of the best Clubhouse matches that jumped to mind, it might not have been a master class, but one that always jumps to mind is that SSG NIP matchup on Clubhouse, if you recall, that was played during SI 2020, because NIP controlled the pace for most of that map, and they were all over the place. Some rounds would be lightning quick. On attack, they'd get into the building, they'd be really structured, they'd get a couple early picks, they'd snowball. On defense, sometimes they'd play very forward aggressively in the face of SSG. Sometimes NIP would play quite far back and invite SSG in and then pummel them. I very much enjoyed that, and so far I think we've seen the same with SSG and Wildcard. It hasn't exactly been a breakneck pace by Wildcard on most of these rounds, but they have changed up the tempo, sometimes getting in quickly, sometimes taking map control very quickly, sometimes taking sight very quickly. It's not always paid off, but it at least leads to, I guess you could say, diversity between these squads, and it's exciting for the people at home.
Look who's returned! Top left of your screen, it's Ashen. Camera back in action, yep. I think, I'm not gonna say the tech pause was for his sake, but I feel like there's a very high chance the tech pause was indeed for his sake to figure out the camera situation. But either way, he's back, so we're back shortly hopefully as well. But I think you're correct. I mean, when you have these kinds of pace changes and there's no like clear indication of what's happening that's going well or wrong for these teams, it does make for exciting rounds because it's almost like you constantly have to be watching the majority of the round, whereas let's say we break down like a really standard basement Clubhouse attack, right? Nothing really happens in the first minute, 30 seconds. Then you get the setup, then the execute, and like you get that big final explosion where like everything just happens in 20 seconds time span. But with these two teams, they could be ending the round with 4 seconds left or 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So there's always that one-off chance that, oh, now it's now. Oh, no, oh, now it's now, you know? And you can never quite tell because this setup for Wildcard, it just seems like it doesn't need anything to really initiate it. It just seems like Merc says, 3, 2, 1, go. Like at a random point in the round, and then they just go. And it works.
Tech pause still ongoing for the time being. As you saw the stat in the top left corner, might not have been paid attention to, was get up and get yourself a snack. Or if most of you watching at home have a mirror, go look in the mirror and you'll see a snack for yourself. Back in action now. First half is completely done. 3-3 the scoreline, as you can see on the top scoreboard. Very first defense will be a familiar and favored site for Wildcard. SSG opted to defend Church 3 times through their 6 rounds, and they came out empty-handed on every single one of them.
5 seconds left.
All 3 of those rounds played out differently. There were some mistakes committed by SSG. Go back to round number 1 when Fultz peeked out to try to keep the mirror window from blowing up, lost his life, and the mirror window. Second attempt, it was more of a slower pace for Wildcard, but they were able to keep numbers down very early and then get into the site, lock things down. Final round, Wildcard just bull rushed in, and that was curtains for Space Station. So 3 different ways to approach this bomb site. Which one of those will Space Station decide to emulate?
Or do they have a 4th, 5th, and 6th way to do it as well? Because I do believe there are that many ways to break down that attack, because there are so many small things you can change that will massively sway the outcome or exactly how you get to that end goal of winning those rounds. But for the very first one here, it will be a, I want to say like a semi-roam for Wildcard. They're not heavily committed to it, but they have reinforced walls above. They're playing on those staircases, but this is purely a matter of wasting time and killing a couple of drones more than... Okay.
Oh.
Alrighty then, Packer. It's a mighty fine C4 there, good sir.
I mean, there is a 4th way to go about this bomb site that doesn't involve anything that Space Station does. It rests entirely on the way that Wildcard want to defend. One thing that we didn't see from Space Station through those 3 rounds was the quote-unquote patented SSG roam. Obviously, this is far from the same team that popularized that style of defense, but it was a relatively tame and sheltered defense for Space Station on all 3 attempts of this bomb site. Wildcard getting an early pick, engaging early on is something that I don't necessarily think lines up with what we saw from Space Station on their defenses of this same site.
I have to agree with you, but I guess this is why you bring 2 hot breachers and get what? Where's Merc going? He's being shot at, so he zigzags left to right and then sprints towards the gunfire direction. I think he's a little bit confused there when that happens, okay? He's trying to make it a fun, even game with the 4-4 scoreline. Or round player count, rather.
Fultz dying a bit early again. I say early because there's 1 minute remaining. Much of this round has actually gone by. Ashen searching for his 2nd kill since coming back into this lobby. Wildcard are hunkered down towards the back of the bomb sites. Down goes Adam as Forrest is dropped. Forrest could be a nasty shot when he wants to be. Spirits with 1, but SSG are dominating the kill feed at the moment, and they clear things out as J90 walks through blue after murdering 1 inside of Church. J90 might have been nearsighted, but still in his cone of vision lay the last player from Wildcard, and Space Station takes the lead off of their very first attack.
And thankfully, it was the Ace hot breach that died at C4 and not the Hibana, because if they couldn't get all those hatches open up, well, the entry to the bomb site just won't look that easy for them, because Ace can only get a single hatch open, takes 2 summons for 1 hatch. He only has 3, of course. Whereas Hibana, well, you can get as many as you would like. You're never gonna run out of X-Kairos, even if the enemy brings 2 sets of impact grenades. If you go 2 pellets at a time, the lowest amount of Hibana, you will still get the kitchen hatch, if you would like. That is how strong Hibana currently is. It's why we commonly see her banned on Clubhouse, because she makes defending basement incredibly difficult if she's open, and just again, if she's banned, makes it that much more viable to defend. This C4, incredible. Even hot and cold didn't see it coming, but then there's this really old trick that SSG they have up their sleeve, and it's Forrest. Yeah, he plays Hibana, and he plans Diffuser, he drones a lot, but he's also very commonly just in the bomb site. And it's another classic Forrest round where he drops the kitchen hatch as the first member in the bomb site from SSG. He gets the first opening kill and then helps his teammates get the rest. It's beautiful again from SSG and the teamwork coordination side. And even though Wildcard got the opening kill, they did falter on the side itself, which is where they should be the strongest. But then again, we know Wildcard allowed to get kind of aggressive with it. roam around, take early confrontations, and play the game in a way that is not like typically seen as common, and they do it so well. But perhaps playing the game in a common way in the end round is one of their weaknesses. We'll have to see. It's only been one defense round for them so far. Can't fully judge them on that.
Obviously, it's not related to what we're witnessing as SSG gets into position on this upstairs execute, but God, every single time I see the free cam, I just think of the possibilities that it can bring to spectating. It's still very much in its infancy, and the observers are just getting the hang of it. They've put in great work, but once we've had a couple of stages under our belts, allowing them to toy and tinker with it, I think we're going to get some absolutely spectacular views when it comes to the level of observing available.
Yes.
This is a tremendously difficult game to observe, but I feel like adding that free cam can make it both challenging, but also, in turn, add to what you witness. There's the very first pick. Hot and Cold taking out Spirits.
It hit him.
There's another as well. They just keep coming.
Diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Merc wandering into bedroom. Surf and Packer with him. Only Fultz has died from SSG.
This is Wildcard trying to play that again, like the default part of the round, just kind of sitting still, kind of tame, right? They're playing the game correctly. Behind the deployable shields, got ADSs, but Adam dies without moving, without firing back his gun. And they didn't even kill a lot of drone, right? They only 3 drones killed so far, with Solids alive in prep phase as well. That's not a very good situation to be in on the defense side of things. And I think if they swing Gen and get the kill, that could be a win the round, but he's just that much better. Every single time somebody gives this man a gunfight, he tends to win them.
Oh boy, Packer. I was about to speak and then the round was over. SSG are fired up, motivated, and very much vibing. 5-3 as Wildcard have been unsuccessful through the start of this second half, and they'll call their timeout. That is not a surprise whatsoever. Let's go back to the jokes about medicine that we were talking about. How do you diagnose this, Dr. Pengu?
Oh boy, how do we diagnose the issues here? I mean, let's think. I think first of all, the next bomb set you play is bar, because it's the bomb set that allows you the most amount of map movement. You can play top floor, in the basement, on the first floor, and it gives you what I believe is Wildcard strength, right? You're playing proactively on the map, you're moving. I think that's the key here. That means basement roam, and it means bar defense. The issue is CCTV and gym, they're very much the opposite. It's all about picking your 3-4 corners and sit in those areas and deal with utility. So I think you start the bomb site changes, try and pick up some rounds here, maybe mentally get back in the game, because I do feel like Wildcard could easily be a very emotional and like quote-unquote momentum-oriented team. When things are working, when solutions are coming up, when they're winning their, their opening duels, when they go for those mini executes, they just storm through things. We saw that earlier in like round number 1, round number 4, round number 6. The 3 rounds Wildcard won were very convincing, I would say, with how they got there. But the rounds that they've lost, very similar fashion, they look a little bit like they don't know what to do or just simply outclassed by SSG. They opt to go downstairs one more time, so their rotation will be basement with a very weak roam, just killing drones, into that gym, very passive bomb site where they just kind of sit in corners and CCTV and bomb site itself. Now back to the basement, and I like this what I'm seeing right now. The roam reinforcements on CCTV, mute jammer on it, and the catwalk reinforcement. Usually when we see this specific trio Rio, it means that they're gonna stick around top floor and actually fight it out, or at the very least intend to try and fight for the ground and not just give it up immediately. And I think that's what they gotta do. They need to fight. The question is, what happens if Spirit either A, isn't helped by his teammates because Serve is very far off master bedroom, or what if they simply lose out in the roam? Then SSG are playing 5 versus 3, and Wildcard will face the same issue on the bomb side, but with even less people alive. So a lot of the workload right now is on the shoulders of the roamers of Surf and Spirits.
Seconds off of the round. Discovery going in. Space Station once heralded for their cheeky drones. DZ as well talked about for how they're able to have drones pretty much everywhere at all times, but During that mute Mozzie meta, Space Station was very often credited for having constant intel on you. You saw one of those drones up on the vents over rafters, and now J90 will get a lot of value with one player spotted inside of Cash. Things coming out as well that cannot be capitalized, as I believe an EE1D by Fultz was used before he hopped back onto his drone. Surf roaming in lounge, and Hot and Cold thought stock was free and clear. It was not. Wildcard get the first pick. Surf says that's enough. Go back down inside the bomb site, play a little bit safer. You've killed half of the round at this point, also removing the buck. Given that this is a downstairs defense for Wildcard, big focal point for SSG with that sledge was to take kitchen. Now you've got breaches in the hands of Ashen and J90, but it's going to be a lengthier process if you want to open up that floor.
Yeah, and it's again that movement, right? Allowing freedom from the defending players, and now they fall back to side to kind of consolidate the troops. And I do like this because they built that early lead, and they get the soft breacher and the grenades like you mentioned. So they're in a really good position, and they just have one more test left in this basement exam. Actually win the 5 versus 4 and hold on to the important areas. Blue especially, where Spirits currently is playing, is the middle ground between both bomb sites, so if they can hold control over that, that'd be very important for them.
Down goes Packer as SSG gets on the board. 40 seconds seems to be the go timer for most of these teams, though Wildcard pulled it off a bit earlier. Absent a Ying, you cannot Candela that Moto door. Flashes will do just fine, or so SSG thinks, but Wildcard have answered them. 4 uncontested kills in a row, and Wildcard, after their timeout, strike back. They've got 4 rounds. They still trail SSG. But this one's certainly no blowout.
I just want to see Bar now. I want to see them do it, make that decision. Not saying it's like the only right decision, but I feel like it makes too much sense not to go Bar. Or to go Bar. Because, again, you want the movement, you want to work with the map, and you have so many different operators and DVs you can play out if you want to for intel, right? Whether it's the Echo or the Maestro, or just bulletproof cameras, loads of options there. To remind you, the operator bands rather is the Valkyrie, Dokkaebi, Asami, and Ying. So while the Valkyrie isn't available on defense, everything else but that in Asami is. You can flex around all you want. We know Wildcard are capable of doing so, as are SSG. See what they opt for. I'm actually very curious. I would love to see what bomb site we're going to. I'm dying here. Oh, it's a replay. What a tease. My goodness.
Best part is we got medics observing, and he could very easily just whisper what the bomb site is in your ear, but I imagine that he is having a good amount of time not telling you.
Yep.
And he just giggled, so I think that my hypothesis is correct. It's not our stage.
Go for it. I am heartbroken and disappointed. There's still time for it. You know, it's only the 10th round. But I want to see how they deal with this now, what their approach is going to be.
We saw them played it, they won it when they were on defense. But I know you want more. I always like seeing the sites that usually don't come in. Is this going to be a rush? Because they got a Monty lined up. Oh my. Bandit tricking actually prevails. Surf getting an awful lot of value out of that single shock wire as 1 Selma, 1 exothermic charge, and 1 pocket EMP are used. It looked like Space Station might want to press the advantage as quickly as they could, but all they'll settle for is that opening created by the Selmas, and now they have scrambled off of this position.
They get the first.
There's a secondary shotgun on the board on defense, so keep your eyes peeled. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I did. I'm more curious though as to what the actual game plan is from Space Station. Like, they get the first of the breach, that's fair. They rotate off it. They don't need it right now, and you don't want to risk dying on that breach solo bolo. But the actual push, this Muncie is alone. Now the defenders don't know that, but we have the silhouettes. Nobody's behind Forest right now. But this could be a good old Muncie's gonna bait that this is gonna be the executing garage, but they're gonna strike elsewhere. And we see Ashen and Jacuzzi. Forest and stock doors well downstairs, so, or Hot and Cold rather. So, oh, that's not pretty.
Folds the leadoff pick elsewhere. Merc on the board, subduing J90. Surf, off-site, Oh my. 2 players of SSG inside construction. Surf is inside a bedroom. He could swing in and catch them off guard. He'll have to go quickly though, as now Spirits will duel against Forrest. Removed as Forrest unsheathing the pistol. Nice play by Surf to remove Hot and Cold from this position inside of construction. And now, cheeky little peek. Gets the drop onto Fultz. Will secure with the Nitro cell. Fultz unable to crawl out of that way. Surf making so much noise. We spoke it into existence. No diffuser for SSG. They'll need to pick it back up. As Surf and Adam will wait out the final 30 seconds. Might just be time for kills from Space Station.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Ashen is dispatched to go pick it up. Now he'll attempt the plant.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Adam getting information onto Ashen. There goes an impact. The bandit will be compelled to act, but Ashen is doing all this work himself.
Attackers have recovered.
Jostle around the diffuser, this time giving it to Forrest as Adam shoots through the floor. Can Ashen stop him in time? Because right now, Adam is doing some serious work, but he picks the wrong direction. Forrest pulls it off, and Ashen down below shoots SSG to map point.
That is so okay. Ashen was kind of, analysts have said that he had a weak beginning, and it's true, he did have a weak start to the league. And he's a new boy, right? He has to learn. But Ashen made a Giga Brain play that round, and it's a very difficult one for SSG to problem solve. Solus is below you, and the Bandit of Surf is next to you inside a connector or master bedroom, depending on where exactly he's moving. And what Ashen did was that he started actually planting to give off the sound cue. He immediately stopped, dropped the diffuser on the side, which looks like, for Solus's point of view, the bomb is going down. So what happens? Surfs push forward from connector, but Ashen just dropped it and then swung him. So the Solus is going, oh, they're planting, only one guy left, swing now. But it's a complete fake out. And this doesn't happen that often because Solus is still, a relatively new operator in the game. And you don't get into this specific scenario of faking it out by dropping the diffuser on the ground to make it look like you're planting the diffuser. So Ashen is just like split-second decision-making there, just completely salvages the round for Space Station. And after that, it's the Monty who's planting. Ashen goes downstairs and get the second kill as well. So while he might have had a slow start to the league, he is certainly a much better player already, only a couple of weeks later. And that's something that, when players have great potential, one of those aspects is how fast can they learn and how hungry are they also to gain that knowledge. When you're playing with players that have so much experience, like J9O, Forrest, Foles, Hot and Cold, the entire roster, just be a sponge, right? When they throw stuff your way, you say, yes, sir, okay, sir, and you learn from it. And you can very much tell Ashen is a person who's hungry to learn, given his quick improvement so far in the league. And it didn't take us Argon to see Blitz, because Forrest is a madman. Playing Blitz on Clubhouse is very difficult, on a gym defense no less. This must be a Jacuzzi rush, surely, because Thermite and Forrest and Blitz are both locked and loaded outside that breach, and Hot and Cold on main stairs. Yep, they're gonna go for sure.
If there's anybody who's enough of a lunatic with the skill to back it up, it's Forrest to pull this off, and he immediately dies. All right, so he runs into bedroom. Merc punishing him, also getting Ashen. SSG on the board. Hot and Cold trying for the follow-up. He'll do just that, but we're 1 minute into this match, and Hot and Cold is a single point of HP. He's the last remaining player from Space Station. So the rush strat with the map on the line seems like a decent idea. Why not? Catch them off guard. But so far today, not a single team that we have watched has been able to pull off a successful rush on any of the 3 maps. Space Station just following the trends, not the trendsetters that they used to be. A 3K for Merc. That round was over very quickly on. Space Station still on map point. Wildcard within 1. They prevail. We go to overtime.
I'm still happy.
That sigh, by the way, is like a disappointed father sigh from you.
It was as the Blitz daddy, if we can go that far, right? I know how good Forrest can be, and I'm not saying that he made a big mistake in that round, but I really wanted the chaos. I wanted to go in, get a kill, stay alive for a bit, SSG, they make map presence on the bomb side. It's a back and forth. They're, really fighting toe to toe. But it's just like they run in, they meet the wall, and it goes splat. And that's it. Merc just shuts it down. They lock them out, and they cannot get in. And that's really it. And it's match point as well, so it's super exciting, right? And then it just wasn't. At least not from the side of Space Station. But if you want an overtime game or a close game, it's great that Wildcard just won that with no effort, because now they are one round closer to their own victory and one round closer to forcing OT, as the score is still 6-5 in favor of Space Station.
Timeout called. Settle things down. Space Station were in the inverse, if you recall, when I made that comparison long ago, when Lycan said, well, you know, we were losing 5-6, and I thought what we needed to do was obvious, yada, yada, yada. Callout does not approach it in the same way. Maybe he does in other circumstances, but certainly not here. Callout is an exceptionally bright and capable coach. And if memory serves me correctly, back when he was coaching Astralis at SI, Astralis had one of the highest conversion rates on the round following a timeout. SSG fans, you better hope that that's the case right now, or else you go to overtime. 3 rounds will ultimately determine your fate. This is SSG's map pick, so again, even if SSG wins 7-5, which is not necessarily the scoreline expectation, but SSG winning is at least the expectation on their own map. They win 7-5. It was still a close, scrappy matchup against Wildcard. You then go to Cafe, which is Wildcard's choice. All right, you have a chance to close it out in 2. Space Station lose here. Well, they find themselves in a very rough spot going to that Cafe, again chosen by Wildcard.
Yeah. See what they can figure out, though. I mean, you take a technical timeout on match point, there's 2 outcomes. Either you talk about the following round, so the current one, and that's it in a vacuum. Say, how do we win this in regulation? Or you say, okay, let's prepare for the next round, but let's also talk notes for overtime in case we get there. Because you don't have a minute to talk to your coach. And you can't really cover everything, so you gotta really pick your battles and be very quick and efficient about it. And hopefully, the members of HSG, which I believe they're capable, will be able to like take that discussion forward into the rounds to come. So if you've done a good job as a coach, is that you give the tools to your players to problem solve on their own, but with guidance at times, right? Whereas a poor coach will have to tell you the literal solution for everything, so then technical time when it's over, the players are completely clueless. Half the round is already burned by. Nothing's really happened. This is a classic basement clear, as I mentioned earlier. What happens usually in a basement roam clear? Well, not a lot, not in terms of gunplay, because defenders are now turtling up. The Mira, the Mossy, the Finner, the Midoromai, they're bunkered up. They want to welcome the attackers into the bomb side and then shut them down. So for Space Station, this is that fine line between going quick enough to have time to work with, but not so quick you start skipping a basic step somewhere and either lose a member or you're missing a key portion of the map, a certain hole in the floor, a certain grenade to clear the shield, etc. And just right now, scouting for intel. Because as you see, they can attack from dirt, kitchen hatch, moto, church breach, blue. They have infinite amounts of possibilities. All they gotta do is really choose.
50 seconds remaining. A crucial round where no damage has been done to anybody just yet. Utility still there in spades for the attackers. Defenders have used an awful lot of theirs, but 2 nitro cells still in pocket. A wild card means that the post plant for them, or rather the execute, if the post plant doesn't even end up occurring, is prepared for. There's the killing. SSG, all blue all the time, hot and cold with 3 kills. Hacker to keep Wildcard in this match, fighting against the smoke, but shut down. Space Station earning a very hard-fought victory on their map. They walk away 7-5, up by 1. Wildcard, after this break, will move on to their map. Will they have better success, or will it be a 2-0 for SSG? We'll find out in a few minutes.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Well, that was fun, and it wasn't an overtime game. Space Station take map number 1, their own pick, the first time they've played Clubhouse all year, and Wildcard really seemed like they got the hang of things a little bit too late in the process. Good game overall. Wildcard have some good things to take away from it, but Space Station just too killer on that map, and we hadn't seen them play it all year.
Yeah, Jacob, we started this map with an ace running in a basement, getting a 3K, and we ended it with an ace running in a basement, getting a 3K. The first one was Adam, the second one was Hot and Cold. Both players played fantastically. You know, I thought Space Station Gaming really were strong all over the map. Maybe those basement defenses need to be sharpened up a little bit, but all in all, SSG played so well.
Yeah, and to touch up on even just Wildcard, I am glad to see the big performance shift going from the DZ game now to this game. This map kind of did go the way that I thought it was going to go, because again, it is a little bit, I view Oregon and Clubhouse to be very defaultish in terms of the 1, 2, 3 steps. You got to do this, you got to do that, boom, execute. And that's Clubhouse, that's what it reminds me of. So again, going into this map specifically, this is really how I thought it was going to go. It was very back and forth. In my opinion, not one team was looking more dominant than the other. I think it both plays into each other's playstyles very heavy, and I'm looking forward to see what next map is going to look like.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, and I think that we really can't do anything about map 2 yet until we dissect a little bit more on map 1. There's things that Wildcard know that they have to clean up, and there's a lot of good things for Space Station, especially considering the fact that that was a pretty overall even half as things went. But in order to dive a little bit further into it, let's head to Jesse J. Chick on stage for the breakdown.
Life is about journeys, Jacob, and in this game in particular, in round number 2, one single item took a massive journey, and that was the defuse kit. Today I want to show you a little bit of a story. Now, to start things off, we've got Forrest in a bit of a pickle. You can see that he is struggling inside of the bomb site, playing on the bandit. He's got a ton of problems being thrown his way. He's trying to bandit trick. He's got guns coming his way, but look at the direction he's facing. He's looking outside onto the roof, and there's one person who's going to be there, not yet, but soon, in just a moment, and he's holding the defuse kit. It's going to be Merc. Let's jump forward a few seconds, about 10 seconds into the future, and you'll see what has happened. Not only has Merc fallen to the grave, as he's now been killed, by Forrest, I should mention as well, but he's dropped the defuse kit on the roof. And this is the first of Wildcard's many problems throughout this round. So it's a big play by Forrest. He gets away with his life. And if we go forward slightly farther into the round, you'll see it's been picked up. The defuse kit is on the move. Adam has taken it, and he's taken it specifically through the garage wall into bottom garage itself. Now, you can see overall the round hasn't shifted too much. Wildcard's still getting into position here. So Adam, he's on the move. But if we skip forward a little bit longer, you'll see he has also dropped the defuse kit. There it is now in bottom garage. You can see taken down as it's fading away up the kill feed by False. All of a sudden, we've got the fuse kit from on top of the roof onto the second level roof, and now down on the ground as well. And as we continue to play this clip, I want you to watch what Space Station does. They've recognized that they've now dropped the defuse kit down inside of garage. And look at these players, right? Forrest inside of sight, gonna get naded out. Look at Ashen. He's inside of construction. He's gonna drop this hatch. False is coming up from secret stairs. You've got one going down red stairs as well. Everybody from SSG, go play the bottom floor. And if you're Surf, you've got so many people down there, all of a sudden, fighting you for that defuse kit. SSG completely gave up their bomb site just to hunt this little defuse kit, which has gone on a journey across the map throughout this round, and it was played so beautifully. Wildcard take forever to figure out that, oh shoot, we don't have the kit, we're in sight. Site control doesn't matter if we don't have that kit. So it's all about objective play, ladies and gentlemen. Thought it was a great round from Space Station Gaming, controlling the kit. Part of the reason why they won this map, but it's a best of 3. We got another map on the way. It's Cafe. Let's go back to the desk so we can prepare for that next map.
Appreciate Jesse breaking that bad boy down, and a good lesson in diffuser security for all of you people watching at home trying to figure out, what do I do in my ranked games like to succeed? Don't let the guy with case die that early, and suddenly everything becomes a lot better. You'll thank Jesse later for that one. Specifically about Cafe, though, if we look back again at the map veto, this is looking a little bit different now, especially considering Wildcard lost the first one. It's okay if you don't win your map pick. It's not the world's end, but it's still not the greatest position for Wildcard to be in. Laxing, how you seeing this?
Yeah, SSG, they win their map. Great, perfect for SSG. Now you got Wildcard going into Cafe. If you go back and remember during group stage, SSG did actually beat Wildcard on Cafe 7-4.
Yep.
So I can only make the assumption here that Wildcard confidently picking Cafe, that they are going to re-go over that VOD, see where they made mistakes, see where SSG made mistakes, and try to capitalize on those areas in order to come out on top here, because you got to be pretty bold to pick a map you lost 7-4 on.
Lots of footage for Wildcard to study. SSG 3 plays on Cafe just throughout the group stage alone. They've really been bringing back the mining and dining bomb site. SSG play this a ton. They've got a great little mirror strat on it, so it'll be interesting to see if we see that strat again from Space Station Gaming, but hopefully Wildcard have been doing their homework.
Hopefully so, and I do like the fact that we're getting a rematch map, even if it's not. I mean, it's considerably different stakes now, so I'm absolutely all for it. I like the fact that we're getting this bad boy again, and it's always interesting seeing what Callout's brain is capable of doing on Cafe. Map number 2, Wildcard are still trying to push for a map 3, and Space Station are trying to knock this bad boy out as fast as they can. It's Parker and Pengu with the call.
Will we have another 2-0? Will Space Station Dance with Destiny. This time, Destiny is a different name, Nicholas. It's not Dark Zero.
No, it's not. This time, M80.
Or, as I like to say, when I'm feeling kind of folksy and a pirate, matey.
Oh, that's just Ace and Des and an average day of casting, to be honest.
Did you see the fruit tier list, by the way?
Oh, don't get me started.
Avocados in last? Are you nuts? What's going on with this?
Whole thing's upside down.
I'm gonna compose myself. Serenity now. Compose myself.
People are
I
allowed.
looked at the tier list and I was like, does this man even eat fruit?
Well, you know, I'm gonna be the nice guy and say people are allowed a difference of opinion here, right? But honestly, that thing's just wrong. I don't agree with it one bit.
Is that what is the picture that Ashen keeps flashing? It looks like Redeemer. It also looks like J90. I can't.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't honestly tell from the stream quality mixed with his camera quality mixed with how small it is. It's who medics?
He said mango.
Oh, it's mango.
Really?
I know who mango is, medics.
I couldn't tell.
I know who Mango is. Like, I know that he's SSG's analyst. I didn't know, to be completely honest. I didn't know what he looked like at basically the size of a postage stamp on my screen. I can't tell. Thank you very much, medics, for weighing in, and also Jacob messaging us in the talent channel that we keep an eye on as well, informing us of his identity. Perfect synergy between these teams as we get underway with round number 1. Operator bans don't look that strange. Azami and Solus banned out on Cafe. Solus for the vertical play. Azami because she makes almost every single bomb site much more of a nightmare and you have to bring even more explosives than before. Ying because she is a very potent operator and is good pretty much everywhere. Bringing, you know, either smokes or hard destruction or a decent gun with tons of bullets. The only one that really stands out to me is the Jackal ban by Wildcard.
Yeah, the Jackal ban. I mean, that's obviously a big target ban on when it comes to isolating players. And I think what we have to assume here is that this is a ban that Wildcard they made for the future. Wildcard's styling on the attack, so they're not gonna ban the Jackal if they wanted to play him. They're banning the Jackal because they don't want to play against it or when they go onto defense themselves. That might speak to a lot of heavy roaming presence on maybe the kitchen and kitchen bomb side or something along those lines, because Jackal's off the board. You want to be running around and roaming around as much as possible. A cheeky little drone there is at the bomb site that's going to provide valuable intel, and because Solus is banned off by SSG, well, finding drones now is a lot more difficult. It's why 9 out of 10 drones, or should I say 4 out of 5 drones survive the prep phase, but who will not survive is going to be Merc. He was sniped from across the map instead of Freezer all the way to West Window Repel stage. That's unfortunate.
Not exactly the start that you want. Down goes Merc. Down goes Yana. Down goes the nades. Still have nades in the hands of Spirits, so not all hope is lost. This is a reading execute for Wildcard, so you want to keep the sledge alive.
Yeah.
Need to keep the sledge alive, dare I say it. Is this not one of the bomb sites as well when you and I casted a cafe a long time ago, and by a long time ago, I mean probably last week?
Yeah.
Where you said that RAM gets very, very good value on this particular site? Is that, am I going crazy here, or?
No, you would be very correct. I mean, not a soft floor, right? And you want to destroy it, and who does it faster and better than RAM? Arguably nobody. But if you want to play Dokkaebi and 2 sets of grenades and an Ash, you just kind of start for opportunities here with operators. But look at that! A swing on in from Spirits and back out he goes.
SSG leading the way in these engagements. Doubling up on numbers. Fruitless fight from Spirits on the reading door as he's leaned into his monitor about as close as he can possibly go. Walks into Forest's waiting arms, and now it's Adam to take above. 1 pick to start off with. Grab cam access as well. 1 logic bomb in back pocket, 3 flashbangs. And 1 minute to go. Adam will use that logic bomb selfishly because who else is going to benefit from it? Unless there are drones laying around that could possibly give him intel, and it certainly looks that way because also the cams are in their back pocket too, or front pocket, I suppose, if you wanted to be more accurate. Yokai drones giving away the position of Adam as he's now inside of laundry. Those Yokai drones are also giving information. Still controlled by Houghton though, as Adam is stuck inside of the laundry room, finding the Yokai, but having some struggles, all the while the clock continuing to run away. The 3 players from Space Station not really needing to move a muscle at all. Adam's next step is to retrieve the diffuser, which is inside of reading. He has to be concerned with getting the plant down. Why? Because the kill holes above him will provide audio. Forrest will know that the diffuser is being activated. Nobody moving there just yet. I don't know if they have a read on this. He might have caught Space Station. Bit of an awkward spot. Flash out, prepared to take 1 engagement. Kill holes to his right. Missing out on an opportunity. All 3 players of SSG emerge from a very similar position. That's the Cafe Club car, or the Cafe Clown car, but I don't really want to call them clowns, but you get the metaphor, right? Space Station wins round number 1.
And again, how many teams will play out that 3 versus 1 like we just saw from Space Station, where you do it? I hate referencing other games, but it's like, this is very Counter-Strike-like, right? Where you give up a bomb site, and you play the numbers, and you play the retake. But that doesn't really happen commonly in Siege, and SSG, one of the only teams, dare I say, in the world to ever really have this kind of playstyle, besides Astralis, but the current Space Station is a merge of SSG and Astralis, so, you know, it's potato, and it's very refreshing to watch because essentially what this means is nobody's risking putting themselves in a 1 versus 1. It was a literal 3 versus 1, and there's no realistic chance that Atsum or any other player in the world can clutch out in that scenario because it's too tall of an ask, honestly, in that position. So very innovative gameplay here, a different spin from Space Station, and if you're Wildcard, you know, you get close in the first map of Clubhouse, you lose 5-7, it could have really been anybody's map for the taking, but now you go into Cafe and you start attack because you chose the map. Well, there are a couple of maps that definitely are defender-sided. Cafe is one of those maps, so it's not a great place to be honest with you. And last time these 2 teams, they fought each other, well, it was earlier, you know, in group stage. It was a 7-4 victory for Space Station on Cafe. So, bit of a tough position for Wildcard unless they really put in the prep work. But Jesse and Lax kind of broke out on desk saying Wildcard's map pool just isn't that great. They were kind of forced into this Cafe pick. They didn't have much choice.
Nope. We've all been there. Swing and a miss. Starting on the top floor now. Oh, somebody early. Arc safe for the time being. This mining execute that will unfold from Wildcard. Hear cacophony of those phones ringing off as there's a late castle barricade that goes up on one of the cocktail windows as J90 assumes a very familiar position onto the black mirror. A look inside of back bar. Wildcard stacked up on these windows. Who will be the first to get into the building? Oh my God, look at those indicators as they toss everything plus the kitchen sink at Ashen. Prevailing in that duel. Great reflexes by Fultz, but Lean betrays him, looking the wrong way. SSG just punished. 90 seconds in. Last 2 players hunkered down. Forrest drops. Adam is so close by. Who's prepared for this? Forrest sees it, tagging him quite heavily, but Adam is just going to continue to run. 1 minute left now, hot and cold, keeping numbers close. Wildcard still with the advantage with 1 minute left on the clock.
Really awkward here for Wildcard because they do have numbers advantage with 1, but planting is going to be difficult. SSG, they're still holding on. Yellow pings come out, so intel is there for them. Wildcard, they have to act quickly before SSG can help one another.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Oh my, SSG have caught Wildcard in a bad spot. Diffuser in the Lion's Den or the Viper's Pit, depends on which type of animal you prefer. Drop, look at hot and cold, so close range! Doing serious damage and getting the down. There's a nade unsheathed. Hotton does not take the bait though. Forrest on the cross, and now Merc knows that it's not a 1v1 in this engagement. Nade goes in, hot and cold flushed out. Can Forrest shut down Merc? Merc is just so damn good. Wildcard strike back in round number 2.
And again, it comes down to the Wild once more. And these clutch moments, every single player is so capable in them. And what typically is a perfectly played 2 versus 1 for Space Station, well, Merc was the one player to actually find a gap and a weakness by playing smartly around utility and trying to fake out that nade sound a couple of times, so that when he actually stuck the grenade, well, SSG didn't know. So either you go for the swing and try and survive by running away, but then if Merc isn't holding the grenade in his hand, you die to his gun. And if you think that he's actually faking it, but he isn't, you die to the grenade. So there's no real winning there for Space Station. I guess you can say if Forrest didn't go for the swing afterwards and try to play for time because there was only 12 or so seconds left, you can force Merc into an awkward position. I think that's your best bet. But either way, the early stage of that round really is what sealed the deal for Wildcard. They just peeled off that top floor hold incredibly fast and with ease. Just flashbang spam with a grenade that cleared off Ash, and then a trade up top, just a double swing together, got them the control they wanted. And hot and cold we saw it here, just stuck in a really awkward position with no real way out or back into it. A great pre-fire for Merc, well done for him.
Downstairs, the next line for SSG. This is a map where we expect to see all 4 bomb sites played. Cocktail up top will likely emerge from one of these 2 teams. Their very first map that was played, Clubhouse, every single bomb site was present. Albeit, Orange Stage only got played 1 time, but it still counts.
Yeah, of course.
Still hung up on this bomb site not being called Bakery. I don't care how long this rework has been in the game for, I still call it Bakery. Just like I still call it Twitter.
Hell yeah, don't blame me for that one at all. Old habits die hard.
I don't care what you change the name to. Both bomb sites are in the kitchen, but guess what? It's still Bakery in my heart. Nades tossed in, also the Gone 6, removing one of those dread mines. Wildcard bringing the blitz. No fanfare from you with the blitz. Ascends on the board as well. Merc's team likes Sends. That rolling holy gadget will keep on going. Spirits in hot pursuit of the Warden of J90. He gets dropped. Trading 4 kills in very short order. And the blitz is still alive. I'm certain you'll be overjoyed at that one.
Loved it. Great execute. Not only Spirits himself, one of the best blitz players in the world, but also Wildcard, they know this and they play so well around it. We don't see Sense with a very high presence and pick rate and pro play, but for these one-off strats, Sense is one of the greatest operators because you just get a really quick smoke wall to shroud an entry point, and Spirits can just do his job like this. It's easy. Oh, and goes next.
His scoreline's 420. Don't betray yourself. Give the kill to somebody else. Oh, surviving for the time being. Sends and Blitz, the last 2 operators still up. There's no way Hot wins this, right? No. Spirits blazing a trail through the site. Technically, it's 5:20 now, but the joke was funny at the time, I suppose. Wildcard win 2 in a row.
I love that again. I mean, hot and cold, you know, very bold move there, going for this secondary shotgun bail to try and finish off the blitz. And Spirits is just, you know, when you talk about great shield players, there's this weird thing where the difference between a really good shield player and a great shield player is that the great shield player will just hit every single hipfire shot. Like, it's ridiculous. And I mean, let's say Spirit shot about 20 bullets that round. I swear to you, he hit at least 10 of them. Like, how many players can just that effortlessly hit that many hipfire shots? I don't know. But Spirits, he's your man. And there is actually this very interesting mechanic with shields where if you shoot at a shield, a Muncie or a Blitz or a Fuse, etc., even if you don't hit them and do damage, by just simply hitting the shield itself, you actually increase their hipfire spread, meaning they are less accurate. So if you're just looking at a shield and you have the option to shoot the shield and do no damage, or just, you know, conserve your bullets, it's better that you just kind of tap it with the shield slowly, because you're going to make the hipfire accuracy worse, aka the odds of them hitting you a lot lower. And when I say a lot, it's like a 70% reduction. Like, it's ridiculous the hipfire spread when you're getting shot at. Just a small little tip there, because a lot of people don't seem to know. It's also a mechanic that doesn't happen very often, but TLDR, shoot shields, don't just look at them.
Down goes Packers. There's the very first altercation before we get into this, hoping that the pace of this particular round is a little bit slower, just so I can kind of date myself here. Remember when you used to be able to kill a blitz by shooting his earmuffs?
Oh boy. Yeah, that was a tough meta to be a blitzer.
That was back when your armor, quote unquote, was still part of the hitbox, and that was something that the devs changed like 6 years ago at this point. Think about yesterday, we actually saw a match where somebody was shooting the backpack of Lion and it wasn't doing any damage. Well, that's because it's not actually his body. In real life, if you had a gun and you shot somebody's backpack,
oh no,
it wouldn't kill them, but you would definitely feel it. Obviously, this is not a real game. You don't just pull metal reinforcements out of your behind.
Oh, I was gonna bring that up.
But it changed the hitboxes so that everybody's the same size hitbox, but your visual silhouette might be different. Blitz back in the day used to shoot the protective headphones that he had on his head, those ear cups, and it would actually kill him and count as a headshot.
Yep.
Thank goodness to both of these teams for the pacing they set, because now the killing will resume once we have finished our anecdote. And there's another casualty for Wildcard.
It seems like the count to Wildcard is if you shut them down early, you shut them down for good. They really thrive off just having that momentum in terms of like when they want to push forward, nothing can stop them. And when you lose a member early in the round, you have one whole less gun and operator on the ground, so a lot less can be worked with. And you also see SSG playing out that beautifully, where they get an initial kill and they kind of fall back. They don't need to hold top floor anymore. They just gotta worry about the bomb side, maybe play on a basement staircase. And you see here, everyone's relatively close to one another, so that if a fight does break out at some point, a possible trade can happen, or at the very least, they don't lose that part of the map because that member just happens to die.
Explosions galore, one over the top ahead of Fultz, but he's prepped and ready for it. Wildcard pick up 2 picks. One from SSG keeps the advantage for Space Station. Now it's an ill-advised peek from Surf, with Merc trying to get to the site, diffuser in hand, shut down by Space Station. Back and forth, just as we saw in the very first map. Space Station take round number 4. It's tie game yet again.
Exactly what I thought was going to happen, to be honest, with how Clubhouse also played out. And it does appear to me that both teams are kind of feeling each other out, kind of feeling like, okay, who's actually going to take control and how does the opponent want to play out these rounds? Because we saw in Clubhouse a bit of adaptation, because things would start off in, you know, a normal pace, I would say, and it went fast, then it went slow, and then it ended up being a lot of fast round in general. And a Wildcard, they were the ones in control. And when Space Station are in control, they like to play it the opposite way, where they like to get that initial lead and then hold on to it and just play it arguably safe, if you will. So very two different team identities, and they have this awkward kind of clash in how they want the rounds to play out because they're so different. But as long as Wildcard can hold on early in the round, you can never really check them out. They always find kills seemingly out of nowhere. Even in that previous round, yeah, it's a 3 versus 5. They still find 2 picks in the midst of that. Sure, it's not enough, but if that was a, let's say, a 2 versus 2 or a 2 versus 3, all of a sudden, it's very winnable for them.
Does it feel like a longer pause between rounds? Did I miss something?
I mean, nothing's occurred, but no, just
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Apparently there was some miscommunication with one of the teams. That's fine.
Yeah.
I was not crazy. Maybe I still am crazy, but not when it comes to this instance. My theory from all the way back in round number 2 was that we would eventually see all of the bomb sites. It has not come to pass yet, as
10 seconds to insertion.
this is another attempt at kitchen. Not bakery.
5 seconds
No,
to
no
go.
basement. Just kitchen and kitchen. It's
Attackers are heading
very
out to defuse the
disappointing if Space Station will not show us all 4, because it's like, it's kind of like an unwritten rule, you know? Whenever Space Station plays, they show all the bomb sites because they're cool like that. They still get one more chance next round, but if not, then I'll be disappointed once again. Packer, however, you know, and Spirits, they keep on giving me all this good stuff. We see some Blitz rounds, see some Monty rounds, and I think if you're having a statistically hard game like Packer currently is 0 and 4, of course he has value elsewhere, but in terms of just raw killing, I think it's fantastic when you can say, okay, it's time for a Monty round, because whenever you are down like this, going 0-4 for example, it's great to pick up the Monty, because you're probably still not going to get any kills, but you'll be alive, you can plan a lot easier, get that roam clip going. Look at this. Packer walks in, surfs behind him, they can clear out this top floor in no time with very little risk of anybody actually dying, and we know, because we have the silhouettes in top-down view, that there isn't really a roaming presence from Space Station, but if you're Wildcard, you can't take that risk. You gotta check every corner, drone every floor, and just spend the first half of the round and pay the respect to the opponent, saying, there could be someone hiding there. I mean, we saw Beast Coast play Caveira on Oregon last play day, just hiding inside a small tower, so anything's possible. You never know.
Ooh. Explosion in front of Packer's eyes as now one of those secondary breach charges goes down, and more explosions all around as there goes the hatch that leads from inside of dining towards the back of Freezer. That's the bottom floor Freezer, not to be confused with what some might call the Freezer upstairs. I like the Monty pick again. Last time that Wildcard attacked on this bomb site, it was a blitz that was taking center stage. Spirits is on the buck instead. Maybe more of a classical lineup for Wildcard. No sends, no blitz. Yeah, I'd say that's probably more normal now.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Packers just kind of drop here and walk in. As long as the cover is good enough, vertically speaking, I think they can just get this bomb started to get down, honestly.
It's the Ninja Turtle plant, right?
Sure, yeah.
The shield on your back, get the plant down by the bomb chassis. SSG's numbers narrowed down by Wildcard, who've only lost Adam, but now Merc will lay on the ground, bleeding out in the frost map. Spirit's gone too. Ashen engaging with the Monty. He gets out of there. I think that's a wise decision. Hold on a second. What the hell was that? Space Station literally pivot and slaughter the last 2 players. Merc was stuck in the trap, so he dies too. And SSG wins the round.
Out of nowhere as well. I mean, it looks so simple, right? Monty walks in, he's going to do the Ninja Turtle plant, shield in his back, which would work perfectly because there's no C4, there's no Toxic Babes, there's no Echo. Like, there's no way for Space Station to realistically shut down that plant. All, and I do quotation marks, all Wildcard had to do was have one person hold the double door flank on the bomb side, leading to the hallway. One hold the cross between the 2 bomb sites. Oh, one guy hold the freezer flank. That's it. 3 players holding 3 angles with the Monty planting, and it still leaves the 5th guy as a free card, so to speak, that can do whatever he wants. But instead, Mercs is into a trap. Couple gunfights go the wrong way. The Monty doesn't get in successfully, and the round just falls apart. I mean, pretty much out of nowhere. But I will say, it was Space Station who started things off themselves. When they recognized that their strategical advantage went out the window, they swung the red staircase. They got the first opening kill in that execute stage of the round. So it wasn't a Wildcard making a massive blunder. It was SSG saying, okay, enough is enough. Stop swinging. And then, of course, you get a kill there, a frostmat here, and you have a Monty who can't really fight back all that much. And all of a sudden, SSG detect the round. Just like that. And ooh, look at that. All 4 bomb sites. The final round for SSG, they do us proud. Well done. Clappy clappies.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Reloading!
I don't believe the usual headsets that we use would pick up on that clapping, but because we are using our home setups, you can custom tailor it. I, in fact, have a whole soundboard in front of me, but I feel like sometimes using the mute button is me limit testing as is. Oh, the odd soundbite might be entertaining to interject, maybe not. Maybe not professional.
Launching tracking drone.
This approach for Cocktail will start below, the opposite of what we tend to see, which is that you clear from the top down. There is no top to clear from other than the roof. So for Wildcard, they're going to want to buck from below. They're going to want to nade from below. Hold on a second here. Hold on, Forest. They are so close to you. They're closing in on you. The logic bomb was going. The wall was open. Nobody from Wildcard heard this whatsoever. And Forest in this spot is taking Wildcard to school.
Phenomenal. I mean, that's a solo bolo, a little good old 1v2, and he also, I mean, he could walk up the white staircase, and if he doesn't, then he'll die to Adam, but the timing, Forrest the Magician, he gets away once again.
It's a nade primed on the rappel. SSG with a sizable advantage at this point. Forrest will run downstairs and run the gamut, and focused a lot on more of the macro and not the micro. Packer still searching for his first kill in this map. He's about to go the entire first half without any impact on the scoreboard. J9O, long range, doing some damage, but can't walk away with a victory in the duel. Now it'll be Spirits to inch on up. Packer holding the diffuser, so he needs to stay alive, maybe make his presence felt. Down goes Spirits. Adam damaged, same with Packer. Now Packer's gone. He will go the whole first half without a kill. So now, a miracle needs to happen, but it won't. Space Station, bring Wildcard back down to earth. First half goes to SSG 4-2.
Yeah, and 4-2 when you start defense on Cafe is kind of what we were expecting to see, but this is Wildcard's map pick. I mean, and you can almost guarantee that they would expect to start on the attacking side, because when you choose the map, the opponent chooses starting side. And there really isn't any reason to not pick defense unless, A, you're a crazy good attacker team, or 2, you want, to change who bans operators first. That's the only real difference there. So it shouldn't be a surprise to see to go, hey, we'll take def. And in Wildcard, I mean, there are a couple of things that just really sways the rounds in favor of Space Station. Like we just saw, if Forrest doesn't get that double kill downstairs in Library, all of a sudden, or in Reading, sorry, that could be a completely different round. And it seemed like they were going to try and kill Forrest, right? The Dogobi call was made, Buck opened up the wall, but they didn't seem to know he was there, or that he was even remotely close somehow, because he got the first kill into Merc because the wall was opened up, and the Buck right after. So very puzzling circumstances there, which it puts Wildcard in an unfavorable position in terms of round count, but they're still in it. They're gonna start their defensive half. For SSG, they ended theirs upstairs on the top floor, and they're bringing a couple of different operators to the table, right? Utility and both the Legion and the Frost deploy with shield and the Goo mines, mute to deny the walls. One mine to keep people safe, because that's very important with those for my discs. And the good old Valkyrie information game from Packer. Now, if Packer is not going to get any kills this game, which, as you mentioned, 0-6 in the first half, it's very important that he as an individual finds value elsewhere. That can be with in-game leadership, being vocal, or playing these intel-oriented operators like the Valkyrie to relay information to his teammates, like what you can on attack by using drones or playing Monty, for example. It is always tough when an individual player is having a bad day, because it's hard not to point out as a commentator, but also in fans are watching, it's easier to go, haha, that guy's bad, he's 0-6, haha, that guy's good, he's 5-5. When it's like there are so many small details that play into these rounds that are really hard to account for. Packer hasn't been useless this game, but he also hasn't been the hero yet.
No, that's entirely true. And I mean, I also think it boils down to the role that you're on, right?
Yeah.
Packer is not going to be the player on this Wildcard roster that you expect to be racking up the kills. He's not going to be at the forefront of most of their attacks, and he's not going to be wasting the most time on roam on defense. As you can see, he's playing Lion, he had the diffuser a lot of rounds. In a lot of ways, he's playing that flex support role, and I imagine it's the same with the way that he's going to approach Valkyrie on this defense. Though I will say, losing Spirits not too far off of the bomb chassis upstairs. This is a cocktail defense for Wildcard. everybody on Wildcard are now going to have to carry more weight because the 5 kills to beat SSG are going to need to be found by 4 people, not by the 5. Wildcard have found themselves in a tough spot in their very first defense.
If I'm Spirits, I'm blaming Surf, right? There's no disc to cover me. The nade goes out. I get injured. Where's one of my disc, you know? But that's the difficulty of Wamai versus Jaeger. With Jaeger, you put them down in prep phase, you know where they are. With Wamai, you will recharge discs as the round plays out. So at certain points in the round, you have more disc or less discs available. So had a few more seconds gone by, maybe he'd be saved. Either way, the first guy to step up to this challenge is Merc. He finds the first kill for Wildcard in this round, but they need more.
Multiple flashbangs go in, but none of them can be credited for why Merc doesn't see J90. That's just a simple 1-for-1 gunfight that J90 comes out ahead of. Fultz, the suicide flick on in, serve a beautiful shot, takes down 2 before being downed, but can be retrieved. But Ashen is on the hunt. He'll get the pick.
15 seconds left.
Acker and Adam. Acker down below with the nitro cell. We talk about impact kills. This could be the most impactful kill for him and on this round. And there he goes, breaking the goose egg. With Adam picking up a kill as well, Wildcard managed to win the round. 1 away from tying Space Station, and more importantly, keeping Space Station from running away with Wildcard's map.
Yep, and still, even though they're down in numbers early on, they're still really fighting it every single inch that they could. I mean, Merc swing out, getting 1 kill, then getting shut down, and I mean, the Surf flick where they traded was massive because if he had just outright died, that's 1 more attacker up. That means the plant can maybe go down, you know, you sacrifice one player to the C4, second guy plants instead, and just the sheer side presence for having 1 more attacker alive, which massively benefits Space Station. I will say this death here on Fultz though, he rabbled in the window just honestly like 2 seconds, maybe 1 second too early. The capital fire just went out, and it's like if you just wait for that to really start ticking up and things to happen, and then you can get in safely. Wait for your teammate to push the white hallway first, perhaps, because Card says more important than white hallway control is, arguably. Either way, very small things in those rounds you can nitpick at if you want to. But what is this wall? They have opened up the entire wall between this. Like, this is like you play casual at 2 a.m. on a weekend and your random picks the Shanga and you just go and they break the whole wall. That's one of the few times I've seen that. And now this. Typically we see this if you play like Smoke or Tashanka, because you can just like freely use that line of sight for your gadget to plant the and whatnot. Maybe it's beneficial for, of course, like long lines of sight, yokai can see more, etc. But opening up the entire wall like that is definitely something.
Setting up a sequential breach.
There's gotta be some theory behind it, right, that we're missing out on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason.
This is where you need to be the expert, not me.
I'm thinking, and I'm like, there's a reason for it, and it's gonna maybe make sense, maybe not, but I have no idea what that specific use case is. When we get to the bomb site, maybe we'll see the player positions. I mean, I'm just assuming it's a long line of sight, one way or the other. There's no cover for the attackers. We'll see. Either way, Space Station doing Space Station things with Forrest just walking with Monty, kind of being the bait again, trying to take off eyes towards his location, because while he's attacking Bakery single-handedly, well, the rest of Space Station are getting ready elsewhere. Roam clearing, lurking around, trying to catch Aroma off guard with combination of players and those Dokkaebi calls from Fultz. So far, no catch.
A Q right now, spawning these gadgets, giving information. Merc now the one on the Valkyrie. The changes to shotguns have really enabled flexibility on the loadout for Echo. There goes Merc, by the way. Adam trading back. So long, Ashen. I was going to point out that Packer's been rocking the Supernova. A lot of teams running the suppressed Supernova on Echo because of the strength of shotguns now. Especially on this downstairs bomb site, you get a lot of value playing those close corners.
You do. I mean, the big thing to note here is that SSG fishing for a kill with Dokkaebi is very high in value, because you get to hack the cameras, you find the yokais and the black guys from Valkyrie, so all of a sudden, Intel gets shut down immediately from the side of SSG, and Wildcard are going to play most of this round blind, or at the very least the intel they have, as so do SSG.
Forrest, best player in terms of the duels so far. suffering a near fatal blow, walking into bakery. There goes Adam to hot and cold. Won by Whiskey, but Fultz is just a little bit too quick. Oh my goodness, SSG so surgical. Hacker in freezer, sidearm out. Tough to control the bearing 9, but he gets it done, removing hot and cold, but he's given his position away. Now he downs Forest, but SSG puts him on ice. Wildcard winning their very first defense, not the same success on their second. Gap of 2 rounds grows again. SSG on top 5-3.
I feel kind of bad for Packer there because, you know, he is essentially 2 shotgun shells away from being the hero that his team needed so badly. He gets the first kill, the down onto Monty by hitting the shoulder as Forrest was very low on HP, and Supernova close range with SSG pushing toward you. It looks so winnable for a brief moment, but of course, stars just do not align for him. And Wildcard with that round loss, they take the tactical timeout, and I think it's in good time, you know. You're on the last half, unless you go OT. You're going to play things out on defense. You're down 5-3. And you got to talk about bomb site preference rotation, because all 4 bomb sets are very playable. And I'm actually very curious as to Wildcard's bomb site rotation. I was kind of questioning on Clubhouse, where they were, you know, not going bar. They were happy to play those more like passive bomb sites, if you will. And now on Cafe, they go top floor bomb site, and then to kitchen and kitchen. And they play out very differently. Whereas most teams would go like reading into top or top into reading. And then the question comes, do you go kitchen as tertiary or mining? Because mirror's available, so all of a sudden mining looks mighty fine. SSG tried it. Okay, fair enough. They also made it work in their favor. But just a little bit curious about the boss rotations here. So maybe that's a conversation for Wildcard in that prep phase to say, or head to the timeout rather, where do we go next and where should we not go back to unless absolutely necessary? And they do make that change. They're going to reading library instead. Over lineup, a little bit different, of course. Gotta bring some util like the mirror. Adam is playing the Thorn of all operators. We don't see a lot of Thorn on Cafe because if you want the gadgetry for staircases like this, well, you got Fenrir, you got Melusi, you got good old barbed wire, if you will. But of course, you do get deployable shield, a good gun with that 1.5x scope, and it could just be a comfortable pick for Adam in this case.
Setting the welcome mat. Now you see me, now you don't.
Very critical round for Wildcard, who have been fighting for their lives ever since round number 3. Wildcard had a brief 1-round lead in this map. Other than that, it's been SSG all the way. Given that this is Wildcard's map, it's a bad predicament to find yourself in. SSG already up 1-0, as you can see. That little blue dot next to the space station logo in the top center of the screen. The winner of this best of 3 goes on to play M80 with a shot at the Atlanta Major on the line. Not all hope is lost, though, for the teams that ultimately fail to succeed. Oh, it's not a predicament that you really want, right?
Oh, it's not. Oh? No. You know, I like when patient players, they get rewarded for holding an angle. But actually, okay.
He ends up getting rewarded, but though the first pick doesn't go in his favor, goes to Adam. But it trades back, and Space Station finds an advantage. So while they don't get the first pick, numbers still favor the SSG squad. Those logic bombs ringing out. Top floor control looking good for Space Station. Jokabi, you can hack into the cams as well, as forced to juggle the diffuser above. Fultz very patiently waiting for a retake. When you have a numbers advantage, you can play that game, play prone on white stairs, and make matters even worse for the defenders when they inevitably try to retake from above. That is a disgusting shot from Forrest. Absolutely annihilating Packer down below.
Good night. Yeah, and then all of a sudden that C4 doesn't work on the ceiling anymore. Serves my Adam's the Thorn. There's no way to deny the plan here. They gotta fight it out. But this is where HG, they're so disciplined, right? They're not gonna make that mistake and go too fast. They're gonna destroy all the floor, get situated, then get the cover, and then go for the plan. Oh, the Thorn trap.
Razor Bloom going off. Adam sees the upside down rappel, a tough shot to hit, but suddenly Wildcard have leveled things out. Not before Forrest has something to say about that. Now it's Surf. Will ride the waves, but ultimately fall off. Space Station on series point.
Adam was almost the hero again. Wildcard so close in these rounds. If one or two things just go their way, if they can find those gaps, then, well, that's it for them. But SSG, they're one of those teams that when they get that, the part of the map that they care about, if they get that initial opening kill, they don't take any risks. I mean, we saw Foltz on the Dokkaebi not even go to hack the cams for a long while because he was the person in charge of holding down the white staircase flank. And they're just like, you know, you could go hack the cams and get some value, but what if somebody finds the same second? Then you die and you might lose the round. So the discipline is great. Then the intel came later in the round. That yellow ping that allowed the kill onto Packer was phenomenal. And then we see Adam and Surf playing well together in that 2 versus 2. But it's always SSG in these moments that comes out on top. One more player alive. They hit that better shot, whatever it might be. They seem to just find success in those moments. Now it's do or die for Wildcard. It is their map pick, but as the analyst said on the desk, they were kind of forced into Cafe due to the weak map pool from Wildcard and how it plays out with a mixture of the maps that they prefer and the ones that SSG they prefer. They've been trying a couple different things, you know? Wildcard, they're playing Intel, they're playing without the Intel, the Mira, without the Mira. And I think right now it's just try and go for broke. Right, Packers and Dog, give the man a good gun, great. Keep the Valkyrie for Intel, sure. But if you keep playing the Valkyrie, and you know the enemy keeps playing the Dokkaebi, you can't keep losing members early in these really odd positions, because not only do you lose a guy like usual, but when Dokkaebi hacks those cameras, the Valkyrie literally works against you. It's almost like playing 6 versus 4, because now the defender can shoot their own default cameras and Valkyrie cameras, all the attackers will see what they are. So you gotta stay close to sight, close to our friend, not sacrifice that cam really.
I mentioned in the previous round that not all hope is lost, is that there will be a seeding match played for the last chance qualifiers, which as the name suggests is your last chance of qualifying for the Atlanta Major. There are also SI points on the line. OXG will await the loser of this matchup in that LCQ match. Dark Zero and Soniqs will be playing. M80 will be playing whoever wins here. Right now, certainly looks like Space Station is the favorite. But we've seen games completely flip on their head before. The task for Wildcard is an immense one, but not impossible, and not one that we haven't been in this position to see a team like Wildcard pull off before. But with Adam wandering downstairs in the nook of hot and cold, not being spotted, Wildcard have 4 players against the 5 of Space Station. Half of the round to go, and SSG just needs 4 more kills to book their spot against M80.
Classic hot and cold round. Enemy plays Valkyrie, you bring out the Nuke, and you use their intel against him because Nuke can be seen by those cameras, and he finds that opening kill for his team. Second step, clear out those mirror windows, but the crossfire will establish here by Wildcard. As the member of Freezer, that Spirit and Smoke can shut down those X-Cairo pellets. Means that the executive is not going to be as easy as it might have looked in the beginning for Space Station Gaming.
Nice shot back. I don't know if Hot and Cold saw that one coming, but if there's anybody who's going to be able to hit the good night, it's the man who helped popularize it himself in Merc. In terms of kills on the Wildcard side of things, not a single player is in the positives right now, which is not ideal. It's been relatively even amidst the top kill getters, as you want to call them. But you need a standout performance over the next couple rounds. There's very little room for error for Wildcard at this point. Space Station now battling the timer and the players from Wildcard who are very eager to greet them. Surf a pick, Wildcard with an advantage. It'll come to blows as Packer gets flashed. Foltz charging in amidst the gas. He thought he had a lineup, but there's nobody to see him, and he costs himself an opportunity to get Diffuser down. Wildcard putting in some serious work. And they gotta be BG's fans, they're staying alive. A 4th round for Wildcard, they need 2 more back-to-back. Overtime is the only way that Wildcard escape this match in a positive direction.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying alive for now, but the issue really is that the more rounds you win, the tougher the bomb site selection gets, especially if the only place you won as a wildcard, well, it's only on top 4 defense. They lost Kitchen, they lost Library, and now you just won the only bomb site that you won on previously, so you're forced to not play it again until overtime. So it's gonna be a rough road ahead unless you can figure out the troubles. but there's also the magic of match point, right? Teams, they start feeling that pressure, they're oh so close, and risk assessment is something that becomes troublesome to some players because typically you always want to play to win, which means if you see an opening, you see a gap, you see an opportunity, you take it, right? Because it's what your instincts tell you to do. But when you are afraid of making that play because, oh no, what if we lose this round? If I do it, that's bad, and you know, we're so close to winning. All of a sudden, you are trying to fight your own instincts and start, you know, hesitating on your own actions. And very quickly, what could have been a round victory play turns into the reason why you very much lost that round instead. And that's something that comes with the job. Space Station, however, you know, very experienced players in this roster. I wouldn't expect them to have that issue, but you never know. Can always strike you at a moment's notice. Right now, it's gonna be Wildcard fighting for another round downstairs in Kitchen and Kitchen. And they pick up that same kind of usual lineup. Merc really favoring that Vector, that high-fired weapon. And we've seen Merc the last 2 or 3 rounds just literally, if an enemy is nearby, he will swing them without hesitation. Again, working off his instincts, knowing that he can get those kills working for his team. And it has been working out mostly. I mean, Merc's 8-8. He's traded equally 1-1. No issues there at all. You see what it slows down to another round here. Just trying to make sure everybody makes it to the building alive.
This has been a good series between these teams, and this match in particular has been a good one as well. Obviously better if you're a Space Station fan, but this is where Wildcard has the chance to elevate this match from good to great. 3 rounds in a row, defying the odds and sending us to overtime would be just about the best performance that we've seen from this Wildcard roster, at least up to this point. They've got work to be done, and also they won't be able to do it alone. They will likely need some assistance from Space Station, but when I say assistance from SSG, I don't mean that in a positive manner. I mean that as in Space Station will have to commit some mistakes that Wildcard will read into and punish. This is half of the round now done. Focus for Space Station. On to this main floor. Merc will be the gatekeeper, playing at the bottom of red stairs. That logic bomb surely giving away his position. Fultz was waiting for it. No logic bombs remaining. There goes J90. Throws on the red stairs. Fultz assessing Merc. They were once the duo all the way back on OB. He lines him up. Cannot connect. Merc walking away. Fultz will have another opportunity. Killhole still there. Sledging going on as well over top of the bomb site. SSG doing the necessary work to pull off and execute, but there's still some steps to go.
Yeah, there are many steps further to go here, and no clear way of how they're gonna execute, right? Don't got that Monty, don't got a note for the shields. I mean, Ashen and Grim could open things up and get those beasts out, spot out some defenders for Wildcard, but again, the bomb has to go down somewhere. SSG, they're running out the place. They're not sure where to go, but here it is. One bottom white stairs, 2 guys headshot. This is the moment.
And there's the drop. Ashen dying. Wildcard looking for a flawless lockout. Forrest inside a freezer. Jumped upon, but he's better in that engagement. No flawless for Wildcard. Yokai still up as well. Nade sails out. Forrest trying to keep these players at bay with some area denial. Needs Fultz to get into position though. 10 seconds left and Fultz can't get it done. Neither can Forrest. Big round from Merc. Wildcard 2 in a row. We're going all the way. 1 more round of regulation.
I think you just give Wildcard the operators and the guns that they want right now because they are thriving off individual success and comfort. Packer might not look the most comfortable right now, but he's also had a tough time. Merc, ever since he got the mirror, got that Vector in his hands, he's been finding so many kills for his team, and we see it. Wildcard, they want to fight every single aspect where SSG are happy to meet them, and it ends up being SSG almost trying to avoid these gunshots from happening, so perhaps a bit of nerves have struck them. You know, they will call a tactical timeout because they want to finish this off before overtime. And they were in a similar position last time where when things get close, SSG called a timeout. And last time, they won the following round and took it in regulation 7-5 on Clubhouse.
I'm going to do this to you again, doctor.
What medicine shall we prescribe?
Diagnose the Space Station disease right now. You're SSG. You're the coach of Space Station. They have a single round to win this one in regulation. What do you do?
Okay, so let's assume they're attacking library. It's statistically the most likely bomb site at least, but not guaranteed, of course. You pick up a Monty and you go for a piano white stairs hallway push, right? This is the good old 2018 SI Penta EG strat, right? You mow them down in that white hallway because it's the only place Monty cannot get killed from a C4 below with that soft floor. Now, the bomb site will start off on the right end here. It is this library hold, statistically what you should expect if you're SSG. But there is an issue with the Monty. Forest has 13 kills, most kills on the side of SSG. Do you really put your highest performing player in terms of kills on an operator that's not supposed to get any? That is the Monty. Because to my knowledge, nobody else on Space Station is comfortable / good enough to play Monty at this level of play as to what they need. SSG, they say the same thing. They want Forest to be a playmaker. It's been him and Hot and Cold usually getting those initial openings or execute onto the bomb side, so I like this style from them. And I think the real big question here is simply Wildcard in their individual decision making. Because Merc, we saw it last round, picking up good numbers, finding kill after kill, not surrendering the map control space. We see him already now. He's swinging the windows. He's looking for an active play. SSG's just been playing and toying with these kind of mini executes, right? Double window open up, EMP finds out, Selma follows, and this is actually a very nice off-pace hard breach where they don't have to worry about doing that later in the round, and it frees up Jane. I know it frees up Fultz because the EMPs have been spent, the hard breach has been spent. If you time the wrong clear now, the wall's already opened up. And perhaps this will allow SSG to play more aggressive and less conservative because they've already done the last step of the plan as their first step in this round.
You know, you might want to change the roster. You might, or rather, you might not want to. You might change the roster on the team. And you can take the players out of the choke, but you can't take the choke out of the organization because time and time again, SSG's fatal flaw is that when they get really close, they seem to stumble. The amount of times that they have the lead within their grasps and then just something breaks down. Lack of confidence, bad comms, who knows? And again, this is a completely different roster. This really shouldn't be happening with different players. But to surrender 2 rounds, that's not ideal. And now Forest has been cut off of the wire on Repel. Now Fultz dies 2 through the hatch. Doesn't see Adam there. 3 kills for Wildcard. Space Station, right now, looking like it's coming down to a crash landing in regulation. Yeah, is it possible Hot and Cold and J90 can bail the rest of the team out of this? Sure, of course it's possible. Probable at this exact moment, with the clock where it is and the utility and lineup from Wildcard, it sure seems like we are barreling towards overtime.
Oh, it very much looks that way. I mean, J90 and Hot and Cold, they gotta pull out a round out of their hats to win this one. And starts off pretty well for J90. Maybe there's still a chance in this round.
A 5v2 or 5v3 tends to be among the most dangerous lead in Rainbow Six Siege Esports. And SSG's last 2 players haven't suffered a single dent onto them, but this utility will persist. The jammers are still there. There's still a nitro cell that can be actively used by Spirits. 10 seconds left for J90 to get into the site and go for a plan. He assesses that the A-bomb site of Dining is a better option. Spirits watching the C4. There goes Hot and Cold. J90 pulling it off. But Wildcard do the unthinkable and pick up 3 rounds in a row, propelling us to overtime.
Oh, I mean, this is dangerous territory. I guess if you want to look at it, right? There is one team that has a lot more experience in this scenario than the other. Space Station, they have played, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overtime games in 8 during the group stage. They had a very one-sided loss, 1-7 to M80 to start things off, and then they went OT, 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 and OT again. 4 overtime games in a row. Finding themselves in another overtime game technically is just another day in the office of Space Station. But as you said, Parker, history might repeat itself, but whenever they get very so close, they also fall the furthest. And you know that toxic trade where, men, they believe they can crash land the plane if they have to? Well, I don't think that necessarily might be the case. Not in real life and not in the game currently, because with how these rounds are playing out, it just looks like Wildcard, they're winning these rounds more and more convincing as time progresses.
Opening picks galore, and honestly, confidence plays a huge factor. This SSG team, in my head, it might be unfair, but I always link most of the players on this SSG squad to just bogging themselves down mentally, and I don't know if that's what's happening here. We don't have access to their comms. I'm not going to pretend to psychoanalyze any of these players, but time and time again, when facing adversity, SSG, despite having tons of confidence, they seem to wither. And that's not to detract from what we're seeing at a Wildcard. Again, 3 rounds ago, I said if Wildcard want to pull off the unthinkable, which is win those 3 rounds in a row, double their score line, and do so while facing and staring down the abyss, they need help from SSG. Wildcard still need to capitalize. Wildcard has absolutely been capitalizing. Getting those first couple picks, that is taking advantage of the negligence of Space Station, of which there is no greater example than what's on your screen right now. There is a default cam still up, and Space Station players are visible on it as Merc sits on it and gives intel to the rest of the team.
That's bad. I mean, if they just get the right time with the intel, they can definitely punish Ash, and they know he's alone isolated, and he doesn't realize, and he's probably not going to in this round. So if anybody's going to repel on the cocktail windows, well, Wildcard will know about it. That's very valuable information because those Valkyrie cameras, there was a change to them quite a while back. They cannot be outside the building any longer. So the only way to have this kind of intel is by default cams simply not being shot out. SSG, one of the few rounds where they're making a very big blunder and not doing the basics 1, 2, 3. Might be an issue for them. It might speak to their state as well currently. Getting a little bit sloppy with these rounds, and they're kind of locked out again. These mirror windows, they've been unable to clear it every single round. They got the dash step, but the Merc with another C4 for the kill again.
Oh my goodness, SSG getting pummeled all over. Well, it's eliminating Surfer, as close to it as you're gonna get. Now marching down White Stairs. He's got a lot of angles to look at. Secures his kill, but White Stairs still has not been let go of by Wildcard. SSG have their work cut out for them. And honestly, they are playing scared. How do you dig yourself out of this spot? Your whole strategy's been blown up. You've lost your Lion. Ashen has completely disappeared over the last 4 rounds. Now the rest of SSG will take matters into their own hands. Forrest, simply extraordinary most of the time. Fultz will need to clutch out in a 1v2. He has information over towards White. Fuser is down. Merc and Packer will play off of that. After speaking of Packer's inability to find the score sheet, he's been able to put 6 kills up.
15 seconds remaining.
No doubt. Working very well. Wildcard! What the hell? Fultz with 2 amazing kills, and suddenly Space Station sit on series point again.
No, I mean, Merc is putting in so much work finding these kills and putting his team in such a good position. Then they get the 2v1, they play together on the same exact pixel, and somehow, while dancing on top of each other, Full finds both kills. That's not supposed to happen. And what looked like an SSG that lacked confidence, well, after that kind of round, they're gonna be very happy. They were gifted and granted a complete loss and turned it into a victory somehow.
Good lord!
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if I'm Merc right now, I'm a little bit tilted. Just because of the sheer individual performance, he gets a triple kill in that round. They're going for flanks, they're going for these swings, and I mean, you can argue that Merc was the one to swing out far. And I actually think if you want to like really analyze this down to the T, you have, oh, look at Soniqs. Oh yeah, that's exciting. You had Merc and Packer in a 2 versus 1. And you know, we always talk about great clutching duos and trios, etc. And I think having Packer and Merc in the same 2v1 is probably the worst combination you can have. Nothing against Packer and nothing against Merc, but they play the game in such different ways, they are not on the same wavelength. Merc is always gonna swing. Packer, especially with that rough start going 0 and 7, he's probably gonna play more laid back. And that's what we saw. Packer was prone on the floor holding a passive angle. Merc wide swung the door. It's the same thing as back in my day. If I was in a clutch with Junas, we would also lose because we don't play the game the same way. And I don't think when it comes down to those instinctive moments like we just saw, you don't have the time to communicate, oh, hey, let's swing right now. No, you do what your instinct tells you to, and it was just the complete opposite of that scenario.
I am at a loss for words when it comes to this matchup. OXG and Soniqs were a barn burner. Yeah. Was a barn burner. We were talking so much ish about SSG and how they seemingly could not do the most basic of things, and then Wildcard pull off a relatively enormous blunder. Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. If I was Merc, I would be equally tilted, Nick. Because that was a round that he did pretty much everything in his power to win, and ultimately the team lost. Wildcard will need to now win 2 in a row. They've already done it once by winning 3 in a row. Well, they'll have to accomplish it again, but this time, that might be it for the momentum. Down goes Spirits, but up walks Surf Packer on the board as well. Another target over towards Cocktail spotted. There goes an Ash charge to open up a window towards Ashen. Merc inside a Cocktail. J90 missing an opportunity to finish that. Down goes Hot and Cold. Wildcard playing angry, playing hungry. They've got every single number for these players of SSG, and in a hurry, they send us to a 15th round.
I mean, it's not supposed to go by this fast in overtime. It seems like the longer this match goes on for, the quicker both teams are playing. And it's so hard to predict the outcome because it looks like, oh, it's great for this team. 2 seconds later, oh, never mind, it's great for the other team instead. It really is a back and forth for both sides constantly. And I'm so happy we get to go all the way to the 15th round because I'm sure it'll end with a bang just like it started with one.
Look at our matches so far today. Talk about the parity in the North America League. Soniqs versus OXG, our very first map of the day, played on Clubhouse, goes all 15 rounds. Chalet, the second map played, also OXG Soniqs, go 14 rounds. Clubhouse between SSG and Wildcard go all 12 rounds of regulation, no overtime required there. Cafe is going the distance too. We are either 3 minutes away from the end of this broadcast, or we are 55 minutes away from the end of this broadcast. Those are the only 2 options at this point. Oregon awaits us as map number 3, if required, and that is still a big if. Because realistically, this should already be over. Wildcard should have won both of those rounds. They didn't.
Yeah. Oh, you're completely right. And they SSG couldn't do it last time when they were on match point. But this time, they might not have any other choice. It won't be the Monty from Forest, but it will be the Blitz. Now, the one thing is when Wildcard brought out the Blitz, they had the sense to follow up to help deny some of those angles and grant some protection for Blitz itself with smoking off angles. SSG don't full commit the same way as Wildcard did. It's just the Blitz with smoke grenades from the Dokkaebi and Forest himself. And it still looks like it will be a normal roam clear top down. So it's going to be an execute-oriented Blitz for a late push, kind of like we see in Oregon, where you don't go for the basement elbow rush, but you do it later in the round when you're actually ready. They don't want to gamble everything on a moment's notice. They still want to go through the 1-2-3s, but still have Forest on that shield operator when they feel like they need him. And it's worth noting that he's hiding in spawn with his shield on his back to generate less noise with the movement to try and hide this fact. So SSG, you're actually gambling so much on Forest's individual capability, and he just pinged the double door in Bakery. It seems like he wants to rush in there at some point in the round, but someone forgot to open the door for him. That could be a problem. That was indeed the plan, because now nobody can really do it for him.
The fact that Space Station is bringing a Blitz on defense, or on the what's the final round, is just, it's something else to me. And I mean, again, the only person that is clinically insane enough to pull this off is Forest. Ashen, again, as we talked about, has been largely a non-factor since like the 4th or 5th round of this map. It will continue as he is picked off first. Merc is like fine wine. He's just getting better the older this map gets. Playing on roles that frankly shouldn't be getting the amount of kills that he's getting. There goes yet another. Fultz down. Wildcard looking ripe and ready for Oregon as map number 3 In comes Forrest, confronting the Echo. Takes him down, but Spirits is there to do some serious work. Sidearm out, missing an opportunity on the Hutton. J90 in a 1v4. SSG had this map in their grasps, but it has slipped right through their fingers unless J90 can pull off a 1v3. And guess what? He can't! Wildcard! And one of the most incredible comebacks we've seen, shoot down the rocket that is Space Station. An exhausting match for both teams, I'm fairly certain of it. But they're prepped and ready for map number 3. We will go the distance. Oregon on the docket next. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so...
Probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House, the playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine.
The wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang, but there'd never gonna be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids.
Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
This is my favorite moment. I think when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filling the energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory it'd probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage, we had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damlon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is!
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We got to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better. Just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
Space Station's 5-map win streak comes to a premature end right as they're on match point themselves, trying to make it 6. Wildcard stack the deck in their favor. They get a little bit more of a lease on life, and now we're going to the first map 3 of playoffs, Jesse.
That we are, Jacob. Wildcard, I didn't think they had it in them. I thought that we were done and dusted in for an easy 4-map night, but I was so wrong. They battled back after going down 6-3. Damn.
Hey, I had hopes. I chose Wildcard taking this, so it's no surprise to me that we're going to a third map. No, honestly, I was panicking towards the end there. It wasn't 6-3. They bounced back, thankfully. We're going to a map 3. I'm excited. Are you guys excited?
I mean, well, no.
Okay.
Actually, no, I am. Because this was the game that it was 4th and 5th. It was supposed to be close down to the wire, so we're getting the expected result, which is fantastic. We can show the highlights, but I specifically want to talk not yet about why Space Station lost, but Jesse, why Wildcard won.
Listen, there's one guy who I just need to talk about this game. Can we mention Packer? 0-6 to start this game, and really struggling, right? Early deaths, like going out spawn peak by Forest one round, even the very first round, struggling out of on that top floor, often by himself, going down, really not having an impact. And then they turn it around the second half. Packer starts to get a few more frags on the defense, and then even in overtime, what a storyline. Round 13, throws the 2v1 with Merc. Prone on the ground, can't manage to find the win. Round 14, huge 3K, turns it around again. Star of the show round 14, keeps them alive. And then round 15, basically just bait for spirits. Doesn't really have an important part of the round. But still thought Packer played really well towards the end of this game. The turnaround was fantastic from him. I'm glad we saw him show up, because if he had just kept not fragging and we had seen Wildcard lose this game, I would have been so sad.
Which it goes on the point of what you're talking about. Clearly, they're showing tons of resiliency here. If in comparison to the DZ match yesterday, they looked horrible. They were awful. And now we're seeing here, obviously, it was going a little bit back and forth. SSG then started to run away with it. And when you're a brand new team, you already have a map disadvantage going against you. You're down a 6-3 at that point. That's tough to claw back from. But we saw that. They clawed right back, went into OT, went into the back and forth, then they closed it out beautifully, and that just displays the resiliency this team has for a brand new team.
Round 9 is where all of us were thinking, yep, this thing looks like a pretty cut and dry matchup, and then suddenly 5 round wins through 6 played. The only time Space Station win another one is round 13 when Fultz clutches a 1v2 and everything else from that point goes in Wildcard's favor. What the hell happened to Space Station here?
I called that happening that round specifically. I knew Fultz was clutching it. The 2 players were too close. I think Pengu talked about it specifically with, Merc is swinging, so why I believe it was Packer next to him, swung after him. I think Packer just tucks that corner. But for me, with Space Station, what they need to do is not choke. They were up that far. In my opinion, I think you need someone on the back end of the team saying, hey, don't look at the round count. Don't look at the 6-3. Focus on it. Just go round by round. You win it, great. You lose it, just focus on the next one. And we just kept seeing every single time they were looking worse and worse into those 3 rounds.
Yeah, we talked about starting side as well earlier in the best of 3 today. And I think Space Station finishing on that attacking side, when the pressure got to them, it's so hard sometimes to attack when you know that everything is on the line. And I think we just saw some of the fundamentals on their attacks falling to pieces, couldn't get those opening picks, couldn't manage to find an advantage before they went for those side executes. So I'm hoping we see SSG clean that up a little bit. I'm hoping we see them get some advantages on their pushes, because those were not the pushes we're used to seeing from Space Station.
Not at all.
Well, it would have been nice if Space Station could have been watching the stream, because then they could have heard the wisdom coming from these two and been like, that's what we got to fix.
Well, that's what they got to coach, Jacob.
Very true, and Kala better be ahead of the curve on knowing exactly what these problems are, because we're going to map 3. We're not needing the first 2 anymore. Those are in the past. It's time for Oregon, Jesse. You got some fun factoids?
I sure do. Space Station Gaming, a 6-1 record in Tier 1 this season. Recent results include wins over Dark Zero in Stage 2 and wins over both Scars and Elevate in Copenhagen. They look very good on this map. It's one of their favorite places to be, and Wildcard, a 75% ban rate. They've never played this map in their history.
But even if they haven't played it again, Oregon is a very default map. So even this being Space Station's first time playing Wildcard, seeing Wildcard on it, there really should not be anything. I hound on this. There should not be anything that catches anyone off guard on both sides. Coming down to Oregon, I think it's just going to be straight gunfights of who's winning it, who's losing it, and whoever's losing it, you're going home.
Very true. Best of 3s with elimination potential are always some of the most fun pressure to play, regardless of what esport it is. Parker and Pengu, send us home, baby.
All right, well, if you were M80 and you're sitting on your couch or wherever watching this matchup, the conclusion of map number 1 and through most of map number 2, you were thinking, okay, well, Space Station it is. Let's start our prep work and... oh, hold on a second here. Suddenly, we got ourselves a ball game.
We do, and I mean, the thing is, if you want to just judge everything based off the previous map of Cafe, you're thinking Wildcard surely takes it now, because if you're Space Station, your mental, it's in the basement, and if you're Merc, and if you're Wildcard, you're feeling mighty well. The thing is, Oregon has a lot of history with the current rework, with the previous, with the origination, all that stuff. Oregon has always been a place where teams, they go that do or die distance, and it's often also the decider map in best of 3s, because it's that, handshake deal, neutral map. If we go the distance, that's where we meet. We're both happy to go there, no complaints whatsoever. And I really do expect this to be as explosive as we just saw in Cafe, where both teams are trying to find those exact fine lines of where and when is it too far and when is it not. And these target bans already now kind of showing what these teams are thinking from the previous games. Yang ban, that's been a staple throughout this entire series, no surprise there. But the Blitz ban, of course, to target Spirits, because it is such a strong operator on Oregon, on not just the basement bomb side, but honestly, you can play Blitz on all 3 of those, or 4 of those bomb sides, if you're good enough as Spirits is. Then Fenrir and Simon top things off. The newest operators deemed apparently a little bit too strong to play against by both of these 2 teams, as they will take away both the Fenrir and the Asami. So Oregon, we're gonna have a hard time on the attacks here. We don't have a lot of ways to brute force the bomb side, with both the Ying and the Blitz being gone.
I know you sung the praises of Spirits on Blitz, but by my count, Space Station actually used the Blitz more than Wildcard did, so...
okay, well, hold on. They used it more, but who found more success, right?
It's irrelevant, and it hurts my argument. So I'm not gonna acknowledge that line of thinking.
Okay, Wildcard, you're right.
I'm a numbers guy. I'm not a thinking guy. Okay, call me Jesse Chick. So
don't let him do that to you, Jesse. Okay.
Which is really mean because Jesse is extremely helpful when he will send us statistics that are not always actively tracked that I think deepen our broadcasts, and I mean, they require some level of thinking.
10 seconds to go.
But you're right. I mean, Spirits had a huge round on that blitz.
5
What was
seconds
it, a
to go.
3K that he had?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we saw Forrest rock the blitz twice, and I think Amonte once as well, and I'd have to go back and really watch those rounds with a critical eye. We casted a lot of Siege so far today, but there's not a single time where I think to myself, huh.
Exactly. You don't remember what happened because not a whole lot necessarily happened when he did it. So, yeah, one team used it more, but the other one, of course, speaks most of the team identity. The good thing is, if you're SSG, right, is that Forrest is a very flexible guy. He plays, I believe, I saw some stats on Twitter, and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you're not gonna, but maybe somebody will. I believe Forrest has played the most amount of operators in all of the NAO so far, with like 37 total, different operators or whatever. It's like very impressive numbers, basically. And that just speaks to how much this man can do. So he's not gonna suffer from the blitz ban. He's got way many other operators he can play instead. For Wildcard, though, the question really is, can they control the pace, because they were so good on defense of Cafe to get those early picks and control how fast SSG could move through the map. And it was mostly due to Merc finding, I think, 4 of the last 5 opening kills in succession, all by himself. Let's see if he can do it here.
I would like to note to the production that Jesse Chick just sent me a fun fact that it involves swear words, and I cannot say them on the broadcast, and I am very upset. So that's the M870 in the hands of the Thorn of Spirits. Playing this angle inside a freezer. It's a very advantageous spot to be, and we've seen Jaeger play that exact angle with the exact same gun, because Thorn obviously has it on loan from the German operators. I like the Grim picks, though I don't necessarily think that we've seen a ton of usefulness in comparison to other operators, but I'm willing to be proven wrong still.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, it's one of those, like, it can have high value, it can have low value, kind of like the Ying, but it requires a bit more finesse to accurately maneuver it around, because you can bounce off walls and such now. SG are waiting for the go-go sign. It's gonna be, EMPs, Grim Beasts flying out, and momentarily looking to make their push towards the bomb side.
Surf. Activating the gadgets. Long range, those smart goggles. Gets flushed out by the bees. Maybe I was wrong about the Grim, and now it's a drop from Space Station over towards Box. Hacker lying prone as the smoke goes out in front of a Merc. Continuing where he left off of the very first round, but everybody from Wildcard getting in on the action. An M870 kill, and it's a flawless start.
Yep, I mean, SSG's mental right now, right? You go off Cafe, you get a bit of a break, tough game, and all right, let's start arguing on a good note. You get flawless. I mean, you don't even get, you get close to the side because you drop the hatch, right? But you don't have a chance to actually walk in that door and try and get the diffuser down. You don't get a single kill. You don't even really do a single point of damage of relevance in that round either. And this is the thing. When you get to that third map, and there's such a big mental aspect to this due to how the previous map played out, starting on attack, which is exactly where SSG struggles on Cafe, is going to prove very difficult, I think, for them, because they're kind of locked out of it. It can be very hard to bounce back with confidence and just play to win when you were so close and lost. And there is the whole history aspect of SSG, as the org, knowing to kind of choke out when it matters the most, etc. And Laxing said on the desk that you gotta have that one player in the backline saying, guys, don't worry about the score lines, because, for all players should know, this is the first map. Best of 1, it's 0-1, there's no past. The past of what happened on the previous map should not affect you right now, at least not in a negative way. And I think a good example of how a player can do this positively versus negatively is that SSG look like they're defanged or declawed. They're not really fighting back, not playing very confidently, I would say. That's because, possibly, they're afraid of the past. But then I want to look at Merc. When he was not giving 120% as an individual, his team was not finding opening kills very often, and they were not winning those engagements. So Merc used that past to take it upon himself to be that guy, to look for those engagements, and by my count, in the last like 7 rounds, he's got the last 6 opening kills or something ridiculous like that.
Packer taking some damage now by Closet, as this is a Dorms defense upstairs. These observation blockers proving to be quite effective on this bomb site, brought regularly in conjunction with the Jaeger.
A bomb has been located.
Situate them
Attackers
over
have
by
recovered
the
diffuser.
B Dorms doorway, if you want to call it that. Maybe one, as you can see, inside of Trophy. You want to break through that? Okay, perfect. There's also one of the Surya gates there, which stop a drone from going through. Smart setup on Trophy by Wildcard. Auden on the Amaru. Usually you fling yourself up the tower and then die immediately. At least that's my experience from most ranked games. But in Hauten's case, he's likely going to opt for a fling up either onto security or up even more towards kids' dorms. We'll see. Spirits engaging, swinging an attic. Not really much you can do there. Forrest the first kill, but Merc on the board, trading this one out.
He said hold that.
Oh my god, you've awoken Merc at this point.
He's angry.
He goes Super Saiyan, and nobody is going to defeat him. No way that just happened. Are you serious?
This never happened before, surely. They trade places.
And there was a drop from Wildcard right in front of him. They basically just switched places.
Adam didn't know what happened. I don't think either of them really realized what happened there. He's so confused still. All right.
Is that somebody? I would be... Jeez Louise.
Okay.
What an unreal turn of events. Uncold now, musing with a trophy push. Down goes the Jaeger of Adam, playing down below. J90 a pick. Auden swings in, the mirror of Merc taken out, Space Station, showing good gumption. Down goes J90. SMG out, Packer, the fadeaway, Nitro Cell, tossed out, shot away at. No value whatsoever. SSG swamping the bomb site. And no real chance for Wildcard to recover. Well, good news for SSG fans. You can see there's elation on their face, and they know what job needs to be done here, but it doesn't seem like they're as mentally bogged down as they were at the tail end of that second map. Teams tied at 1 apiece.
No, definitely a very impressive round for them because, I mean, I was afraid that once they are locked out on top armory staircase with that mirror window facing them down from attic, I was like, yeah, that's a rough position for Space Station. And they don't seem to have the fight in them right now. I was so wrong. I mean, they just double, triple swing, they get all the kills, they play well together, and they allow the players with the right guns, I would say, to take the first confrontation. Hot and cold swarm with a shotgun, you get one shot before you gotta kind of like semi-reload the weapon for the second, alright? He shoots once, peels off, second guy walks in, he finishes his job. So they did that, you know, trading essentially in the gunfight and taking turns, and it was very effective. Merc did find the technical opening kill. He got the kill the same time as SSG did, so he's still kind of fighting for that title of getting most opening engagements. Wildcard definitely were
5 seconds to go.
overswarmed in that previous round, to my surprise.
Attackers
SSG, they been playing around. Oh, that's a quick death.
And it's Ashen to die as well. The only hard breach for Space Station, and the much touted prospect that was brought up even delayed their games to get Ashen onto the roster, and really won't be available for round number 3.
That's a rough one, to be honest. Pretty much worst case scenario. She said the only hard breacher on the squad.
It's a Dorms attack.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, I was gonna say, there are soft walls, but no longer. They're being reinforced off because they recognize the damage that's been done. What do you have now? I mean, Hot and Cold Nuke can always find something, surely. But outside of that, it's a very limited options. You see, yeah, they see that walls got reinforced. Feels bad, man. 6 grenades, though. If you can get downstairs control and use those grenades to good effect, you could get a couple of kills, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be so challenging, but a team like SSG has an abundance of gun skill, as has been displayed right there onto Merc. Forrest picking off one on Addict. Now it's Spirits and Adam taking some damage. I suspect the culprit of that would have been a grenade. Adam down below with the mirror window. Amazingly gets himself out of that position. Taking some fire with the logic bomb still ringing away. Wildcard have pivoted quite gracefully. Still with the lead though. 4v3 SSG on that first floor. Half the round to go, and Adam has not moved off of this position. There goes Forrest. Space Station with just 2 remaining now.
Good position as well by Adam. Getting good value, staying alive, but then he dies trying to get up back to the bomb side. That's my bad, Adam. Sorry.
He caster cursed him.
Did. Just like that. But Sai still in control of the defenders, of course. SSG with limited intel, no cost left on Dogby. They gotta make a play here just off the instinctive side of things. Gotta check all the corners themselves, and they could have played from opposite sides, but instead they rotate. We see here on the roof is J90 trying to play together in this 2v3.
Packers in this rat position inside of the closet. All it takes is a single pick to essentially neuter SSG's attack, and there it comes. Packer with the shotgun out, completely flattening him. Fultz is down below, as you pointed out. No logic bombs remaining. Well, here the one Banshee go off. DMR is strong, and Fultz can be a great shot, but so many people die at the top of White Stairs. You've got 3 separate angles to cover. You've got hard walls, you've got those bookshelves, and then you got Spirits just swinging. Swinging for the fences! And they make contact. I gotta say, a valiant effort by Space Station, but there's a part of me that wants to say that round was over the moment that Ashen died.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, again, a very brutal spawn peak. It's also, like, that's a classic rank spawn peak, like the armory window, because you can see, like, not directly into spawn, but, like, the second you leave that initial entrance, that you can die. And when you're playing these high-intense matches where there are so many things to account for, from your side and your team communication and your planning, and then also trying to figure out what the enemy's doing, it's easy to just kind of sprint out of spawn and be like, okay, I gotta go here, I gotta do this thing, and you know, this guy's joining for me, I gotta join for him. Whatever your mission, your job is in that round, you wanna go there and get it done. And I will say, it's not like we saw a ton of spawn peaks, if really any, on Cafe, and we didn't really see any on Clubhouse either. So this is not something that is in the back of the mind of the players on either side, because it hasn't really been done. Whereas if Cafe was full of spawn peaks, you can probably argue that SSG should and would be ready for that and take that extra 5 seconds precaution in spawn to ensure that they are not in fact going to die to such spawn. So the Wildcard might have consciously made that effort and say, okay, third map, that's where we bring the pain. It's gonna be a surprise factor, at least for 1 or 2 rounds, and then we can't keep doing it. And also, this is Oregon. It's a very small map. You don't have a lot to work with, so you need to make every single part of the map really work in your favor in defense. When you're playing this basement defense, you can't just sit in bomb side and wait for attackers to come to you. I mean, you can, but you also do what Wildcard are doing. Play on Freezer Staircase, play Laundry Staircase, and play Big Tower Staircase. Kill 1 drone each or so, and then fall back. That's gonna buy you like 20, maybe 30 seconds. You kill 3, 4 drones, and you just make it a little bit more difficult for the attacking team, instead of granting them a complete freebie, by just pre-placing person prep phase, knowing the map is clear, and just sprinting on in. And you see here, because of that, Space Station are still actively live droning a full minute into the round, which is gonna set them a little bit behind the average pace for an attack, which means they have less time to set up the execute and then go for that execute.
Setting breach charge.
Well, I mean, I agree with everything that you said.
Nice.
It's usually how it works. If I didn't agree with you, I probably wouldn't be casting at that point, right? Just the same as I imagine you feel the same.
Yes.
I would have ditched you so. I would have ditched you so fast.
So fast, bro. You say one wrong thing, you're done.
Yes. Don't really see that much with the way that Wildcard has changed up their defense. A very typical elbow control. I don't think that's going to reach. No, it doesn't. You've also got that Thorn playing the familiar position inside of Freezer. Right now from the silhouettes we see, it'll be Fultz going down Freezer. The rest of SSG, it will be a blue and box take. We saw one on back tower stairs, nades primed and ready. Are there magnets in play from Adam? That's the question. Hot and Cold taking his lumps, but still trudging on as the bees go about. High pillar, they know it's clear now. Soft walls to be open. Oh, they know. There's a grenade that goes out and does some damage to Merc. Nice shot by Fultz. Surf was tucked in the corner, not much he could do right there. Ashen will guide the diffuser in, but will have to charge through the toxic gas first and foremost. Merc on the board for Wildcard. Suddenly, again, everybody from Wildcard getting active. Almost a team ace at this point, but Merc gets 2 to his name. Laundry going in their favor yet again. Not as dominant as the first time, but that was a flawless round. Wildcard up 3-1.
I think if you're a space station, you're just aiming for that 2-4 half just to get yourself like a little bit of leeway when you go on the side swap. Oregon is one of those maps where it's kind of awkward to say defender, attacker favorite because the base and bomb side is like super defender favored, where we said like 80% of the time, 85% maybe, you're supposed to win it unless the enemy is just like phenomenal at attacking or something like that. But then like Kid Storms at best is a 50-50 and the tertiaries play out in a very similar fashion as well. So if SSG can muster up just 2 rounds in the first half, they're in a decent position statistically, but I think the mental side of things is very much a real thing here. Wildcard, they're feeling it. They were looking down for a bit. They were not really playing the game together all that well, nor seeking out those opportunities. But ever since that comeback begun on Cafe, they have looked like a much more improved team within this best of 3 so far. And this is the beauty of playing a best of 3 over a best of 1. Because if we just saw, the first map play out, 7-5 Clubhouse, woo, right? What's the big deal? But because we go best of 3, we see that build up. The 7-5 Clubhouse, surely SSG takes it because Wildcard struggled on Cafe in the first half, and it looked like a done deal. Everybody was like ready to sign it off. Wildcard, they lose the second map. But then guess what? Out of thin air and a lot of sweat from Merc, they make that comeback come to life. And now we see that third map, the final, if you will. And they're up 3-1. Sure, they're starting defense, but these are some convincing rounds by Wildcard in the rounds that they have won.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Beautiful.
I love the
Allows us some time to let the match breathe as well, as Cafe will knock the wind out of your sails. If you're just tuning in now and you didn't get to see map number 2, which the scoreline above honestly doesn't show you how exciting and enthralling a matchup that was. I'm not going to spoil what happened, but I highly suggest going back and rewatching Cafe. Honestly, this has been a really enjoyable match to watch. It's been a good match between both teams. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's been mistakes committed. Both of these teams are still learning, and with the seemingly shortened stages that we're dealing with, you don't have as many game day reps to get up to speed. So for newer teams like Wildcard and Space Station, who honestly themselves don't have a ton of experience with this new roster, especially adding Ashen, there's going to be some things that they need to figure out. It was still... I don't want to use exciting again. It was a riveting matchup. Let's put it that way. Logic bombs go out as SSG's first focus. Tackle the upstairs portion of this map. Ashen leading the charge. He's got diffuser and he's an ace. I don't know if you want to gamble this operator on this particular juncture, but he dies. Adam picking up 2. Fultz was there to possibly recover. What is going on? Space Station wandering in and getting humbled. Wildcard pick up every kill except for 1. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. J90. Reliable as always for Space Station, but maybe too much to ask of him. Get his team out of a 1v4. You said it. A 4-2 half for Space Station, while 4 rounds for Wildcard, 2 for Space Station is probably what their goal is. Wildcard seems poised and ready to hit that 4 mark in the next minute.
Yeah. And I like this in J9O. Just take a quote-unquote tactical timeout without your coach. That's what this is. He's not AFK, he's not lagged out, at least we don't believe so. This is him holding an ankle while talking to his team, saying, guys, we need this last round on attack. We gotta get those two at least. What are the issues? What's going wrong? Also, sometimes you're curious as a player, guys, what happened in this round? Because from J9's perspective, you know, he's alive still, full HP. Nothing probably hit him where he's like, ah, that's an issue. But for everybody else, you know, there are problems. And I will say, Spirits playing Frost instead of Kidstorms, perfect min-max of how long he could stick around. He stuck around long enough for the team to get 2 kills, then he dipped out and he stayed alive. And Wildcard are now playing with so much more discipline where no one's really overexposing themselves, right? Normally we see Wildcard still swinging and having life, you know, on Cafe, even in overtime when they have a big lead. They're still getting kind of cheeky, but ever since, you know, what happened on Cafe happened, they're like, we're not throwing these rounds. We're not giving up anything for free. We're gonna get the advantage and then play proper siege, disciplined, not throwing those leads. And because Oregon is such a small map, like I keep saying, it's like it's very easy to be near a teammate, unlike Cafe where you're playing on 3 different floors and there's a lot of ground to cover. On Oregon, you will naturally just always have friends nearby, and that really favors Wildcard's playstyle with how they naturally play the game.
Enthusiasm on the faces of the SSG players seemingly dimmed. You've now effectively had 2 timeouts over the last round and a half. You're in the position that SSG is in. Do you take that moment in time where J9O just waited and the team presumably speaks to themselves about next steps? Do you focus on this 6th and final round of attack, or do you turn your focus towards the next half?
That's a great question. I think this comes down to personal preference. I personally feel like you're not giving yourself enough of a leash, if you will. If you go down 1 to 5, you don't have any room. Like, you make 1 mistake, it's match point. You make 2 mistakes, the game is over. I feel like you really want this 4-2, also just to, you know, inspire some confidence. If you go 2-4, and it was back in my day, I know Fabian would say, good job, boys. We got the 2 rounds that we needed and wanted. That's it. We don't focus on the fact that we lost 4. We focus on the fact that we won the 2 that we statistically need. And then you go, oh, we're in defense now. This is easy, right? You mind play yourself. Just like when you have an important thing in life, a job interview, a pro game, a cast, you get that feeling in your belly. And you can have 2 mindsets about it, right? You can go, oh, I'm really nervous about this, you know, big deal. Or you trick your brain, because being nervous and being excited about something is a very similar feeling in your stomach. So if you go, oh, I'm really excited about this thing, it's a big deal to me, you trick your mind from a negative mindset to a positive mindset, and your brain doesn't even know it. So getting yourself into that 2-4 spot from my side is how I would approach that from a mental perspective. So I think it's very important for me.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
The moments where you need your superstars to pick things up. And I hate to constantly highlight Ashen at only 1 kill over the last, what was it, 1 or 2 kills over the last 7 or 8 rounds of Cafe, and now just a single kill while playing incredibly critical roles to give your team early map control, to give your team an early pick, to keep constant presence on Wildcard as well. If your entries are not performing at the level of ferocity that you expect, then that allows the defense to react to that. They can play more aggressively themselves because they don't fear the entry at all. And Adam swings on to Ashen. Ashen goes down to 1 and 5. Yes, there's an answer back. Yes, J9O takes out Adam. But Adam and his 8 kills just bought an awful lot of time for the rest of his team to bunker up in dorms and narrow down these SSG numbers. Folks falls as well. And suddenly, SSG with Hot and Cold on 0 and 4 kills, alongside Forrest and J9O, have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I like the double play instead of Serve for a guaranteed trade, but then full styling alone instead of Attic is like, okay, a great play followed by a puzzling play, and now you're playing from, you know, from behind again. SSG, they gotta have another one of those miracle rounds where it looks like they're out of it, but of course, there's always a chance. With 18 seconds to go, gotta go very soon.
On through Attic, loses J9O. No kills for Hot in the first half. That was the Packer special last time around. SSG, maybe you'll channel some of the energy that we saw from Wildcard. Forrest gets 2 big picks, almost misses the frost mat before falling headfirst into the wall. What a dominant first half. Flawless round coupled with a lot of first bloods, almost every single first blood breaking for Wildcard, the exception obviously the trades. Me oh my, a timeout taken, a real bona fide timeout taken, and then of course the player left alive timeout that we saw in the 5th round. Wildcard 5-1 over Space Station, and there's still a whole second half to play.
Yeah, and this is where you gotta really believe in your defensive side. And we went back, going back many hours on Clubhouse, we spoke about how historically Space Station has always been a great team at setting up the defensive side of things with utility and coverage, etc. Oregon is one of those maps where you don't really have a lot of stylistic changes from team to team. I mean, when you see that basement hold, you can predict like 9 out of 10 of like everything, right? The reinforcements, where the mirror windows go, where the player's gonna play at, because you only have so many good spots to play in. There's no verticality, so you're always going to be brute forcing these fights 1-to-1. So this is unfortunately for Space Station one of those maps where their strength as a team is not going to really impact the round differently than anybody else, because they're playing the same operators as every other team, the same positions as every other team, because it's Oregon. This is your quote-unquote default cookie cutter map that every team knows how to play. Ranked players played similarly as well. So I do feel for them in that regard. Wildcard don't have to deal with difficult problem solving that is unique to Space Station. They just gotta deal with Oregon. And with how good their defensive side was, I feel like Wildcard, they got this one in the back. I mean, they seem very comfortable and confident on Oregon, much more than they did on Clubhouse and on Cafe.
Incredibly dominant first half. Does it translate on over? There's your first set of logic bombs that will now go off. Rather second, my. Early on. Merc trying to follow up on it. Comes out empty-handed on back tower stairs. Will opt to go on to drone, which usually would be your first step, but he swung. If there's a player that can bail himself out of a bad situation, it's him. There's a mammoth difference right now between these teams in terms of kills. It's something we don't need to highlight more than once, but 5-5 for Fultz is the best that you're going to get on SSG. Extraordinary performance from Wildcard with a lot of depth going all the way down. It is a bit odd to see Surf omitted from most of the action, but I guess you don't really need it when everybody else getting these kills. Small soft reset, or so we think, but Merc says I'll have seconds. He and J90 battling to the death on those stairs. The death part hasn't come yet. The battle certainly has. Just a little over a minute to go, and now Wildcard will attempt blue. Houghton narrowly dancing around the nade. Another will go in. Merc finally gets the kill he needs. Houghton still searching for kill number 1. It looks like he got it, but it's in vain as he's traded out. Now SSG will rely on J90 and Ashen. Both in a similar spot. Both pushed back in laundry. J90 reasserting himself over towards blue. Ashen controlling the hallway all the way down to pillar. Both of these teams complete opposite ends of the map. Ashen attempts to stand upright. J90 is there. Series point for Wildcard.
And to do that in the most Wildcard way possible, it's just full commit. There is a whole train of people running down the tower staircase, 3 in fact, and sure, Merc died because he's 1 HP, died to a hipfire shot from Thorn. But the fall from Wildcard, they say 3, 2, 1, go, and they all commit 110%. And that is exactly the key thing you need on these Oregon basement executes. The second you actually want an engagement and you want to like actually commit to something, it is so important that you fully commit. Because if you do it halfway, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, well, it's really easy to be left on the outside area of that. And because the follow-up was there, they get 3 quick kills because they're so close to one another. SSG playing so far back. I mean, we saw Ashen and J90 in the laundry bomb side, which is the opposite side of the map downstairs. they're hiding in the A-bomb side while the Wildcard are attacking the B-bomb side. So they're not really fighting back one-to-one here from SSG. And again, it just looks like that kind of lack of confidence. And yeah, if you're not really hitting the shots, if you're not getting those kills on the scoreboard, and you're getting just like mowed down by Merc, Spirits, and Adam right now, every single round, I wouldn't want to fight back either. I'd want to try and play behind utility or deployable shields or something like that. And this is where I think the Fender ban is actually going to be a massive issue for SSG. They banned Fender themselves because they started an attack, but I bet you they wish, oh boy, they wish that Fender was available for the defensive side with how Wildcard are walking this building.
Spirits droned in towards Freezer.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Posted up. J9O on the board first. That's huge for Space Station. If they want to keep themselves in this match, they need to take that advantage that they've been gaining, or that they've gained rather, by eliminating the Thatcher EMPs off the board and leverage it.
It's a shame there's no kite this time. It was there the previous round. It's one of those unlucky, you know, you never know what you're gonna get. But a kill is a kill, and those EMPs are still gonna find good value. Disable the discs, the Arunicades, the Thorn Razor Blooms, the Banshees, you name it. Always useful, Thatcher that is. Wildcard will still have a lot of time to work with though. Despite suffering the early death and focusing on getting the nuke down the Freezer staircase early, there's still action at the same pace as SSG were when they were attacking, despite being met with no resistance. Still looking good for Wildcard, but again, breaking this out will be difficult. They don't have any of those execution operators. No shield, no capital, no Ying, no smokes in general. So they got nades, flashbangs, and team play, really, to break this defense.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Wildcard not knocked off of their stride too much, it looks like, though. Still dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And at a moment's notice, with the final moment approaching us, 1 minute left on the clock. Yes, Wildcard will be outgunned. The second attempt to take this bomb site, which they were ultimately successful on, will fall right into their lap. 5 rounds in a row needed for SSG to stay in this matchup, to keep their hopes of qualifying through something that isn't the LCQs on the table.
Attackers have
gotta think back, and you gotta kick yourself if you're SSG. That single round that could have taken you up 2-0, battle M80. And now, Wildcard absolutely drubbing you. But they're in danger of, at this moment, stalling out. Fultz on the board, 2 picks for Fultz. Still more gunfire from SSG, who hold quite an advantage over Merc and Surf. Nice shot from Merc, who springs on in. His position known, tucked away behind the shield. He's outdueled by Ashen. And SSG stays alive for now. Every comeback begins with a single round. That's what SSG needed. They take the downstairs bomb site. Will almost certainly go to dorms above. If they win that, that's when the challenge emerges, because that tertiary bomb site for Oregon is not usually very friendly to the defenders. But before you get to one of those tertiary bomb sites, I imagine it'll be dorms. Every single battle will be a war for SSG for the remainder of this match.
And I think what you said is that's exactly it, right? Every combat begins with 1 round. That's kill right there. It's just, it is so nasty, so incredibly nasty. But every combat begins with 1 round, and if you're Space Station now more than ever, you are just thinking 1 round at a time. This is it. It's 0-0, 1 round. It's 0-0, 1 round. And you just keep doing that until you either win or lose, because you cannot let the scoreline define you or affect you too much in this position. You know, it's the same. There's the old trick from the veteran players that used to play Entry. Unu taught me this trick where, if you're an Entry player in Siege and you take a lot of damage, you might start playing a bit more scared and laid back because, oh, you only have 1 health or 20 health now, like you're always gonna lose a gunfight, right? But Siege is a 1-headshot game. Anybody can win with any amount of health left. And Unu said, if you don't see your health bar, you're not gonna be affected by it. So he simply, in the hot UI, you know, settings, just took away the health bar. And he always played as if he had full health because he simply couldn't see it. So for SSG, this is just another round. Yeah, the trouble thing is that Wildcard just need to get lucky a single time. I say luck because crazy things can happen, but like a single mistake, that's it. So while you are just playing from 0-0, you also kind of have to be like, we can't go too crazy because the punishment is very severe.
It's the same as we saw in Cafe, right? Wildcard had 0 room for error, and they managed to pull it off. They won the 3 rounds in a row, needed to go to OT. They probably should have won the 13th round, the very first overtime. They didn't. It was a bit puzzling the way it ended, and as you said, if you were Wildcard, you would have been angry, but then Wildcard fixed it and won the next 2. The same thing here. SSG has 0 room to make a mistake. They make 1 single solitary mistake, that's it. They go to the LCQ, yeah, they fight OXG for seeding. Wildcard move on. They square off against M80 next week. So you have to have that level of mental resiliency. Mental resiliency is not enough. You have to have the strategy behind it as well.
CU gets the first blow here. Both teams playing very patiently, knowing that opening kill is oh so important. I love the finger being brought out here. Just that you get a boost up Merc and, reinforce this push right here.
There's a toxic gas canister that goes out. Slaughtering begins with over a minute to go, but Space Station prevails through the ensuing fight. Numbers turning in favor of Wildcard. Forest and Ashen still standing for SSG. Hitting all of your hopes on that. Packer going humongous. Slow start in the previous map, but he picked things up and now helps lead the way.
Attackers activating.
Forest to keep his team in this will not happen. Wildcard with the royal flush. 7-2 the scoreline. They bounce SSG out of the playoffs, and Wildcard will square up against M80. It didn't seem likely, it didn't even seem possible, but they pull it off. Don't ever count them out.
Oh, never, ever, ever. They had a great start to the stage, then a slow ending. When it came to the best of 3, they also proved that despite being a young team with new players and mixed players, they actually have a lot of potential and a steep learning curve, and they are still improving every single week.
It was a big scare on Cafe, but Wildcard ultimately get the job done. It wasn't easy. It didn't seem possible, but it's now over. That's it for you and I, but we got the desk, who are probably standing at this exact moment, so why don't we take a look, and we'll throw back to them in Copenhagen.
Thanks a lot, Parker. We are, in fact, standing. He is correct about that. I just want to bring everyone's memory back to when it was 6-3 Space Station on Cafe. Everyone was down on Wildcard, and suddenly they push all their chips to the middle, they take a huge gamble, and they say, we're all in. And suddenly, everything from that point just looks like it clicks, and they only lose, 2-3 rounds since Space Station went on match point on Cafe? Beautiful performance from Wildcard.
Okay, first off, don't say everyone. I had Wildcard winning from the get-go,
Yeah,
so I knew.
You never doubted
it? No, I never doubted, not even a little bit.
Okay.
They're my team. They won.
Yeah?
We're 1-1. So don't say everyone. Don't throw me in there. I threw my chips in as well.
This is your bracket. So
it's looking great.
You did have Wildcard winning.
Okay.
I think you were the only one that had Wildcard winning. This is true. Production does have your back on this one. Jesse, this was not your bracket. So
No.
I think this is production implying you stink.
I mean, I got Soniqs over Oxygen.
Okay.
You didn't get that one.
Well, I mean, we're both 50-50 right now.
Yeah, we're 50-50.
But then our bracket pretty much looks the same for the rest, so we can't really go at each other
We'll figure something out.
too much. Yeah.
It's fine. It's 1-1 for right now. We'll let the analysts duke it out for the games that we've got for next week. But Oregon, 7-2. 5-1 half doesn't usually look recoverable, and this thing was not from the get-go.
No, sir. And, man, for Wildcard to pull off this comeback, it felt like the momentum just rolled right on through. Like, there was no break at all between maps 2 and 3. We saw that first couple of attacks going down. And, yeah, Space Station, they got one attacking round on that first half. But, man, after that, it just felt like the entire momentum was was going Wildcard's way. Wow.
I'm going to say, I didn't really expect Oregon to be such a shutout the way that Wildcard did it, but they played Oregon beautifully. I don't even want to say that SSG made mistakes here and there. Wildcard looked like how they were looking the first days that they were showing up into the NAL stage. They were all in sync. They were all playing off each other. There was that one round we laughed at hot and cold. I think it was the second to last round.
Yeah.
It was the timing situation. He looks at the stairs. He goes to look back, and he looks back at the stairs, and there's 3 guys just drilling him, and then they ended up taking that round. It was a beautiful display from Wildcard.
That's it for Space Station.
That gone.
What the hell? How did that happen? Again, just as a reminder, that was a 5-map win streak from 4 straight groups, won the first map of this series, and then suddenly everything goes to hell in a handbasket really, really quick. Lax, you've been in situations like that before. You're on match point. Maybe overtime is a factor, but you're not thinking about that. You're just thinking about the next round, and then it doesn't work. And then you're thinking about the next round, and it doesn't work. And then, like, when you're in a pattern spiral like that, like, how the hell do you even get out of it?
It's hard. It's such a momentum shift. You're up. You're 6-3. Like you said, you need to close it out. You keep losing. You keep losing. It keeps going at your mental because you're looking at where these mistakes happen, why they're happening. Let's try to fix it for the next. And you try to touch up on the next, but then it progressively gets worse. And then you then find yourself in OT, and it's like, okay, cool, hit the reset button. Nope. Reset button didn't happen. Wildcard took it. Goes into the next game, which I do feel why we saw that be so one-sided is because of that mental gymnastics that SSG had to go through of not being able to find the win there. And then obviously Wildcard bouncing back as hard as they did and keeping that ferocity going.
Yeah, you could see it on their faces, right? I'm so glad we have player cams because the change in momentum, I think you said it, Lax. Once they're smiling, once you see those grins on the faces of Wildcard, man, you knew at that point it was just done.
Let's talk to one of the guys who had one of the biggest grins on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former 6 Invitational World Champion. It's Merc in the lobby. Dude, you just knocked off the team that you played for last stage. They're out of the tournament now at this point, and you are one best of 3 away from qualifying for the major. Tell me how it feels, dog.
I mean, it feels pretty good. I have no bad blood between those guys. I know, like, people think I'm out for blood and shit, and I want to just beat SSG, but we didn't mesh well together, like me, myself, and like the coaching staff and stuff, and that, I mean, it happens sometimes. But honestly, I'm just proud of the guys for how much progress we've made in, like, the short amount of time we've been a team together. So it just feels good to win no matter what, no matter who it's against. Just with these guys, it's awesome.
Yeah, Merc, you got a lot of people on your team who they're rookies, they're young guys coming into the league, some of them for the very first time. How much of a leadership role do you feel that you need to take on for having so many of these young guys on your team? And how much of that, especially in moments when you are back against the wall, enemies on match point, you need to win back-to-back-to-back rounds in a game like today, how much of that is your leadership coming through to try to lead these guys?
I mean, yeah, I think it helps a lot because I've experienced that a lot, so I know kind of what the answer needs to be through trial and error. I try to just give them feedback and tell them, like, you know, one round at a time, no matter if we're winning or losing. Like, I don't even think any of us really were worried that we were down 6-4. We were more worried on, like, what we were doing wrong and how we can change it, and I think that's good. Everyone was focused on, you know, just improving forward and not worried about the score.
So my question to you is, obviously, I saw you say, hold that. I want to say, hold that dub. I had you guys coming out. But a big thing for me, Merc, here, again, is with the 2 new guys that you guys picked for a reason, are you impressed because you've obviously created such a statue for yourself in Siege? Are you seeing things for yourself when you were brand new that you're seeing in these guys?
Oh, yeah, for sure. The potential on this team is the highest I've ever seen. Like, these guys, when we play together and, you know, we just focus on ourselves and we float around and do our thing, like, these guys are literally insane. Like, I've never, I didn't really follow the T2 scene
I'm right
too
there
much,
with you.
But, like, Adam has surprised me in every way possible. He's literally nasty. And obviously, like, I've played with Spirits, like ranked and Surf, and I just know those guys, and I know they're just some crazy players as well. And Packer on support, he's, you know, couldn't ask for a better player on support. Like,
definitely,
these guys are very hungry and young. I'm the oldest on the team, and I'm only 23, so it's like,
bruh,
these guys are hungry and they want to win and they want to know what it feels like to be at the top. And I'm fully ready to do it with them.
You guys are in the right direction to that for sure.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Last question for you. Your next game is already set. You already know the one team that you're going to have to go and prep for. It's M80, but you did play them earlier in the group stage, and you've beat them already. So in some way, even if it's only a best of one, you've crossed that hurdle. What do you want to say to those guys before you jump into game next week?
I mean, it's going to be fun. It'll be exactly like the SSG game. I feel like it'll be a battle. It'll be, round for round, toe-to-toe with those guys, and we'll see who wins.
All right, brother, soak this one in. You only got one more game until you're going to the major, man. Hope it goes well for you. We'll see you then.
Yep, thank you.
That's it, dude. I mean, he said the P word, though. That's the problem. He said potential. So what I'm hoping they can do is turn that P word into the other P word, which is profit. Because at some point, you're not going to be able to just say, oh, everyone on this team, where we're at, the potential is there. If you're able to finally translate that, I mean, they're well on their way to doing that. They're doing a really good job with it.
Yeah, but Jacob, I mean, I think what we've learned time and time again watching Wildcard, some of us learned the hard way, you can't doubt these guys. Every single time when people are thinking, nah, this is a new team, stage one, their first stage, they probably won't do well in groups. Oops, they're the very top of the league for the majority of the group stage. Then, man, they get Space Station, first playoff, Space Station look very hot. Doesn't matter. Beat them in 3 maps. This is a team that you really got to watch out for because every single time some of us tend to doubt them, God, do they ever pop off.
Well, I never doubted them.
Yeah.
I do love to see the bounce back. I love to see where they started. I love to see those hurdles that they were then being met by, and then immediately bouncing back off that. Sure, again, the SSG game, those games went really close outside of the last map. Can't take anything away from SSG. I just love how competitive these teams are, and it makes watching the NAL such an experience.
It's a lot of fun, and let's get another reminder of what the bracket looks like because things are getting pretty dicey. The stage is set. Either Dark Zero or Soniqs is going to Atlanta, or M80 or Wildcard are going to Atlanta. What's happening here is a qualification doubleheader next week for Phase 2, for the Swiss part of the bracket, not the play-ins, not when you have to worry about playing 16-man GSL style, whatever. This is to go and skip directly to Swiss. Winners of both of those games do exactly that, and those games come up in 6 days.
Dark Zero, Soniqs, M80, Wildcard. 3 of those 4 names will be in Atlanta, no questions asked. If you lose your opening game and you lose the next game as well, then you're a little afraid because you will need to go to the LCQ. But of course, even then, the road's not over.
I'm looking forward to this next week and seeing how these games turn out, whether to see if we're right or if we're wrong because we did have the same teams. Regardless, it's going to be a great week of Siege.
Even though we saw both Oxygen and Space Station lose today, they will still be playing next week. So just to give everyone a prep for what next week looks like, we're going to be here for one really, really long night next Wednesday. It's a triple header of best of 3s. It's Oxygen and Space Station playing in what is a seeding match to determine who has a better or more favorable opponent when they play in LCQs. After that, we go directly from Dark Zero against the Soniqs right into our last game of the day, Wildcard and M80. All 3 of those games will be happening right here, not the same time. The broadcast is going to start a little bit early because we got to fit that third best of 3 in there. It's going to be a long night for us, but it's all going to be 100% worth it when it comes down to Atlanta probabilities. Thank you guys very much for joining us. Playoffs are well underway, and oh baby, it's only going to get better. On behalf of the Blast crew, I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Laxing. We'll see you next week.